Chapter 288. The group of people in front of him were indeed Kim Taeho's bodyguards. There was a total of 200 of them. All of them had their clothes stripped off, leaving only a pair of shorts to cover their private parts. There was a dilapidated carriage in the group. Xiaochen looked at it carefully for a long time before he realized it was the luxurious golden carriage that he had been in before. However, it was now in a terrible state and was beyond recognition. The golden hood of the carriage was already gone, only a smooth wooden board was left. Under the wooden board was a pair of golden wheels. If it wasn't for these golden wheels, Xiaochen wouldn't have dared to associate it with the golden carriage he had seen before. What made Xiaochen even more speechless was that Kim Taeho was wearing a beast skin and sitting casually on the smooth carriage. Furthermore, the people pulling the carriage were actually his subordinates. Even the precious horses had been snatched away. A group of people ran quickly on the grassland, as though they were avoiding something scary. Kim Taeho said loudly, "Can you be faster? This fat lord is not that heavy. You are all martial grand masters." The subordinates were at a loss as they complained, "Young master, we've been running for 2 days and 2 nights. It's time for us to take a break. Or, forget about this treasured carriage. If you run with us, you'll be able to run faster." Kim Taeho said angrily, "This fat lord, it was not easy for me to obtain these 2 wheels. If you just throw them away like that, wouldn't all my efforts be in vain?" The manservant following behind the carriage suddenly said, "Young master, there seems to be someone staring at us over there." Fatso said angrily, "Damn it. Watch me destroy him." Never mind. Let's not bother about it. We should leave this damn place first." The manservant continued, "He seems to be walking in our direction." Fatso's expression changed. He turned his head and looked. When he discovered the person, he revealed a smile and said, "Stop the carriage." Fatso was wearing shorts and a spirit beast skin. He looked like a wild man as he quickly ran to Xiaochen and said, "Master Xiao, it's great to see you. Don't say anything, just give this fat brother some clothes first." Xiaochen didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Fatso's pathetic appearance. A famous saying from his previous life appeared in his mind, "You have to pay for what you have done." Xiaochen had a lot of spare clothes in the universe ring. However, Fatso's body was too stout. Xiaochen could not put them on, so he could only drape them over his body. Although he was still in a sorry state, it was much better than wearing the animal skin. Kim Taeho tried his best to put on the pants that Xiaochen handed him. After working hard for a long time, he finally managed to put it on. However, before he could relax, there was an explosion. His pants burst from Fatso's fats, turning them into strips of cloth. Kim Taeho had a helpless expression on his face. He could not be bothered with this. He could only tidy himself up a little and said to Xiaochen embarrassedly, "Can Master Xiao give me some more spirit stones?" Xiaochen blushed with shame, "You were really robbed." Fatso shrugged and said, "Is it not obvious enough? Aside from this spatial ring and a coffin lid, I only have 2 golden wheels." The affairs of the world were unpredictable. Life was always so unexpected. Xiaochen smiled bitterly in his heart. To think that Fatso would end up like this. He could only say that the heavens had eyes. Xiaochen took out 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones and 10,000 gold taels and handed them to Kim Taeho. He said, "What exactly happened? With your strength, even if you could not defeat him, you should have been able to run." Although Fatso's strength was average, he had many good things on hand. The dazzling rings and necklaces he wore were not ordinary ornaments. They were all intact secret treasures. It could be said that if both Xiaochen and Fatso met a peak martial king, the one who could easily retreat would be Fatso. This was because this fellow had too many trump cards. Otherwise, he would not have dared to do things so recklessly. He was very confident in his heart. If he had not met with an iron plate, he would not have ended up in such a sorry state. Xiao Chen was very curious about this iron plate. What exactly happened that caused the fearless Fatso to suffer such a huge loss? Kim Tae-ho received the spirit stones and gold tails and said, "Thank you. This fat brother will remember this favor. Don't ask about anything else. In short, do not be too ruthless in the Devil Savannah. I was tricked by someone. I will not come here again." After Fatso spoke, he waved his hand. He draped an open robe over his shoulders and wore tattered pants. Then, he jumped back onto the bear carriage. Like before, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." A few of his subordinates had conflicted expressions as they pulled the tattered carriage and slowly disappeared from Xiao Chen's vision. In the following 2 days, the uncomfortable feeling in Xiao Chen's heart became even more obvious. However, because of what happened to Fatso, Xiao Chen became more cautious. He kept his spiritual sense within a 2-kilometer radius. This slowed him down. However, there was no harm in being cautious. Xiao Chen did not want Fatso's miserable experience to happen to him. On this particular day, as Xiao Chen walked on the vast savannah, he sent out his spiritual sense. He discovered something unusual. There was not a single sound within a 2-kilometer radius. It was very quiet. When Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense, he did not even see the spirit beasts that he normally saw. He did not know where they were. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and stopped walking. He said doubtfully, "What's going on? I can't see a single spirit beast. The air seems to have stopped flowing. Something is strange." With a thought, Xiao Chen no longer sent out his spiritual sense as a halo. Instead, he gathered it into a thin line and shot it out. After Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into a thin line, he could extend it to a distance of 10 kilometers. Finally, he discovered something else. At the end of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, there was a black flood heading in the direction of Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, this black flood was made up of a group of cavalry wearing pitch-black battle armor. A rough count gave at least 1,000 of them. 1,000 black cavalry gathered together, giving off an overwhelming aura. Even from a distance, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense felt a huge pressure. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense, and his expression changed slightly. He muttered, "Kim Tae-ho, could he have fallen at the hands of this group of people? I'll change directions first." Just as Xiao Chen was about to move, he thought of something. He sent out his spiritual sense in advance. In the end, he discovered that he was surrounded by these horrifying black cavalry. Surrounded, Xiao Chen could not help but look at the sky. If there was an opening there, he would be able to leave easily. However, when Xiao Chen looked up, he discovered that at some point in time, a flock of fierce wind vultures had appeared in the sky. There was a knight wearing black battle armor sitting on each fierce wind vulture. Xiao Chen could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He said, "There is really no way out." Dong! 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 Deafening galloping sounds came from the ground. 10 groups of black cavalry kicked up a cloud of dust as they galloped over. Each group of black cavalry had 1,000 people. When added together, there were 10,000 of them. Xiao Chen took a rough look and saw a black mass. The weakest of these 10,000 people was a martial grand master. There were at least 1,000 martial saints and above. The auras of over 10,000 people merged together, forming a continuous stretch. Even the air seemed to stop flowing, making it difficult for people to breathe. These were no longer bandits. This was probably the strength of the great Qin nation's elite army. The 10 people in the lead rode on black warhorses. They wore black masks that covered half their faces. They rode the black warhorses and walked in front of Xiao Chen. The person in the middle should be the leader of this group of people. He was a peak martial king. Just one glance was enough to make Xiao Chen feel incomparably terrified. When that person saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, he revealed a faint smile under his mask. He said, "Qingyun Pixi Qin, right? Didn't anyone tell you that you cannot be too ruthless in this devil savannah? Hand over 500,000 inferior grade spirit stones and 5,000 medial grade spirit stones. You can leave. You are not allowed to appear in the devil savannah in the future," the leader continued. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. This request was too much, he could not agree to it. He said in a sullen voice, "What if I don't hand it over?" The leader was not surprised at Xiao Chen's reply. He smiled faintly and said, "You should have seen what happened to Jin Bao Bao. His initial reply was the same as yours." It turned out that this group of people had their eyes on Fatso. The waters of the Devil Savannah were deeper than Xiao Chen had imagined. No wonder the three noble clans had failed to capture Xiao Chen when they surrounded him. When the leader saw that Xiao Chen was silent, he muttered, "You are different from Fatso. You have not gone to the extreme. It is fine if you do not hand it over. If you can withstand 3 palm strikes from me, I will give you 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones and 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. However, you are not allowed to step into the Devil Savannah in the future." Xiao Chen was not in a rush to reply. The two options that this person gave him were not easy to choose from. The first option would make Xiao Chen bleed. The latter option looked good. Not only did it not require Xiao Chen to fork out spirit stones, it even gave him spirit stones. However, 3 palm strikes from a peak martial king was not easy to receive. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Unfortunately, the situation was in the hands of the other party. Xiao Chen did not have many trump cards to choose from. If he did not guess wrong, the other party should be worried about his identity as a member of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. That was why they were not in a rush to make a move. Otherwise, they would not be speaking so much nonsense with him. Xiao Chen would have ended up like Fatso. Not going to say anything. In that case, take it as you choosing the second option, the black-clothed masked man said indifferently. Right after he spoke, the black-clothed man had already arrived before Xiao Chen. He sent out a palm strike, creating a boundless whistling sound. It tore through the water-like air and surged towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He had no other choice. He quickly circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. His bones gave off crackling sounds and the image of a ferocious tiger condensed on his body. When Xiao Chen punched out, the ferocious tiger poured into his arm, carrying a strong force. Xiao Chen clashed with the black-clad man's palm strike. He did not hold back in this punch, it contained a force of 18,000 kilograms. Bang! The fist and palm collided and gave off a loud sound. A shockwave visible to the naked eye surged in all directions, leaving ripples in the air. A huge force poured into his body from his arm. Xiao Chen felt his internal organs churn. The qi and blood in his body surged, and hot blood rushed to his head. Chapter 289. When the black-clothed man felt the force from Xiao Chen's fist, he was mildly astonished. Xiao Chen actually received his palm strike head-on and did not retreat at all. Retreat! The black-clothed man shouted in his heart, and a hidden force surged out from his palm. A horrifying force was transmitted and Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen's body immediately flew back. Hu Qi! Before Xiao Chen could stabilize himself, the black-clothed man's second palm strike arrived, not giving him any time to react. His left hand turned into a dragon and his right hand turned into a tiger. Xiao Chen quickly crossed his arms and the dragon and tiger merged into his body. This was the third move of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist, Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon. The crouching tiger hidden dragon that could block 25,000 kilograms of force was like a mountain when the black-clothed man's palm strike landed on it. There was a loud rumbling sound and the ground started to shake. Xiao Chen did not hesitate. He knew that this person would definitely continue to use hidden force to attack him. He immediately withdrew his body and quickly retreated. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated continuously. Using the stance of the crouching tiger hidden dragon, he continuously gathered energy. The two images of a dragon and a tiger circling around his body were very realistic. The dragon roars and tiger roars continuously resounded. The black-clothed man revealed a smile under his mask. Not bad. You received 2 of my palm strikes. There is still 1 more. If you can receive it, you can leave. Xiao Chen remained silent. When he saw the black-clothed man flying at him again, he suddenly shouted. The roar of a dragon and tiger came from his dantian. The roar was like thunder, reverberating in the surroundings. Finally, it gathered together and formed a strong aura that rushed to the 9 heavens. A large portion of the clouds in the sky were scattered by the shock wave. The roar of the dragon and tiger pierced through the sky. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen's dragon and tiger body sculpting art broke through to the peak at such a moment. He rushed to the 9 heavens in one breath and scattered the clouds. When Xiao Chen punched, he used the accumulated energy of the crouching tiger hidden dragon. This punch seemed to pierce through the air. There was an ear-piercing explosion that resounded continuously. However, the black-clothed man's 3rd palm strike was much more powerful than the previous 2. Even if he didn't use 70% of his strength, he still used 50% of his strength. Bang! A deafening roar resounded across the vast grassland. Under this sound wave, the surrounding warhorses all fell into a state of panic. All sorts of voices mixed together, and the scene was filled with mockery. The power behind Xiao Chen's fist completely exceeded the black-clothed man's expectations. It was a full 25,000 gene of strength, causing him to take 3 steps back. Every time they took a step back, a 3-foot-deep footprint would be left on the ground, and the surrounding ground would shake. Many of the shadow cavalry were directly shaken off their horses. Xiao Chen was in an even worse state. The final hidden force from the black-clothed man was incomparably terrifying. In an instant, it surged into Xiao Chen's meridians and violently surged forward, completely disrupting the circulation of essence in his body. Xiao Chen vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood in the air and flew back more than 100 meters before landing heavily on the ground. Then, he vomited another mouthful of blood. The difference between an inferior-grade martial king and a peak martial king is simply too great. I can defeat Yu Mingshan, who is only an inferior-grade martial king. However, I have no chance of victory against a peak martial king. My current combat prowess should be equal to a peak inferior-grade martial king. I might even be able to hold my own against a medial-grade martial king. If I run into a superior-grade martial king, I will have to flee quickly. Xiao Chen thought to himself. These 3 palm strikes gave him a better understanding of the strength of a peak martial king. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and stood up again. He placed a blood-replenishing pill in his mouth and said to the black-clothed man, "Might I ask for your name?" The black-clothed man tossed out boxes of spirit stones and said indifferently, "With your strength, you are qualified to know my name. Chu Jun, here are 100,000 inferior-grade spirit stones and 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Take them and leave. Don't ever come to the Devil Savannah again." Xiao Chen slowly wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. He revealed a faint smile on his pale face. "Chu Jun. I will remember these 3 palm strikes. I will definitely return them to you in the future." Rushing thunder roars, 10,000 horses gallop. It was unknown when a large number of dark clouds had gathered above the crowd. Following Xiao Chen's shout, there was a burst of electricity in the dark clouds. A huge electric whirlpool formed. Countless electric knights soared out of the whirlpool. Xiao Qian hid among the electric knights and quickly charged at the surrounding black knights. Bang! 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 The surging electric knights were caught off guard and opened a gap in the encirclement. Xiao Qian did not linger to fight. After he broke through this gap, he immediately made all the electric knights explode to cover his retreat. After that, he activated the Windwalk shoes and executed the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art to its limits. His speed soared to the speed of sound as he rushed forward. Just as the other black knights and cultivators in the sky were about to give chase, Chu Jun waved his hand and stopped them. A masked black-clothed man at the side said, "Commander Chu, why did you not make a move to stop him?" Chu Jun said indifferently, "Stop him. What is the point of stopping him? Kill him. Are you not afraid of the divine saber camp surrounding him again? Such a genius is like Murong Chong from a few years ago. He is definitely someone that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would focus on nurturing. If we kill him, they will definitely take revenge." A purple light flickered and Xiao Qian turned into a purple blur. He expended his essence without caring about it. He activated the Windwalk shoes at full power and flew for 4 hours before he stopped. After looking around, Xiao Qian's pale face felt somewhat depressed. When he was fleeing, he did not notice that he was running in the opposite direction from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Never mind, I should not care about this. I should treat my injuries first. That person's inner energy is too ferocious. If I leave it in my body for a long time, it will definitely leave behind some hidden injuries. Xiao Qian found a desolate place and took out a medial-grade spirit stone. Then, he started to slowly recover his essence. Bai jumped out of the spirit blood jade obediently and stood guard by Xiao Qian's side. It helped him chase away the ferocious spirit beasts wandering around, allowing Xiao Qian to focus on recovering his essence. The vast essence in the medial-grade spirit stone quickly entered Xiao Qian's body. He had exhausted too much essence in the mad dash earlier. His essence had not recovered to its peak, so he could not properly use it to treat his injuries. Thus, in order to treat his injuries, he had to recover all his essence first. At the start, Xiao Qian needed an entire night to absorb the energy of a medial-grade spirit stone. Now, he only needed 4 hours to completely absorb the energy of a medial-grade spirit stone. This time, because of his injuries, his absorption speed was slower than usual. After 8 hours, Xiao Qian finally finished recovering his essence. He started to carefully remove the hidden energy that the black-clothed man had left in his meridians. The importance of meridians to cultivators went without saying. Xiao Qian would rather take more trouble and spend more time than to use brute force. This cleansing process took 6 hours. Finally, the hidden energy that the black-clothed man had left in his body was completely removed. Xiao Qian immediately felt very relaxed. When he looked up, the sky was already dark. Xiao Qian decided to travel through the night. After hesitating for a while, he gave up on the idea of using the silver warship. The silver warship was too eye-catching. It would easily expose his identity. Back in Whitewater City, many people had seen him use it. If they found out, it would be troublesome. The aristocratic families had never let up on their pursuit of him. This time, he had seen his wanted poster in every city along the way. Without resting for too long, Xiao Qian checked the direction and started moving again. Bai followed behind Xiao Qian. His speed was not much slower than Xiao Qian's. After that, Xiao Qian did not run into any obstructions along the way. With the Windwalk shoes activated, the journey, which would have taken 5 days, took only 3 days to complete. When Xiao Qian saw the Lingyun mountain range appear in his vision, the uneasiness in his heart became even stronger. Something must have happened to someone he cared about. Otherwise, he would not have such an intense feeling. Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Biyun Peak, Song Kei's bedroom, urgent footsteps could be heard. The door opened with a bang. Song Qianhe said anxiously, "Father, I have received news that Shao Qin will arrive at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in 4 hours." On the bed, Song Ke, who only had one arm remaining, opened his eyes. A dense killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "Send someone to inform the assassins of the Flying Snow Manor. After that, don't bother with him. As long as he dies outside the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, it will have nothing to do with us." When Song Ke received news that Shao Qin had killed Yu Mingshan, he was extremely astonished. He had not expected Shao Qin to be able to kill an inferior-grade martial king. Furthermore, it was the extremely cautious Yu Mingshan. This made Song Ke feel threatened. This brat's strength was growing too fast. If Shao Qin were to advance to martial king, his life would be in danger. This was especially so now that he only had one arm remaining. Thus, before Shao Qin matured, he had to kill him. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to make a move in the future. On the path to the top of the mountain, Shao Qin looked at the tall peaks of Lingyun Mountain. Suddenly, he stopped. He felt a weak killing intent. He immediately extended out his spiritual sense and found 4 inferior-grade martial kings hidden in the bushes by the roadside. Shao Qin frowned slightly and placed his right hand on the hilt of the lunar shadow saber. "They are actually people from the Flying Snow Manor," Shao Qin said indifferently. No wonder they dared to make a move at the foot of Lingyun mountain range. At this moment, Shao Qin was extremely furious. He felt very anxious to know the truth of the matter. He did not expect to meet with an assassination attempt here. Aside from Song Ke, there was no one else who could know his whereabouts like the back of their hand. Furthermore, they could spend a large sum of money to hire a martial king to kill him. Damn it! I have to find an opportunity to kill this person. Otherwise, there will be no end to this trouble, Shao Qin thought to himself coldly. When the 4 hidden people saw Shao Qin suddenly stop, they did not hesitate to draw their swords. Chi! Chi! 4 strands of dense sword chi tore through the bushes in front of them and shot towards Shao Qin. There was a qualitative difference between an inferior-grade martial king's sword chi and a martial saint's. With the essence infused into Shao Qin's body, it would be difficult for him to block it. However, Shao Qin did not even think of dodging. He quickly drew his saber with his right hand. Chapter 290. Glittering Wuxia. A purple saber light flashed. Shao Qin's saber vibrated 4 times in the air. For divine Wuxia tree branches turned into dense saber chi and welcomed the attack without hesitation. Dang! 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 When the saber chi and sword chi clashed, they clanged in the air, giving off melodious explosions. The 4 assassins moved like phantoms, each heading for Shao Qin from a different direction. The 4 of them were already inferior-grade martial kings. Their speed reached the speed of sound, they merged with the wind silently. Purple thunder, true fire. Shoot! The fierce purple flame in Shao Chen's right eye started to burn continuously. The flame quickly condensed into a purple light. It stretched in his right eye and turned into a purple arrow. The arrow flew out at lightning speed, it was faster than sound. In an instant, it pierced through the chest of the assassin in front and flew into the distance like a meteor. At this moment, with 4 early-stage inferior-grade martial kings surrounding him, if Shao Qin still did not use his trump card, he would be too stupid. Bang! 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 The jade pendant on Shao Chen's chest quickly activated. The remaining 3 inferior-grade martial saints thought they could take advantage of this opportunity to strike Shao Qin. However, they were all repelled by the barrier. A huge force came from the barrier and bounced back at the 3, knocking them back. The 3 of them had used their full strength in their attacks. Almost all of them were repelled. The essence in their bodies became chaotic and they were caught off guard. I have to end this quickly. The longer this drags on, the greater the disadvantage I will be in, Xiaochen quickly thought to himself. I only have a few trump cards. If they see through me, it will be useless. Wuxia shakes the heavens. Xiaochen roared ferociously and leaped into the air. The ancient divine Wuxia tree appeared from nowhere. It carried an earth-shattering aura as it pressed down on a retreating martial saint. Bang! 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 This killing move contained a strong state of thunder. The retreating inferior-grade martial king had no way to block it. The force of the divine Wuxia tree struck him and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he flew back again. After suffering 2 heavy blows in a row, Xiaochen would not be able to fight for a while. He turned around and faced the 2 assassins behind him. Purple light flickered under his feet, and a strange purple flower bud appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around Xiaochen's body. Both of their swords struck the flower bud, but there was no reaction at all. Seeing this, they hurriedly retreated. Wuxia blossoms. Xiaochen shouted from within the flower bud, and the purple flower bud suddenly bloomed. A moment later, the petals danced in the air, forming a dazzling Wuxia flower. Xiaochen's figure flashed in the air. He leaped over the petals that filled the sky and stabbed out with his saber. As Xiaochen passed through the petals, countless streams of light fell from the petals. His speed instantly reached its peak, reaching 2 times the speed of sound. Puchi! Xiaochen, who had reached 2 times the speed of sound, stabbed an assassin as expected. This speed was not something they could react to at all. Wuxia supporting the heavens. Xiaochen shouted and the petals that filled the air flowed into the assassin's wound. The assassin's body immediately flew back 200 meters. In the next moment, a towering tree rose from the assassin's chest, pressing him down firmly. When Xiaochen made his move, the remaining assassin did not hesitate to stab him with his sword. Xiaochen had already used up all his trump cards. Furthermore, he had just finished his move. There was no way for him to dodge this attack. He could only tilt his body slightly, avoiding a vital point. Blood immediately spurted out of Xiaochen's chest. The wound was only 2 centimeters away from Xiaochen's heart. If it had been any closer, he would have died immediately. Intense pain spread out. At the critical moment of life and death, Xiaochen suddenly calmed down. Enduring the boundless pain, Xiaochen grasped his sword with his left hand. Blood flowed continuously from his palm as he prevented the other party from stabbing in. At the same time, the lunar shadow saber in his right hand stabbed at the assassin's chest. The other party did not dodge. A cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He held his sword with one hand and held it with both hands. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt a strong essence coming from the sword. As long as the essence flowed into his body through the sword, it would immediately crush his heart. This was because the wound was too close to his heart. Unexpectedly, the other party chose to die together with him. The assassins of the Flying Snow Manor were too decisive. Just as Xiaochen was about to despair, a gentle breeze blew. There was a flash of light and the assassin's head flew off. The surging essence on the sword was immediately severed. That person's headless body fell heavily to the ground. When Xiaochen saw the person who helped him kill the 2 heavily injured martial kings, his eyes were filled with surprise. The person who helped him was actually Murong, who did not get along with him. It was not a coincidence that Murong appeared here. After he found out that the tendon refining flower was taken away by Xiaochen, he had been following him from afar. When Murong saw Xiaochen slowly pull out the sword from his chest, he said indifferently, "Keep your life. I will personally come for it on the 15th. Xiaochen applied some ointment to his wound and bandaged it. Then, he watched Murong leave. His eyes were filled with doubt. What exactly is going on? What will happen on the 15th? Could it be that the thing that I have been feeling has something to do with him? At the foot of Lingyun mountain range, Xiaoqin verified his identity with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's guards. Then, he quickly rushed towards Qingyun Peak. Xiaoqin did not even have time to treat the wound on his chest. He only applied some ointment and bandaged it. Before he got far, he felt an intense pain in his chest. However, the uneasiness in his heart intensified. Xiaoqin was sure that something had happened to someone he cared about on Qingyun Peak. Yi Qin is back. Look, it really is Yi Qin. As he passed by the other peaks, a disciple recognized Xiaoqian's appearance and immediately exclaimed in astonishment. I heard that he killed the black tuna whale and the veteran expert, Yu Mingshan, at the Black Dragon River. Now, everyone in the Shihe province is talking about him. Indeed, he also fought Mu Qingxue to a draw in Shihe province. They were neck and neck. For him to be able to fight the famous Mu Qingxue to a draw, his name has spread throughout the Shihe province. However, such a big matter has happened on Qingyun Peak. Now, he has to face Murong Chong in advance. His life will be in danger in the match of life and death. I can only say that it is unfortunate. Murong Chong was already a superior grade martial saint a year ago. With his talent now, it would be easy for him to kill an inferior grade martial king. If Xiaoqin fought him, his chances of victory would be slim. The surrounding discussions entered Xiaoqian's ears. This caused his anxious expression to turn even more unsightly. Lu Riyue, please don't let anything happen to her. Xiaoqin endured the pain in his chest and rushed to Qingyun Peak. He did not think too much and immediately headed for Lu Riyue's room. Qingyun Peak was the same as before. There was a cool breeze and clear water. There were very few people, it was very quiet. Xiaoqin did not run into anyone along the way. When he arrived at Lu Riyue's courtyard, Xiaoqin resisted the thought of using his spiritual sense to check. He took a deep breath and slowly relaxed the tense expression on his face from the pain. Dong! 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 The sound of footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Xiaoqin quickly looked up and saw Lu Suifeng walking out with an anxious expression. Lu Suifeng raised his head and saw Xiaoqin in front of the courtyard. He immediately revealed a joyful expression and said, Xiaoqin, when did you return? Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, not long ago, I just arrived. Then, he asked probingly, Elder Sister Riyue, are you all right? When Lu Suifeng heard this, the smile on his face immediately vanished. He became anxious again. He sighed and said, don't go in first. Let's talk as we walk. My elder sister failed to break through to Martial King. Her meridians were severed and she became a cripple. Along the way, Lu Suifeng calmly said something that Xiaoqin did not dare believe. Although Xiaoqin had a premonition that something would happen to Lu Riyue, before he received any concrete news, he would always be optimistic. Her meridians were severed and she became a cripple. How could Lu Riyue accept such a result? Xiaoqin could understand Lu Riyue's feelings just by thinking about it. Xiaoqin quickly asked, what's going on? Her cultivation is already infinitely close to Martial King. Why did she forcefully break through? Couldn't she just let nature take its course? Breaking through from Martial Saint to Martial King was much more difficult than breaking through in the past. This was especially so for breaking through before the age of 25. The difficulty one would face would be several times that of a regular cultivator. This was because all the strong cultivators since ancient times had one thing in common. They all broke through to Martial King before the age of 25. On the other hand, if one could break through to Martial King before the age of 25, they would at least become a martial monarch. With Lu Riyue's talent, she was infinitely close to Martial King before the age of 24. It was certain that she would become a Martial King before the age of 25. If there was nothing special, there was no need to forcefully break through. The difference in danger between forcefully breaking through and succeeding naturally was like the difference between heaven and earth. Being infinitely close to Martial King did not mean that one would succeed if one forcefully broke through. The danger would not decrease at all. This was because before the time was right, the risk would not change. Lu Suifeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Do you remember when she came out of the subspace and suddenly went into closed-door cultivation? Xiao Chen nodded and said, of course I remember. That was when she started preparing to break through. Lu Suifeng nodded and said, not long after we left, Murong Chong mentioned the Peak Master Contention battle to the Elders' Assembly. My sis must have received the news in advance. She did not have absolute confidence in defeating Murong Chong, so she decided to take the risk and forcefully break through to Martial King. Keep your life, I will come and take it on the 15th. Xiao Chen thought of Murong Chong's words and asked, what is the Peak Master Contention battle? Tell me in detail. Lu Suifeng explained. The Peak Master Contention battle was a privilege given by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to the top 10 of the Wind Cloud list. They had a chance to challenge the Peak Master once in their lifetime. If they succeeded, they would become the Peak Master of that peak. Before the Peak Master Contention battle, both parties had to sign a life and death contract. For the sake of the Peak Master position, both parties could not hold back. Hence, once the battle started, life or death would be up to fate. This rule had existed since the establishment of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. In all of history, only 10 people had succeeded in challenging the Peak Master position. Chapter 291. This was because the Peak Master was at least a peak medial grade Martial King. Unless they were demonic geniuses, very few disciples could successfully challenge them. Only Lu Ryue was an exception. Due to her father's special circumstances, she inherited the position of Peak Master early. Lu Suifeng said, this is also why my elder sister cultivates so desperately. In the past few years, my elder sister received a total of 3 challenges and defeated them all. However, she did not expect Murong Chong to challenge her this time. Xiao Chen frowned and said, is Murong Chong very strong? With Lu Ryue's strength, could she not be a match for him? Lu Suifeng said sullenly, he is very strong. 3 years ago, when he left Qingyun Peak, he only lost to my elder sister by 1 move. 3 years later, my elder sister is no longer confident of winning. Xiao Chen said doubtfully, if elder sister Ryue is injured, doesn't that mean Murong Chong will win? Lu Suifeng glanced at Xiao Chen and said, no. According to tradition, when the master is injured, the disciple will replace him. So, the task of protecting Qingyun Peak will be handed to you. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. However, he was not surprised. He finally understood why those disciples had such a big reaction when they saw him. However, honestly speaking, Xiao Chen did not have much confidence against Murong Chong. When he executed the clear wind chop at the foot of the mountain, it was clear that he had improved. His comprehension of the state of wind had completely fooled Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen got up and said, never mind, let's not think about this. I'll go and check on elder sister Ryue first. There was no point in thinking too much. It was better to check on Lu Ryue's injuries first. Lu Suifeng stopped Xiao Chen and said, wait a while. She just fell asleep and has not eaten much in the past few days. Let her rest first. When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. He nodded silently. After Lu Suifeng left, Xiao Chen dealt with his injuries and started to meditate to recover to his peak. However, no matter what, he could not calm down. If this continued, he might end up in a state of berserking qi deviation. Xiao Chen felt helpless. He could only get up and stop cultivating, sitting alone in the courtyard. In the huge courtyard, Xiao Chen took out the tendon refining flower from the universe ring. There was a faint smile on his face. It seemed like everything was going according to the will of the heavens. When he was in the Devil Savannah, he had just obtained the tendon refining flower. However, before he could consume it, he received the news of Lu Rui's meridians being severed. However, the tendon refining flower could not heal the meridians. If the 9 major meridians in the human body were also broken, then even God Daluo would not be able to recover. Lu Suifeng had left in a hurry. He had not thought of this problem earlier. At this moment, Xiaoqin could not help but feel conflicted again. This was probably the reason why he could not calm down completely earlier. Chen, Xiaolong, Shen, Sun, were Lu Qin Sui a few words. Xiaoqin. Long, King, he Long Si of Lu, he Qin, Lu, Su, Qin, to say, he. What exactly is the reason? Xiaoqin looked at the distant red clouds in the sky, his face filled with confusion. Never mind, I'm not going to think about it. Xiaoqin shook his head and sighed. If I can't figure it out, I'll put it aside for now. I will understand it one day. He would not get an answer if he kept thinking about it. This was Xiaoqian's usual way of doing things. However, at this moment, he told himself not to think about it. His thoughts were in a mess. He could not calm down no matter what. Xiaoqian's usual determination and calmness were all useless at this moment. Xiaoqin just sat on the stone table as night slowly fell. Finally, Xiaoqin could no longer endure it. He pushed off the ground and leaped over the high wall, heading for Lu Rui's courtyard. Under the illumination of the bright moonlight, Xiaoqin soon arrived at Lu Rui's courtyard. He hesitated for a while before Xiaoqin pushed the door open and entered. Yi Qin. When did you come back? The moment Xiaoqin stepped into the courtyard, he saw Lu Rui wearing a white dress. She had a haggard expression as she sat at the table in the courtyard. When she saw Xiaoqin, she revealed a faint smile on her pale face. The moonlight shone on Lu Rui's graceful figure. Her white dress and pale face made Lu Rui's originally flirtatious temperament appear very weak. This was the first time Xiaoqin saw Lu Rui wearing a dress. In the past, every time he saw Lu Rui, she would be wearing female cultivator robes. Under her flirtatious appearance, she gave off a strong and decisive feeling. There was nothing that could defeat her. She was always filled with passion. The contrast was so great that Xiaoqin was not used to it. For a moment, he forgot his purpose in coming here and did not know how to respond. Lu Rui looked at Xiaoqin outside the door. Suddenly, her expression changed. She got up and walked over to Xiaoqin. Yi Qin, are you injured? Xiaoqin recovered his wits and quickly said, it's just a small injury, it's not a big deal. Lu Rui's expression sank. She said, don't lie to me. Although I no longer have my cultivation, I still have some eyesight. Let me take a look. Xiaoqin felt ashamed in his heart. He quickly stepped back and said, I'm really fine. Elder sister Rui, let me take a look at your injuries first. Lu Rui placed her hand on Xiaoqin's chest and felt the location of the wound. Her expression changed as she said, the wound is only 2 centimeters away from your heart. If it was any closer, you would have died. This is just a small injury. Who did this? Xiaoqin smiled faintly. Naturally, he could not tell Lu Rui the truth. He said, the bandits of the Devil Savannah. However, I have always been very lucky. I will not die so easily. Walking behind Lu Rui, Xiaoqin placed his right hand on her shoulder. Lu Rui's body trembled slightly, but she quickly calmed down. Xiaoqin's essence flowed into Lu Rui's body through his right hand. The essence circulated through Lu Rui's 9 major meridians before Xiaoqin let go. He heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Rui turned around and smiled faintly, I am now a cripple. In the future, I will not be able to guide you in martial techniques. Xiaoqin shook his head and took out the tendon refining flower from the universe ring. He said, that might not be the case. Look at this. Tendon refining flower. Lu Ryue said in astonishment, where did you get this? It had to be known that injuries to a cultivator's meridians were the most difficult to treat. Normally, when the meridians were damaged, they would need to be nurtured for a long time before they could be treated. As for Lu Ryue, aside from some peak-grade immortal herbs, normal medicinal pills for treating meridians would not have any effect on her. However, peak-grade immortal herbs could only be found and not sought. Hence, the only thing that could help her was this tendon refining flower. Although the tendon refining flower's rank was not high, it was extremely rare. It took a long time to mature as well. Even in some auctions, it was difficult to obtain. This was because the moment it appeared, it would be snatched up. Hence, Lu Ryue was very astonished at how Xiao Qin obtained it. Xiao Qin did not answer this question directly. He smiled gently and said, your 9 major meridians are not really injured. With this tendon refining flower, your meridians should be able to recover in a month. Furthermore, the toughness of your meridians will improve. Lu Ryue revealed a joyful expression when she received the tendon refining flower. However, she immediately turned sad. She said, I still cannot make it in time for Murong Chang's appointment in a month. In the end, I am still too late. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, you don't believe in my strength. When Lu Ryue heard this, she was slightly stunned. She remembered when she first met Xiao Qin. At that time, she could easily defeat him. However, in the short span of half a year, Xiao Qin's cultivation had risen from martial Grand Master to medial grade martial saint. His combat prowess was comparable to an inferior grade martial king. With such talent, he was no weaker than Murong Chong. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. The time he had to grow was too short. Furthermore, the battle between the two of them was not an ordinary exchange of pointers. It was a battle to the death. However, given Murong Chang's character, Lu Ryue was very clear that he would not leave a path of retreat for himself. Xiao Qin would be in great danger. Just recuperate in peace. No matter what, I will help you protect Qingyun Peak. This is because I am also a member of Qingyun Peak. I will take my leave first, Xiao Qin said with a serious expression. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, he turned and left. Just as he was about to step out of the courtyard, Lu Ryue said softly, Yi Qin, thank you. Xiao Qin paused for a while and smiled faintly. Then, he increased his speed and left this place. After returning to his courtyard, Xiao Qin sat cross-legged on his bed and immediately circulated his essence to treat his injuries. This time, his heart was as calm as still water, there were no ripples at all. His mind was clear as he slowly circulated his essence to treat the sword wound on his chest. Xiao Qin's physical body was very strong. After a few rounds of tempering and the assistance of the 7-leaf flower, his recovery ability had reached a considerable level. The wound did not pierce through his chest. As long as Xiao Qin had time to calm down, he would be able to recover in less than 24 hours. 2 days later, Xiao Qin's chest wound had completely recovered. During this period of time, Lu Suifeng came over once. He had brought a lot of superior quality healing medicine from Jade Maiden Peak. Xiao Qin did not know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Qin's injuries were actually not serious. He had nearly injured his heart. However, it was still a close call. Xiao Qin's vital areas were not severely injured. He only needed to use his essence to nourish himself for a period of time. There was no need for so much healing medicine. After not going out for 2 days, Xiao Qin got up and pushed open the door. The sunlight shone on his face as the fresh air assaulted his face. He immediately felt refreshed and relaxed. The 15th, there is still 1 more week to go. Murong Chong already knows most of my trump cards. However, I do not know much about Murong Chang's trump cards. I have to practice the 3 sure kill moves of the Wuxia saber technique and turn them into new trump cards. Otherwise, I will not have any chance of victory. I can also modify the rushing thunder roars. I can change it from a group attacking martial technique to a single target martial technique. I can also use it as a trump card. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he looked into the distance at the bright and beautiful sky. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen went over the walls of the courtyard and headed for the back mountain of Qingyun Peak. There were not many people in the entire Qingyun Peak. Thus, the vast back mountain was very quiet. It was very suitable for Xiao Chen's requirements. Arriving at an empty space, Xiao Chen practiced the first 3 moves of the Wuxia saber technique. Glittering Wuxia. The saber flashed 9 times in the air. Suddenly, 9 purple branches of the divine Wuxia tree appeared. The branches moved like lightning, moving chaotically in the air. They tore through space and left behind marks. Chapter 292. Xiao Chen withdrew his saber and stopped in satisfaction. He was close to great perfection in the 3 foundational moves. He could already send out 9 strands of dense saber qi at the same time. The quality of a martial saint's saber qi was much weaker than a martial king's. However, Xiao Chen had glittering Wuxia. The saber qi from the tree branch was no weaker than a martial king's saber qi. This made up for this gap. Furthermore, this move exhausted very little essence. It could be executed indefinitely until the essence was exhausted. It was no different from a saber qi. This way, in terms of the quality of the saber qi, Xiao Chen had an advantage over Murong Chong. Although it was not a big advantage, it increased his chances of victory. After practicing the 3 foundational moves, Xiao Chen started to practice the 3 killing moves: Wuxia shakes the heavens, Wuxia blossoms, and Wuxia supporting the heavens. Wuxia shakes the heavens was a separate move. As for Wuxia blossoms and Wuxia supporting the heavens, they had to be chained together in order to bring out their greatest might. After executing the 3 killing moves, Xiao Chen looked at the deep trenches on the ground and the purple electricity lingering in the air. He stopped and rested for a while. Wuxia breaks the heavens. Xiao Chen shouted and executed the 7th move according to the Wuxia saber technique's mental cultivation method. Immediately, an ancient divine tree slowly grew from its roots. However, before it finished growing, a saber light appeared on the saber, extending for 100 meters. Xiao Chen did not show much surprise on his face. He said softly, "I released it too early. The timing is not in sync with the circulation of essence." Again. Boom. He failed the 2nd time. Like before, the saber qi only extended for 100 meters before it fell. Its might was not even as strong as glittering Wuxia. 2nd time, failure. 3rd time, failure. 4th time, failure. Xiao Chen could no longer remember how many times he had failed. However, he did not feel discouraged. Every time he failed, he would summarize the reason for his failure and continue trying. The killing move of the Wuxia saber technique was already very ferocious. It could kill an inferior grade martial king. Xiao Chen believed that the killing move would be even more ferocious. A regular peak inferior grade martial king might not be able to withstand it. Thus, it was expected that it would be harder to practice. Fortunately, Xiao Chen was someone who could endure loneliness. The repeated failures did not make him feel frustrated. Hu Qi. The divine Wuxia tree above Xiao Chen's head had already grown to a near-perfect state. However, the light on the saber still lit up ahead of time, extending a 500-meter-long saber light. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Xiao Chen encouraged himself, "Not bad, just a little bit more and I'll succeed." Continue. After practicing for such a long time, Xiao Chen had gained some understanding of the mysteries of Wuxia breaks the heavens. This move focused on the mysterious phenomenon, the speed of the circulation of quintessential energy, and the timing of the release. The three had to be completed at the same time to be able to execute this move. The so-called mysterious phenomenon naturally referred to the divine Wuxia tree above him. The latter two were easy to understand, but they were the hardest to do. By now, Shaoqin had complete control over his phenomenon, and he could control the speed at which his quintessential qi circulated at will. The only thing he couldn't coordinate was the timing of the release. Unknowingly, the sky slowly darkened. Shaoqin was still practicing this move without any discouragement. Wuxia breaks the heavens. Shaoqin shouted, and the ancient divine Wuxia tree slowly formed. The instant the divine Wuxia tree completely formed, the lunar shadow saber in Shaoqin's hand suddenly lit up with a resplendent saber light in the dark night. The saber light quickly elongated. In a breath of time, it extended by 1,000 meters. At the end of the saber light was a mountain wall. There was a loud rumble and a bottomless cave appeared. Rocks fell down continuously. I finally succeeded, Shaoqin revealed a gratified smile. Hard work pays off, I finally grasped this move. Next, I have to try to infuse the state of thunder into it. Only by infusing the state into the saber technique would I be able to bring out the might of this martial technique. Dark clouds churned endlessly in the sky. Low and deep thunder rumbled continuously. Occasionally, tiny bolts of lightning would tear through the night sky, illuminating the ground. Shaoqin's expression was calm. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt and continuously gathered the state of thunder. The thunder in the sky grew louder and louder. It was like there was a huge army in the middle, galloping and roaring angrily. A boundless aura reverberated in the back mountains. A visible purple energy drifted in the air, giving off a zzz sound. Wuxia breaks the heavens. Shaoqin shouted, and the ancient divine Wuxia tree above his head grew rapidly. When the Wuxia tree was completely grown, Shaoqin's right hand, which was on the saber hilt, immediately swung. Wuxia. A resplendent pillar of light appeared on the snow-white saber blade. The endless thunder in the sky suddenly stopped. The silence lasted for less than half a second. Suddenly, thunder resounded. A horrifying purple bolt of lightning tore through the dark clouds in the sky, tearing apart the dark night sky. It was like a berserk roaring dragon descending from the sky. At this moment, Shaoqin's aura was raised to its peak. He was like a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard, revealing its sharpness and sweeping through the surroundings. Everywhere he looked, it was like a sharp saber tearing through the air. Rumble. Shaoqin's state and saber technique finally merged perfectly. The pillar of light on the saber quickly elongated. In the blink of an eye, the peak of the mountain 1,000 meters in front was struck by the pillar of light. The peak shattered and rocks fell from the sky. When the rocks came in contact with the pillar of light, they were immediately reduced to dust. The dust scattered with the wind and disappeared. Dang! Shaoqin sheathed his saber, and the thunderclouds in the sky immediately vanished. The rumbling of thunder stopped. The night turned quiet once again. Only the sound of rocks falling could be heard. Shaoqin revealed a joyful smile. He muttered, "In 2 days, I finally merged my state of thunder and Wuxia breaks the heavens. This move is sufficient to show disdain for martial saints. In terms of might, it is only a hair's breadth away from an inferior grade heaven-ranked martial technique." Shaoqin sat down cross-legged and took out a medial grade spirit stone. He quickly recovered his essence. After a while, the exhausted essence was completely replenished. However, the essence in the medial grade spirit stone had not been completely exhausted yet. Shaoqin took advantage of the situation and entered a state of cultivation. He infused the remaining energy in the medial grade spirit stone into the qi whirlpool in his dantian. When the spirit stone was completely exhausted, the qi whirlpool expanded slightly. The amount of essence it could contain increased again. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to get up. Instead, he continued circulating the purple thunder divine incantation. He infused the energy he just absorbed into his body, turning it into his own cultivation. After the purple thunder divine incantation completed a great cycle, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A purple light flashed in his pupils. Xiao Chen got up and looked at the distant horizon. A faint light appeared, dawn was approaching. He said, "After the sky brightens, there are only 5 days left. The Wuxia breaks the heavens has just merged with the state. That means there are only 4 days left. Of the 4 days, I will use 3 days to practice the 8th move of the Wuxia saber technique. I will use the remaining day to consolidate and modify the rushing thunder roars. That way, I will have 3 trump cards." After taking out some simple food from the universe ring and consuming it, Xiao Chen continued to familiarize himself with merging the Wuxia breaks the heavens with the state of thunder. The vast Lingyun mountain range rose and fell in all directions. It was unknown how many meters wide it was. There were many desolate mountain peaks. On an extremely secluded mountain peak. On an incomparably secluded mountain peak, this mountain was very desolate. It was barren and did not have any vegetation. Aside from rocks, there were only rocks. Murong Chong stood quietly at the summit of the mountain with his eyes closed. The mountain was 2,000 meters tall. A strong wind blew, causing Murong Chong's clothes to flutter and his hair to flutter. Xiao! Murong Chong suddenly opened his eyes. The light in the depths of his eyes was withdrawn, and his hair stopped fluttering. When the wind blew past him, it seemed like it passed through his body, merging with the wind. The state of wind has finally reached great perfection. My speed can also reach the speed of sound in advance. Given this, I have a 70% chance of dodging his move. Murong Chong said indifferently. Right after he spoke, his body flashed. He followed the direction of the wind and drifted down. He did not make any sound. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled 500 meters. Murong Chong's body flickered continuously as he headed for the foot of the mountain. The clouds in the sky started to churn. Under the clear sky, they moved continuously. The clouds in the sky seemed to be pulled by a strange force and started to collide with each other. As the clouds collided, thunder roared from the 9 heavens. Pu Ci. Murong Chong drew his saber ferociously, and a bolt of lightning shot down from the clouds. Before the lightning bolt landed, a strong gust of wind blew. With a shwa sound, the lightning merged with the strong wind. The formless wind instantly turned purple and formed a purple tornado. Lightning flickered in the wind, and thunder roared. Murong Chong's body rose from the ground. His figure was ethereal and formless in the air, like a cloud moving with the wind. The purple tornado behind him moved with his ethereal figure, moving up and down. Everywhere the tornado passed, countless tall rocks were crushed into dust by the purple tornado, filling the air with dust. As the wind blew, the dust flew everywhere, looking like yellow sand. Chasing clouds, chasing lightning. Murong Chong, who was moving erratically in the air, shouted, and the purple tornado changed. It turned into a purple flood dragon flickering with flowing light. Then, it moved in the direction of Murong Chong's saber light and charged. The flood dragon was incredibly fast, almost faster than the speed of sound. It was a flood dragon made of lightning, clouds, and strong wind. With a loud bang, he crashed into a mountain peak. The mountain peak immediately collapsed and was directly crushed into countless amounts of powder. Parting clouds, revealing the sky. Murong Chong shouted again and landed on the ground. His saber lit up with a resplendent light. In an instant, it stretched infinitely and rushed into the sky. The surging clouds were instantly scattered by the saber light, and the sun shone brightly, becoming even more intense. Rebuking the wind and clouds, Murong Chong roared ferociously. The cold saber light trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 293. A strong wind blew behind him, kicking up a boundless cloud of dust. The clouds churned in the sky, moving continuously for 18,000 meters. Immediately, the wind blew and the clouds churned. The sky changed color. Murong Chang's aura rushed to the 9 heavens. It was like he was the only king in the world. As he stood there, he was like a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard. He could even pierce through the sky with it. When Murong Chang swung his saber, a cold saber light lit up. In an instant, the wind stopped and the clouds stopped moving. Only the saber light remained resplendent. Murong Chang relaxed his wrist and the saber light immediately left the saber. It turned into a surging saber chi and charged towards the ground. A 10-meter wide and 30-meter deep gorge immediately appeared on the ground. The saber chi was like a pillar, flying for 5,000 meters before stopping. When one looked into the distance, one could not see the end of the 5-kilometer-long gorge. The remnant state of wind and cloud lingered in the gorge for a long time. Dust rose from the ground and danced chaotically in the wind. Dang! Murong Chang sheathed his saber and stood upright. He looked at the boundless dust in front and the horrifying gorge below. There was no expression on his stern face. He said indifferently, "Lu Ryue will definitely tell Yi Qin about the 9 secret techniques of Qingyun Peak. I cannot use them as my true trump cards. Only the great perfection state of cloud and the self-created 3 styles of wind and cloud can be my true trump cards. Now that the state of wind has reached great perfection as well, the wind and cloud perfectly merged. No one under Martial King will be a match for me." The sun rose and set, the clouds gathered and dispersed. 5 days passed just like that. The 8th move of the Wuxia saber technique was harder to learn than Xiao Qin had expected. He spent 3.5 days before he completely learned this move. Then, he merged it with the state of thunder. On the other hand, the adjustments to the rushing thunder roars were easier. Xiao Qin was already very familiar with this move when he was in the Devil Savannah. Now, he only changed the original group attack martial technique into a single target attack. There were not many changes to it. To Xiao Qin, who had consumed the flowing light flower, it was not difficult. Looking at the setting sun, Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and began his journey back to the mountain. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, and his figure flickered, turning into a beam of purple light as he flew away. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Xiao Qin returned to his own courtyard. He discovered that Lu Ryue, and Bai, who had been playing outside for the past few days, were waiting for him. Xiao Qin leaped into the air and landed firmly on the ground. He smiled faintly and said, "Why are you all here?" Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "With the great battle ahead, I will give you some encouragement. I will take my leave first. My sister will tell you some information about Murong Chang. I hope it will be of some help to you." After consuming the tendon refining flower, Lu Ryue's complexion was much redder than before. She no longer looked as weak as before. She wore the tight robes of a cultivator once again. After Lu Suifeng left, Lu Ryue got up and looked at Xiao Qin carefully. She discovered that his aura was much more vigorous than it was 5 days ago. His strength had improved greatly. "Come with me to the dueling grounds," Lu Ryue said softly as her red lips parted. Xiao Qin nodded and followed Lu Ryue to the dueling grounds. The two of them stood facing each other in the dueling grounds, separated by 5 meters. Lu Ryue said, "Before Murong Chang left Qingyun Peak, he was only slightly weaker than me. Now that 3 years have passed, his strength will only become more horrifying. I will tell you everything I know." Firstly, he learned 4 of the 9 secret techniques of Qingyun Peak. They are the profound wind chop, the peerless lunar shadow, the clear wind chop, and the flickering light passing shadow. You should be more familiar with the profound wind chop and the clear wind chop. I will demonstrate the peerless lunar shadow and the flickering light passing shadow for you. Xiaochen quickly said, Elder Sister Ryue, just explain it to me. My meridians have just recovered, it is best not to use essence. Lu Ryue revealed a smile on her flirtatious face, it's fine, I know my limits. Watch carefully first. This is the peerless lunar shadow. Ka Xie. Lu Ryue immediately drew her saber and sent out a cold saber light. Two crescent moon-shaped scarlet saber chi appeared on the tip of the saber. Following Lu Ryue's actions, the two crescent moons merged together and formed a full moon behind her. The dueling grounds suddenly turned pitch black. The scarlet full moon slowly rose up, illuminating the dark space with a scarlet light. Lu Ryue's body flew up together with the full moon. Under the illumination of the scarlet light, Lu Ryue's body was scarlet, she looked very bewitching and beautiful. The tip of the saber was pointed at Xiaochen. The aura in this space seemed to have gathered at that point. Xiaochen frowned slightly. He felt an indescribable pressure in his heart. The qi and blood in his body became restless uncontrollably, he felt an indescribable irritation. What a powerful martial technique. It can actually break my heart. Xiaochen was secretly startled. He quickly calmed himself down and guarded his dantian. Only then did the uncomfortable feeling slowly disappear. Dang! Lu Ryue sheathed her saber and the mysterious phenomenon disappeared. Her body slowly fell to the ground. When she landed, she staggered and nearly fell over. Xiaochen was startled and quickly went over to support Lu Ryue. When he saw Lu Ryue's face turn pale again, he said, "Don't risk your life. Elder Sister Ryue, just explain it to me. There is no need to demonstrate it." Lu Ryue revealed a bitter smile on her pale face. She struggled to stand up from Xiaochen's grasp. It looks like I am forcing myself. Let me explain it to you in detail. Peerless lunar shadow is a mysterious phenomenon created by using one's own killing qi. This martial technique is derived from the divine saber camp's blood shadow chop. The stronger a person's killing qi, the stronger the might of this martial technique. When you face this move, your heart cannot become chaotic. Otherwise, when the killing qi enters your body, you will not even have the chance to draw your saber. Xiaochen nodded, I understand. I felt it earlier. However, my character has always been tenacious. My heart will not become chaotic so easily. Seeing Xiaochen being careless, Lu Ryue revealed a serious expression on her pale face. She said, "You cannot be careless." Back then, for the sake of practicing this move to great perfection, Murong Chong personally killed 50 groups of bandits in the Devil Savannah. If not 10,000 bandits died at his hands, there were at least 8,000. His killing qi is extremely horrifying. When Xiaochen heard this, he was slightly startled. He did not expect Murong Chong to be so cold-blooded. For the sake of a martial technique, he dyed himself with the blood of tens of thousands of people. However, Xiaochen remembered that when he saw Murong Chong, he did not feel any signs of killing qi leaking out. If what Lu Ryue said was true, then it could only mean that Murong Chong had already reached a level where he could release and withdraw his killing qi as he pleased. In order to hide so much killing qi, aside from strength, there was an even harsher requirement on one's temperament. What kind of person was this Murong Chong? He had a horrifying talent for cultivation, a cold-blooded and decisive personality, and an incomparably tenacious willpower. It was hard to find a weakness in such a person. Lu Ryue continued, however, you don't have to mind it too much. If you are unable to defeat him in terms of killing qi, you can use this move to destroy the mysterious phenomenon in advance. You can destroy it before the two crescent moons meet. Xiaochen thought, this is a method. However, this move has to be fast enough for me to not be able to react in time. Thank you, elder sister Ryue, Xiao Chen said seriously. Lu Ryue smiled faintly and continued, the remaining move is flickering light passing shadow. I do not know this move as well. I only know that it is a cloning martial technique infused with the state of light. It can condense countless clones, making it hard to distinguish the real from the fake in the sky filled with light and shadows. However, Murong Chang's main cultivation is the state of wind. He should not spend too much time practicing this move. You just need to know about it. After that, Lu Ryue explained Murong Chang's other strengths to Xiao Qin in detail. The worry in her eyes did not disappear for even a moment. Remember, at the crucial moment, do not risk your life. Your life is always the most important. To me, even if I manage to keep this Qingyun peak, it would be a great regret if you are not around. So, you must promise me, just admit defeat if you cannot defeat him. Just as Xiao Qin was about to leave, Lu Ryue spoke to him in a serious tone. When Xiao Qin agreed, Lu Ryue revealed a satisfied smile and left the dueling grounds. Early the next morning, the breaking sun shone through the window into Xiao Qian's bedroom. Feeling the piercing gaze, Xiao Qin immediately woke up from his sleep. With a huge battle looming over him, he did not cultivate. Instead, he took a good nap, resting his body and mind. After washing up, Xiao Qin felt energized. His entire body, both inside and out, was in peak condition. Lu Ryue and Lu Suifeng were already waiting outside the courtyard. After asking around, Xiao Qin found out that the Peak Master contest would not be held on the Heaven Viewing platform, which he was very familiar with. Instead, it would be held on the Heaven Ascending platform, which he had been to once before. Lu Ryue waved her hand at the sky. A huge heavenly wind eagle circled in the air before landing in front of everyone with a strong gust of wind. After the three of them jumped onto the heavenly wind eagle, the person riding the heavenly wind eagle shouted. The heavenly wind eagle immediately soared into the sky with a berserk wind. Normally, aside from major events, there would not be a single person on the heaven ascending platform of the Lingyun mountain range. However, there was an endless stream of people going up the mountain. It was very lively. There was a huge dueling ground on the platform. Spectator seats surrounded it. In the middle, there was a huge arena that was 2,000 meters long and 100 meters wide. There was no need to wonder why the arena was so big. It was because every Peak Master contest involved battles between martial kings. For a battle of this level, a regular arena would not be enough for them to display their full potential. Murong Chong stood expressionlessly in a corner of the arena with his eyes closed. The spectator seats were filled with people. Furthermore, there were many cultivators rushing over in this direction. It is the Peak Master contest again. I did not expect Murong Chong to attack Qingyun Peak. Unfortunately, Lu Ryue is injured. Qingyun Peak will not be able to hold on this time. That might not be the case. Yi Qin is now a super genius who can defeat the experts of the older generation. In terms of talent, he is definitely not weaker than Murong Chong. His chances of victory should be 50-50. Chapter 294. Haha, you are too naive. Murong Chong was already a peak superior grade martial saint long ago. It is not like there were no experts of the older generation that died at his hands. The two of them might have the same talent, but in terms of cultivation, Xiao Qin is weaker. He does not have much of a chance of victory against Murong Chong. I think so too. Murong Chong's strength has always been very stable. Furthermore, he has practiced all of Qingyun Peak's secret techniques to great perfection. The cultivation techniques and martial techniques he practices are all at the peak of his generation. Furthermore, he has a flawless character. It is hard to imagine that he would lose to Yi Qin. However, why is Yi Qin not here yet? I heard that Mu Qingxue fell last night and has not left the arena since then. Before the fight started, the crowd had already started discussing the two fervently. Although the results were mostly in favor of Murongchong, they were certain of Xiao Chen's strength. They felt that Murongchong would not win easily. This would never have happened in the past. However, the series of events proved that Xiao Chen's strength was not just for show. It was real and not an exaggeration. Murongchong, who was in the arena, did not care about the discussions around him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and saw a heavenly winged eagle flying towards him. He said indifferently, "He is finally here." When Xiao Chen saw Murongchong waiting for him in the arena, he calmed himself and leaped off the heavenly winged eagle. He landed firmly in the arena. Lu Ryue watched the two people about to fight. Her heart was filled with complicated emotions. She muttered softly, "I hope nothing happens to them." Seeing Xiao Chen land, an old man who was a medial grade martial king immediately walked over. He would be the referee for this fight. At the same time, he was also a member of the Elders' Assembly. The old man waved his hand and the two of them moved back 100 meters. Then, he said indifferently, "There is no such thing as leniency in the fight for the peak master position. However, I will only say one thing. We are all from the same sect. If one side admits defeat, please stop. Cut the crap. Let the fight begin. The victor will decide who Qingyun Peak belongs to." After the old man finished speaking, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes and quickly retreated. Murongchong and Xiao Chen were separated by 200 meters. They looked at each other and placed their right hands on their saber hilts. Their auras gathered continuously. At this moment, the originally noisy spectator stands were completely silent. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the two people in the arena. Hu Qi. A red light flashed in Murongchong's eyes. The killing chi that he had been suppressing followed this gaze and shot towards Xiao Chen. The murderous aura was almost tangible, rippling like water in the air, compressing and enveloping a 1-meter radius around Xiao Chen. Instantly, countless miserable cries rang out in Xiao Chen's ears. Horrifying images appeared before his eyes. These were the resentment left behind by the people Murongchong killed. Indeed, he can withdraw and release his killing chi as he pleases. No, it is even more profound than that. He is able to surround me with his killing chi and not disperse it. Such a method is already a high-level technique for controlling killing chi. Xiao Chen was mildly astonished as he thought to himself. However, his expression remained calm. There were no fluctuations in his emotions. Focusing and guarding his chi, Xiao Chen's heart was incomparably calm. A clear glow appeared in his calm eyes. His strong spiritual sense protected his heart, not being affected by the killing chi. He allowed the strong killing chi to reverberate around him. Xiao Chen's gaze remained incomparably clear, guarding his heart. Slowly, those illusions broke by themselves and disappeared. Murongchong's grave and stern face did not show any expression. When he saw that the killing chi was useless, he decisively withdrew it. Hoo. In the arena, a strong wind suddenly blew behind Murongchong, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Occasionally, there were angry roars coming from the wind. Thunderclouds gathered above Xiao Chen's head, churning continuously. Muffled thunder resounded continuously. The auras that the two had been accumulating for a long time finally erupted. They started to compete in states. The berserk state of wind against the surging state of thunder. Immediately, the wind blew and the clouds churned, the sky changed color. The sun in the sky was covered by the dark clouds, completely losing its light. The arena turned dark. Furthermore, the strong wind kicked up a cloud of dust. Aside from a few cultivators with good eyesight, most of the spectators could not see the situation in the arena clearly. How powerful! Before the duel officially started, the competition of states is already so horrifying. No wonder they can fight across cultivation realms and kill inferior grade martial kings. The people in the spectator stands were astonished. Dang! In that instant, two resplendent saber lights lit up in the boundless strong wind. The sharp saber lights immediately scattered the dust on the arena. The two of them drew their sabers at the same time and sent out a strand of saber chi each. When the saber chi clashed in the air, it created a surging shockwave that spread out. Murong Chong was somewhat astonished to discover that the density of his saber chi was not as strong as Xiao Chen's. After the purple saber chi shattered his saber chi, it weakened significantly. However, it still quickly flew towards Murong Chong. Murong Chong pushed off the ground and silently leaped forward. He swung his saber and easily shattered the weakened purple saber chi. Then, he rushed at Xiao Chen without slowing down. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He shouted and charged forward as well. Dang! 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 The sounds of weapons clashing resounded in the arena. Instantly, the sound of wind, thunder, and the clanging of weapons merged together and reverberated in the arena. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged dozens of moves. They countered each other's moves, not giving way to each other. After a while, they shouted and retreated 100 meters. The strong wind scattered and the dust settled. The situation of the arena returned to the crowd's eyes. The gazes of the two were like sabers clashing intensely in the air. Xiao Chen held his saber tightly in his right hand. He maintained a high level of vigilance. This was because the earlier exchanges were just probing moves. Next, they would be fighting for real. Murong Chong revealed a faint smile on his stern face. He said, "After not seeing you for a month, your strength has indeed improved beyond my expectations. You are now qualified to challenge me. However, that is only the right to challenge me." Qingyun Peak's secret technique, Peerless Lunar Shadow. Murong Chong shouted ferociously and the saber in his hand danced around. Two scarlet saber chi of the crescent moon moved in two beautiful arcs in the air as they flew at Xiao Qin. The saber chi contained a boundless killing chi. Everywhere it passed, scarlet ribbons appeared. They looked very beautiful, as if they were blood. Glittering Wuxia. Knowing how powerful the peerless lunar shadow was, Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He brandished the snow-white lunar shadow 9 times in the air, bringing out the glittering Wuxia to its limits. The 9 divine Wuxia tree branches turned into dense saber chi. They were like spears stabbing at the scarlet saber chi in the air. Murong Chong smiled faintly and shook the saber in his wrist. The two scarlet crescent moons paused in the air for a moment. Then, they strangely moved in a semicircle. The point where the crescent moons intersected was where Xiao Qin stood. With such a sudden change, he dodged the 9 purple saber chi that Xiao Qin sent out. Windwalk shoes, activate. Retreat. The speed of the crescent moons instantly reached the speed of sound. Murong Chong had actually infused the state of wind into them. Xiao Qin did not dare to be careless. He activated the windwalk shoes and circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His body turned into a purple arrow as he retreated. Bang! The instant Xiao Qin retreated, the 2 crescent moons merged together and formed a scarlet full moon on the ground. A horrifying red shockwave spread out in all directions. When the shockwave radiated outwards, a mud wall rose up from the ground. Even though Xiao Qin had already avoided it, the speed and might of the shockwave from the scarlet moon still surpassed his expectations. The surging shockwave struck Xiao Chen's body and pushed him back a few hundred meters. The killing chi contained in the shockwave roared in his mind continuously. Xiao Chen's chi and blood surged, and resentment filled his mind. All the blood in his body surged uncontrollably. An irresistible frustration and a desire to massacre rose in his heart. Damn it! Xiao Chen no longer cared about his pride. He circulated his essence and gathered the surging chi in blood. Then, he opened his mouth and spat it out. The surging qi and blood and the boundless killing qi all vanished. Up in the spectator stands, Lu Ryue frowned tightly. Worry was written all over her charming face. She did not expect Xiao Qin to suffer a small loss at the start of the fight. Murong Chang's comprehension of the peerless lunar shadow had already reached the peak of consummation. When he infused it with the berserk state of wind, he pushed the might of this move to a horrifying limit. Who? Murong Chang's body slowly flew up into the sky. The two crescent moon-shaped saber qi on the ground separated and flew back behind him. The crescent moons merged together and formed a true blood moon. A pitch-black night descended, blocking out all the sunlight. It also covered up the dark clouds that Xiao Chen's state of thunder brought, leaving not a trace behind. Xiao Chen's connection to the state of thunder was completely severed. Xiao Chen was greatly astonished. He tried a few times but discovered that he could not connect to his state of thunder. Under the cover of the night, he had completely severed his connection to the outside world. This is the effect of a consummation mysterious phenomenon. It can form something like a barrier. Xiao Chen's state of thunder has been cut off. I did not expect Murong Chong to have comprehended his mysterious phenomenon to consummation. This is something that several martial kings are unable to do. Indeed, the mysterious phenomenon has little to do with cultivation. It relies entirely on one's talent and comprehension ability. After losing the state of thunder, Xiao Chen's situation is worrying. The knowledgeable people in the spectator stands all sighed. Murong Chong comprehended the mysterious phenomenon of consummation. Such a martial king could be said to be an unrivaled existence. Fighting against those of a higher cultivation realm, killing a regular inferior grade martial king would be as easy as killing a dog. Lu Ryue's heart was in her mouth. Murong Chong was much stronger than she had imagined. Even she would have a headache dealing with this move. When Xiao Chen saw the scarlet full moon rising higher and Murong Chong, who was illuminated by the scarlet light of the full moon, his heart slowly calmed down. Chapter 295. If he had thought of a way to break the two scarlet saber qi earlier, he would not be in such a situation. Unfortunately, he was not decisive enough at that time. He did not want to exhaust too much essence in one go. Xiao Chen blamed himself in his heart. However, this was not the time for regrets. He was far from the final step. His confidence could not be shaken. Since he could not use the state of thunder, the might of the Wuxia saber technique would be significantly reduced. If he could not use it to break this situation, then there was no need to mention the Lingyun saber technique. He could only think of another way. I got it. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of a way to break this situation. Since he could not use his state, then he would use his strongest mysterious phenomenon to clash with it. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's frown slowly relaxed. He shouted and the snow-white lunar shadow saber in his hand suddenly gave off a glass-like glow. Flight on wings, moon bright like fire. A golden full moon slowly rose up behind Xiao Chen, matching the scarlet moon in the sky. The faint golden moonlight sprinkled down a gentle light that shone on the ground, forming a sharp contrast with the bright and glistening blood moon. What's going on? A full moon appeared behind Xiao Chen as well, someone in the spectator stands exclaimed. What is he trying to do? His mysterious phenomenon has clearly not reached consummation. If he uses it to clash with Murong Chong, he will definitely be at a disadvantage, Lu Suifeng said anxiously. Looking at the rising full moon, Lu Ryue suddenly understood Xiao Chen's intentions. The worry on her face lessened. At least this peerless lunar shadow would not pose a fatal threat to Xiao Chen. The golden full moon was as bright as fire in the sky. A resolute expression flashed on Xiao Chen's face. He shouted and the full moon headed straight for Murong Chong. What is he trying to do? Clashing with his mysterious phenomenon. This is too crazy. Doing this will harm the enemy and himself. In such a situation, there is actually no other choice. What Yi Chen is doing is the only way to break Murong Chang's mysterious phenomenon. When the people below saw Xiao Qin controlling the bright moon and sending it crashing into the full moon behind Murong Chang, they were all astonished. Murong Chang's face, which had been calm all this while, also revealed faint shock. Then, he smiled coldly and said, "Since you want to fight, I will fulfill your wish." Xiao Qin shouted, and the scarlet full moon gave off a resplendent red light. It carried a boundless killing qi as it flew towards the golden moon controlled by Xiao Qin without hesitation. The golden yellow and blood-red moon streaked across the sky, causing ripples to appear in space wherever they passed, as if they were about to shatter. Bang! The two moons clashed violently in the sky, creating a loud explosion. The entire arena on the heaven ascending platform started to shake. The spectators, who were sitting far away, also started to shake. The ground kept shaking, as if it was going to split open. It made people feel fear for no reason. Too strong. This is comparable to a battle between martial kings, a disciple in the distance said. Xiao. The two full moons shattered at the same time. The pitch-black space immediately shattered into pieces. The sunlight that had not shone for a long time impatiently shone down from the sky. At first, there was only one strand. Then, there were 2 strands, 3 strands. Suddenly, the light spread out rapidly. The sky above the arena turned bright once more. The complexions of Xiao Qin and Murong Chang were somewhat pale. This was a clash of mysterious phenomena that were of equal strength. This was a significant blow to both sides. However, Murong Chang was in a slightly better state than Xiao Qin. Although his mysterious phenomenon was of equal strength to Xiao Qin's, it had already reached consummation, after all. It was still slightly stronger. After resting for a moment, Murong Chang shouted and raised his saber. Then, he turned into a cool breeze and charged over again. However, there was no killing qi on his body, not even a trace of killing intent. Finally, his figure strangely vanished from everyone's sight. Was it the clear wind chop again? Xiao Qin wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and revealed a cold smile. Murong Chang had not practiced the clear wind chop to consummation. He had only perfectly merged the great perfection clear wind chop with the state of wind. That was how he managed to achieve such an effect. This move was Murong Chang's signature move. This was the first time Xiao Qin had encountered it. Even so, he was at a loss as to what to do. However, after Xiao Qin perfectly merged the state of thunder with the saber technique, he no longer had a headache dealing with this move. Wuxia transforms to qi. Xiao Qin shouted and an ancient divine tree appeared from nowhere. It turned into strands of purple saber qi dancing around in the air. Rumble. The thunderclouds above Xiao Qin's head gathered again, churning continuously. The state of thunder and saber technique merged perfectly. As Xiao Qin made his move, thunder roared in the sky. Murong Chang, who was hidden in the cool breeze, frowned when he saw the purple saber qi filling the sky. These saber qi infused with the state of thunder could already injure Murong Chang, who was hidden in the wind. With such a large area, he would not be able to approach safely. Xiao Qin extended out his spiritual sense and scanned the area continuously. Finally, he felt an unusual fluctuation in the direction of 8 o'clock. Qi breaks Wuxia. Without any hesitation, the instant Xiao Qin discovered that blurry figure, he immediately executed the third move of the Wuxia saber technique. Thunder roared in the sky. The countless strands of purple saber qi in the air merged into an incomparably resplendent saber qi the instant the thunder roared. Then, it flew towards the place where Xiao Qin sensed it. The instant the thunder roared, Murong Chang felt a trace of danger. However, just as he was about to make a move, he discovered that the resplendent saber qi was already before him as the thunder roared. The speed of that saber chi actually surpassed the speed of sound in that instant. Regardless of whether he moved to the left or right, he would not be able to dodge it. Flickering light passing shadow. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Murong Chang's figure suddenly appeared. A bright light exploded in Xiao Chen's vision. The light was so dazzling that it hurt his eyes. Oh no, it's flickering light passing shadow. Quickly close your eyes. Under the illumination of this dazzling light, some of the cultivators in the spectator stands who were stunned by the sudden appearance of this light felt a stinging pain in their eyes. They were temporarily blinded. Instantly, there were many miserable cries. Some of the smarter cultivators had already closed their eyes and dodged this calamity. Wuxia. The resplendent saber chi formed by the chi breaks Wuxia crashed into the light with a loud boom. The light scattered. Murong Chang's figure split into 9. Each of his figures flickered with a white light. The white light merged together, dazzling everyone's eyes. It was hard to tell which was the real one. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, clear wind chop. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes and his figure wavered. He turned into 9 cool breezes. Each breeze carried a figure as they charged at Murong Chang's figure. Dang! 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 A chaotic battle immediately broke out in the arena. 18 figures fought in this manner on the arena. The sounds of sabers clashing mixed with the light and shadows. It was too much for the spectators to keep up, making them feel dizzy. Logically speaking, Xiao Chen's martial technique, which merged the roaming dragon's 9 transformations and the clear wind chop, should be stronger than Murong Chang's flickering light passing shadow. Unfortunately, Murong Chang was very familiar with the clear wind chop. The hidden killing intent was ineffective against him. Furthermore, this was the first time Xiao Chen came into contact with the flickering light passing shadow. Under the situation where his vision was affected, he was at a disadvantage. I can't go on like this. I have to use a killing move, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Wuxia blossoms. Xiao Chen shouted and suddenly, a purple light flowed out from the feet of the 9 figures. 9 flower buds appeared on the ground and wrapped around Xiao Chen's figure. When Murong Chang's saber struck the flower buds, it did not cause any ripples. It could not stop the flower buds from growing. Flickering light passing shadow, 9 figures combined chop. With a hula sound, the 9 figures that Murong Chang had turned into merged together, flickering with layers of white light. They turned into a beam of light and rushed forward. In the instant Murong Chang's 9 figures merged, the 9 flower buds on the ground also merged together. Boom! The instant the flower buds merged, they suddenly bloomed. Purple petals filled the air. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and passed through the petals, rushing towards Murong Chang, who had turned into a beam of light. Beams of purple light landed on Xiao Chen's body from the petals, instantly increasing his speed to Mach 2. The purple figure and the white figure both tore through the air, leaving behind long shockwaves. They instantly crossed each other among the petals. Wuxia. In the instant they crossed each other, the 2 of them each sent out a saber strike at lightning speed. After that, their figures continued rushing forward. After Murong Chang stabilized himself, he looked at the blood spurting out of his chest. There was a look of disbelief on his stern face. How can he be faster than me? In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen's saber had stabbed into his chest. However, the tip of his saber had only pierced the afterimage that Xiao Chen left behind. The petals that filled the air quickly poured into the wound on Murong Chang's chest. Dang! 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 Murong Chang brought out his state of wind to its limits. Saber lights flickered and chopped the petals flying at him into nothing. Only less than 10 petals flew in. Xiao Chen frowned. Only 10 petals flew in. Given this, the might of Wuxia supporting the heavens would be significantly weakened. The tree supporting the heavens would not be able to grow. However, the arrow had to be fired. If Xiaochen hesitated and Murongchong forced out these 9 petals, everything would be for naught. Xiaochen shouted, "Wukuei supporting the heavens, explode." The churning thunderclouds above immediately gave off a loud sound. The instant the thunder roared, an explosion came from Murongchong's chest. The wound on Murongchong's chest suddenly exploded. His body was flung to the ground by the shockwave. How can this be? Murongchong was actually blasted away. From the start of the duel until now, not only did Xiaochen, who was not favored by the crowd, not crumble, he had also persisted for a long time. Xiaochen had persisted for such a long time and did not fall into too much of a disadvantage. Now, he even blasted Murongchong into the air. This was too unexpected. Wukuei shakes the heavens. Xiaochen's aura flourished. Taking advantage of Murongchong's weakened momentum, he leaped into the air and executed the other killing move of the Wukuei saber technique. The divine Wukuei tree descended from the air. It was like a mountain pressing down on Murongchong, who was on the ground. However, just at this moment, layers of white clouds appeared in the sky. They occupied half the sky, reducing the thunderclouds formed by Xiaochen's state of thunder by half. Chapter 296. The state of thunder contained in the Wukuei shakes the heavens immediately weakened, its might weakened significantly. When Murongchong, who was on the ground, saw the Wukuei tree and Xiaochen descend from the sky, he revealed a cold and emotionless smile. Xiaochen was startled. He thought to himself, "Oh no." Murongchong actually cultivated 2 states, wind and cloud merging, the clouds borrowing the might of the wind. Xiaochen's state of thunder was completely suppressed. Murongchong slowly stood up from the ground. A purple bolt of lightning appeared above the clouds, tearing through the dark arena. Hoo! A gust of wind suddenly rose, and with a swoosh, the lightning fused with it, forming a terrifying purple tornado. Murongchong pointed his saber and the purple tornado immediately headed for Xiaochen and the divine Wukuei tree. Bang! 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 The berserk purple tornado merged the energy of wind and lightning. It had the attribute of lightning and the berserk of wind. Its might was equal to a superior grade earth-ranked martial technique. When the tornado struck the Wukuei tree, the 2 martial techniques that contained electricity radiated horrifying electricity. Silver snakes danced in the air, and the air was filled with electricity the size of small snakes. Murongchong struck the Wukuei tree a total of 5 times. Every time he struck, there would be a loud crackling sound. The color of Xiaochen's divine Wukuei tree dimmed significantly. After the 5th strike, the divine Wukuei tree that Xiaochen materialized completely disappeared. Without the obstruction of the Wukuei tree, the horrifying purple tornado headed for Xiaochen with a berserk aura. Retreat! With the state of thunder suppressed, Xiaochen did not dare to clash head-on. He could only dodge first and activate the windwalk shoes. His speed reached the speed of sound as he retreated. Hoo-chi! Murongchong's figure suddenly appeared beside the purple tornado. He moved erratically, he had the berserk nature of the wind and the ethereal nature of the clouds. When the 2 were combined, it was hard to catch him. Dang! A saber light hacked at Xiaochen from a strange angle. Xiaochen swung his saber to block. A berserk energy came from above and immediately shattered the state of thunder contained in the saber technique. Retreat again. Using this energy, Xiaochen retreated again. His right hand, which held his saber, felt numb, he nearly lost his grip on his saber. As Xiaochen retreated continuously, the thunderclouds in the sky were suppressed by his opponent's state of wind and cloud. Murongchong's aura flourished, turning the situation around in an instant. Give up. Although your state of thunder is pure, it has no chance against my state of wind. Murong Chang's voice rang out in the air, following Murong Chang's erratic figure. It came from all directions, making it hard to tell where it came from. His voice lingered in the wind for a long time. Murong Chang is indeed Murong Chang. He actually hit himself so deeply. Aside from the great perfection state of wind, he also has the great perfection state of cloud. Most importantly, he merged them so perfectly. He truly lives up to his reputation as the top ranker of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's wind cloud list. Yi Chen state of thunder state. Yi Chen state thunder state. Is. Yi has Qin. Qin Chen's heaven. Has. Looks like Murong Chang's undefeatable legend will continue for a while. Among the younger generation, at least in the Shihe province, there is no one who can defeat him. In the entire Great Qin nation, he can be ranked in the top 3. The situation was clear. Murong Chang, who had executed his state of cloud, had completely turned the situation around. The advantage that Xiao Qin had just gained was gone. He could only passively be suppressed. Everyone believed that when Xiao Chen's state of thunder was compressed to the point where it completely disappeared, it would be the moment of his defeat. A desolate expression flashed on Lu Rui's face. She was no longer worried about whether Xiao Qin could protect Qingyun Peak or not. She only hoped that he could survive. Furthermore, she did not want him to lose the sharpness of a cultivator, especially the sharpness of a bladesman. This was what she was most worried about. Even in such a situation, Xiao Chen's heart was still very calm. It was like there was a strange feeling in his heart. The surrounding discussions and Murong Chang's words did not affect him at all. Xiao Chen's mind was very clear. He continued to think of a way to break out of this situation. The reason why he was in such a passive state was undoubtedly because his state was suppressed. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Although he knew that states were important, he did not expect them to be this important. Without the support of a strong state, the Wuxia shakes the heavens could not even compare to his opponent's purple tornado. At this moment, even if Xiao Qin executed the sure-kill martial technique of the Wuxia saber technique, it would be hard for him to achieve the might he expected. Without the support of a state, it would be hard for him to advance. In the past 7 days, Xiao Qin had put the cart before the horse. He should not have spent too much time practicing new martial techniques. Instead, he should have strengthened his own state. Xiao Chen's state was not strong by itself. However, because he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, his state was much purer than a regular cultivator's. His peak small perfection state could suppress his opponent's great perfection state. From the start of the duel, Xiao Qin was able to hold his own against Murong Chang, whose cultivation was much higher than his. This was mainly because of this. However, it was not too late to realize this. Even if he lost today, he had already gained a lot. His future would be much clearer. Bang! Bang! While Xiao Qin was thinking, his hands did not stop moving. He extended his spiritual sense and did his best to capture the erratic Murong Chang's figure, blocking all the saber techniques he sent at him. In the sky, Xiao Chen's state of thunder had already been pushed to the final step. Only a patch of thunderclouds remained bitterly holding on. The surroundings were filled with churning white clouds infused with the state of wind. The white clouds churned boundlessly, raising Murong Chang's aura to its peak. Murong Chang looked at Xiao Qin, who had already retreated to a corner. He said indifferently, "Let's end this." 3 moves of wind and cloud, chasing clouds and chasing lightning. Murong Chang roared ferociously. The horrifying purple tornado turned into a flood dragon about 100 meters long. The dense dragon scales on the body of the flood dragon were clearly visible. It was like a real flood dragon. White clouds floated around the flood dragon. With a schwa sound, it emerged from the clouds. It opened its mouth and spat out a strand of azure smoke. Then, it roared at Xiao Qin. The berserk flood dragon's speed had already surpassed the speed of sound. It was very close to Mach 2. It did not give Xiao Qin any time to think before it arrived before him. When the people in the arena saw the roaring flood dragon flying at Xiao Qin, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ryue could not help but stand up from her seat. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Bang! 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 The instant the flood dragon swallowed up Xiao Qin, there was an intense explosion. A blue dragon circled around Xiao Qin's right arm. Although the blue dragon was small, it was the martial spirit of an ancient holy beast. It was the real deal. No matter how realistic the small flood dragon was, it was just a fake dragon. How could it be a match for a real dragon? The blue dragon immediately broke it apart and exploded into a shockwave. After the blue dragon broke apart the chasing clouds and chasing lightning, it had not used up all the energy it contained. It opened its mouth and let out a resounding dragon roar. The might of a holy beast spread throughout the entire arena. All the cultivators in the spectator stands felt their hearts tremble. This dragon roar actually contained the might of a holy emperor. Murong Chong frowned and condensed a berserk wind wall to block in front of him. He wanted to block this attack. The blue dragon martial spirit hidden in the 300-odd acupoints of his body was Xiao Qin's true trump card. However, Xiao Qin would not use this trump card unless he had no other choice. The blue dragon martial spirit had disappeared for 1,000 years. It was a mysterious existence. If the identity of the blue dragon martial spirit was made known, it might cause some unnecessary waves. However, Murong Chong's earlier move was too dangerous. Xiao Qin, whose state was suppressed, had no other way to block or dodge. There was no other way to block it, nor was there any way to avoid it. He could only take out this trump card. Otherwise, he might die from this move. In the sky, the surging white clouds that had been suppressing Xiao Qin's state of thunder unexpectedly started to shrink back. The holy might contained in the dragon roar actually forced back Murong Chong's state. Bang! 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 The blue dragon broke through the wind wall that Murong Chong laid and gave off a piercing screech. Seeing that the wind wall could not block the blue dragon, Murong Chong made a prompt decision and quickly retreated. Murong Chong's figure flickered in the air. With every step he took, he laid down a wall of wind. The blue dragon seemed to have a life of its own as it chased after him, not letting up. The blue dragon chased for more than a kilometer before it ran out of energy and turned into nothingness, disappearing into the air. The azure dragon actually contains a holy might. What is going on? Could it be that his martial spirit is also inherited from the ancient era? After Murong Chong landed, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was filled with doubts. Rumble. Just at this moment, the muffled thunder that had lingered in the arena for a long time resounded again. Xiao Qin's state of thunder reached its peak once again. Murong Chong's expression changed. He saw that the originally small patch of thunderclouds in the sky was now standing on equal footing with his white clouds. They each stood on one side of the arena, not giving way at all. This was the final decisive moment. Xiao Qin did not want to give his opponent another chance to force back his state. Wuxia breaks the heavens. Xiao Qin shouted and a loud clap of thunder resounded. The ancient divine Wuxia tree above Xiao Qin's head grew rapidly as the thunder roared. The instant the divine Wuxia tree finished growing, a resplendent saber pillar soared up from the saber. It soared into the sky and quickly elongated. It was like it was going to break the sky and shatter the ground. Damn it! Murong Chong's expression turned sullen. He had not expected Xiao Qin to turn the situation where he was bound to lose into such a draw. However, there was no time for Murong Chong to think. That resplendent pillar of light contained the horrifying state of thunder quickly headed for him. 3 moves of wind and cloud, parting clouds revealing the sky. Murong Chong roared ferociously. His long hair and clothes fluttered, and a strong wind blew around him. The white clouds in the sky drifted. A resplendent pillar of light lit up on the saber as well. It carried the state of wind and cloud as it clashed with Xiao Chen's Wuxia breaks the heavens. 2 pillars of light, one white and one purple, quickly pulled apart. After a while, they crashed into each other. Bang! When the 2 pillars of light clashed, a huge whirlpool of primal chaos appeared on the ground. It immediately blasted a large hole in the ground. A large amount of dust flew into the air from the hole. A visible shockwave spread out in all directions, blowing away all the dust on the arena. Chapter 297. The ground of the entire arena cracked. Countless huge chunks of mud flew through the air, kicking up a cloud of dust. The ground was shaved off by more than 10 meters. It was clear how horrifying the might of these 2 moves was. Seeing the shockwave coming at him, Xiao Chen shouted and stabbed out with his saber. He immediately broke through the surging shockwave. His spiritual sense locked onto Murong Chang's figure and he quickly rushed over. The huge rocks and mud in front of him were all chopped apart by his saber. They could not stop Xiao Chen at all. Murong Chang's expression turned sullen. He sent out a few strands of vigorous saber qi, shattering the shockwave and rocks. Then, he sensed Xiao Chen's figure in the wind. Murong Chong snorted coldly and pushed off the ground heavily, leaping over. Xiao! Amidst the dust and howling wind, the 2 of them saw each other at the same time. They leaped into the air and their killing qi clashed in the air. They did not hesitate to attack. Dang! 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 The entire arena was filled with lingering electricity and wind and clouds. There were also huge chunks of mud flying in the air and dust covering the sky. It was very chaotic. All the spectators on the heaven ascending platform stood up and used their vision, trying to see the situation below the arena clearly. Why can't I see anything? What happened to the 2 of them? I can only hear their voices. I can see a little more clearly. However, the 2 of them are too fast. I can only see 2 blurry figures. There is too much dust. Furthermore, the electricity and strong wind are interfering with my vision. However, the 2 of them are fighting very intensely. They are going crazy. Even though they used their vision, there were still many cultivators with insufficient cultivation who could not see the situation clearly. Only a small portion of the core disciples with deep cultivations could vaguely make out the 2's figures. However, they could not completely understand. Aside from the people from the Elders' Assembly, only Lu Ruiyue could see the situation clearly. Sis, what's the situation? Lu Suifeng asked anxiously beside Lu Ruiyue. Lu Ruiyue had a complicated expression. Her normally resolute eyes were now filled with pain and conflict. She said in a trembling voice, "They are crazy. How could it be like this?" Dust flew everywhere, lightning flashed, and strong winds howled in the arena. Murong Chong and Xiao Qin were covered in blood. Not a single part of their clothes was intact. The 2 of them moved around on the ground. Their speeds were similar. It was very difficult to dodge each other's attacks and injure each other. Basically, if you injure me, I can immediately stab you back. At this moment, both of them were in a killing frenzy. They did not care about the wounds on their bodies as they circulated their vital energy to the extreme. You are more ruthless than me, I am more ruthless than you. It all depends on who can last longer. Both sides had their own advantages. Xiao Chen's advantage was his strong physical body. His physical endurance was stronger than Murong Chang's. Murong Chong. Xiao Chen of Xiao Chen's was his cultivation. Murov Chen of energy. Qi. Of Of Chen and then of them. Of them of they of them. Of. Was. Pu ci. A bolt of lightning descended and turned a flying piece of mud into dust. Xiao Chen's saber strike infused with the state of thunder clashed with Murong Chang's saber strike infused with the state of strong wind and cloud. When the sabers clashed, there was a piercing metallic sound in the air. When the two states clashed, an intense shock wave burst forth. All the dust within 100 meters was instantly cleared. The two of them each retreated 100 meters. Blood dripped from the snow-white sabers. "Dee-taw! Dee-taw!" Murong Chong said coldly, determined victory with one saber strike. "Sure." Xiao Chen replied indifferently as he tightened his grip on the saber hilt. The blood on the saber hilt was connected to his palm. It was like the saber was a part of his flesh. After fighting for so long, the two of them understood that if this continued, there would be no result. Determining victory with one move was the best way to resolve this stalemate. Right after Murong Chong spoke, a strong wind immediately gathered behind him. In an instant, all the dust, dirt, and electricity scattered in all directions were expelled. Only the purest state of wind remained. Clouds churned in the sky, moving continuously and quickly. The sky changed color as the wind blew and the clouds churned. Murong Chang's aura soared rapidly. The state of kingship emanated from his body. Even though there was only a trace of this king's will, it was filled with an unparalleled might, and it spread to the surrounding spectator stands. Everyone could feel this king's aura, and they felt a faint desire to worship it. Xiao Chen was mildly startled. Murong Chong had actually skipped the comprehension of states and touched upon something above states. Furthermore, it was an extremely high-grade will of kingship. "Since you are suppressing me with the might of a king, I will use the might of a deity to suppress you," Xiao Chen thought to himself with a calm expression. The thunderclouds in the sky started to gather continuously. Finally, they formed a huge whirlpool of thunderclouds. The whirlpool was 300 meters tall. Every time the whirlpool spun, there would be a boundless amount of lightning-attributed spiritual energy infused into it. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky and hovered above the arena. A supreme divine might spread out from it. Dong! 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 The roars of a huge army came from the whirlpool. When these sounds merged together, they formed a resplendent electric light. A knight flickering with golden electricity appeared from the whirlpool, holding a golden spear in his hand. This was the modified rushing thunder roar. It merged all the lightning knights together and infused a trace of the might of a deity into it, forming a true single-target martial technique. The golden spear pointed at Murong Chong, who was on the ground. A thunder god's might spread out, heading for Murong Chong, whose state of kingship had reached its peak. The two formless auras clashed in the air. They intertwined, creating ripples in the air. Rushing thunder roar. All-powerful. The two of them shouted at the same time. The golden lightning knight lowered its spear and rode on a golden warhorse that chased after the clouds and lightning. It carried a trace of divine might as it pierced through space, heading for Murong Chong. The strong wind behind Murong Chong stopped, and the clouds above him stopped churning. The world was silent. Only the all-powerful saber strike that could break through the 9 heavens flew out. The resplendent saber light soared into the sky, colliding fiercely with the golden lightning knight. It was a saber chi that contained the will of a king. It was an indomitable aura that looked down on the world, causing even the world to be moved. However, Xiao Chen's golden lightning knight contained the might of a deity. This strand of the might of a deity was something that Xiao Chen imitated from the divine might left by the sages in the silver warship. Although it was not the true divine might, it could easily defeat the trace of the will of a king that Murong Chong had just comprehended. How could a king among men defeat a divine sovereign? Unless Murong Chong comprehended the will of a divine sovereign, there was no chance of victory. The golden lightning knight brandished its spear and dazzling golden lightning gathered behind it. It gathered into a spear light that shot out in all directions and clashed violently with Murong Chang's saber chi containing the will of a king. Bang! 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 The air suddenly exploded as the two wills clashed fiercely in the air. Intense explosions rang out, and in the calm air, it was like waves had exploded, causing the entire space to become blurry. Xiao! The golden knight's spear pierced through Murong Chang's saber chi with a shua sound. Then, he rode on his golden warhorse and descended from the sky, leaving behind a golden beam of light. Murong Chang's grave and stern face appeared slightly distracted. Just as the tip of the spear was about to press against his chest, he spun his saber and blocked the tip of the golden spear with its thin blade. Boom! Under Xiao Chen's control, the knight exploded. The horrifying force gathered at the tip of the spear, causing Murong Chang to vomit a mouthful of blood and fly back. Xiao Chen felt dizzy. Aside from exhausting a large amount of essence, this move also exhausted the source of his spiritual sense. Simulating a divine might had nearly exhausted his spiritual sense. Xiao Chen pressed the tip of his tongue against his teeth and bit down hard. There was an intense pain, and the dizziness in his head improved slightly. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. Then, he stabbed his saber at Murong Chang's chest. Murong Chang fell from the air. Aside from being injured by the lightning, his mind was also suppressed by the divine might. He had lost all ability to resist. Xiao Chen flicked his wrist and deflected the saber that was originally aimed at Murong Chang's heart by 5 centimeters. Murong Chang fell from the air. The pain in his chest allowed him to recover his mind. At this moment, his hair was messy and the blood at the corner of his lips had not been wiped clean. There were wounds all over his body. The two of them had exhausted their states. The wind no longer howled, the clouds no longer churned, the lightning disappeared, and the dust settled. At this moment, it was very quiet, only the sound of their blood dripping to the ground could be heard. Murong Chang was actually defeated by Xiao Chen. How can this be? The piercing sunlight shone down from the 9 heavens. When the spectators saw the scene in the arena, they were all incomparably astonished. Xiao Chen, whom no one thought highly of, actually defeated the top ranker of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Wind Cloud list, Murong Chang. Seeing the expressionless Xiao Chen, who was not much better off, Murong Chang revealed a bitter smile on his stern face. He muttered, "Why did you not kill me? I do not have any grudges with you. You also saved my life once." "We are even," Xiao Chen said calmly. Suddenly, anger appeared on Murong Chang's stern face. He said, "Your heart is not with Qingyun Peak. Why did you snatch my things?" Xiao Chen's expression was calm, there were no fluctuations. He said indifferently, "Are you sure that is yours? The things in this world are not yours just because you think they are. Only when you obtain them can you be considered to have them." Ka Xie. After he spoke, Xiao Chen withdrew his saber and sheathed it. Blood immediately spurted out of Murong Chang's chest. His body swayed as he fell over. Finally, he knelt on one knee and stabbed his saber into the ground, doing his best to maintain his balance. Murong Chang has failed the challenge. The position of Qingyun Peak's peak master will not change. After Murong Chang fell over, the old man from earlier reappeared and announced the result. The moment the old man spoke, a group of Jade Maiden Peak disciples immediately came out and carried Xiao Chen and Murong Chang away, helping them to treat their injuries. The dense crowd of spectators discussed this matter. There were several people who could not accept the result, they did not dare believe that Murong Chang would be defeated. Chapter 298. In the distance, Mu Chen and Zhang Lai looked at the defeated Murong Chang. Their eyes were filled with desolation. Zhang Lai smiled bitterly. I originally thought that after a month of hard work, I would be able to catch up to him. Who knew, I would be getting further and further away from him. Now, even Murong Chong is not a match for him. Mu Chen got up and smiled faintly. Don't overthink this. His potential is different from ours. His future accomplishments will be different as well. However, with such a person as our target, we will be able to raise our strength much faster. That's right, the higher his talent, the more pressure we will face. As long as I don't slack off and lose confidence, my strength will improve much faster than before. The desolation in Zhang Lai's eyes disappeared in an instant. Replacing it was an incomparably resolute expression filled with confidence. If you set a person with 100 points of potential and a person with 50 points as your target, the final result would be very different. Hence, the two of them were very glad that their opponent, Xiao Qin, was the person with 100 points of potential. Lu Riuel looked at the two people being carried away by the Jade Maiden Peak disciples for treatment. She revealed a faint smile on her charming face. This might be the best ending. 3 days later, in an independent courtyard on Jade Maiden Peak, Xiao Qin lay quietly on a reclining chair in the courtyard. There was an incense burner on the stone table beside him. Smoke curled up into the air and a faint medicinal fragrance wafted through the courtyard. It was refreshing and comfortable, one's body could not help but relax. The injuries Xiao Qin suffered in his fight with Murong Chong were more severe than Xiao Qin had imagined. Those saber wounds contained the state of wind and the state of cloud. This made it very difficult for them to heal. Furthermore, some of his meridians were injured. The most serious was the internal injuries from the clash of the mysterious phenomena. At that time, Xiao Qin and Lu Riue suppressed their internal injuries. After the fight ended, they erupted 100-fold. With the internal and external injuries, it would have been impossible for Xiao Qin to recover completely without a month. However, in Jade Maiden Peak, he received the best care. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion elders generously provided him with all sorts of spirit pills and miraculous medicines. There was even a Jade Maiden Peak elder who possessed a self-healing martial spirit. She personally circulated her energy and helped Xiao Qin clear his meridians and nourish his internal organs. In just 3 days, his injuries would be mostly healed, and in another 4 days, his body would be able to completely recover to its peak state. All of this was because of the strength that Xiao Qin displayed. He had attracted the attention of the upper echelons of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Although Xiao Qin was strong in the past, he was only a medial-grade martial saint. There were many people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who reached medial-grade martial saint at his age. There would be even more in the Great Qin Empire. However, the combat prowess that Xiao Qin displayed and the horrifying state of thunder made everyone look at him in a new light. He was not a simple medial-grade martial saint. Any sect would take good care of their own geniuses, and all kinds of advantageous resources would be tilted towards their geniuses. Naturally, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was no exception. It was not strange that they took such care of Xiao Qin. As Xiao Qin slept on the recliner, he looked at the clear sky above him and breathed in the fragrant air. His body and mind felt more comfortable. This was actually a special treatment method of Jade Maiden Peak. The recliner was not made of ordinary wood. Instead, it was made of 1,000-year-old spiritual wood. In other words, if one took this recliner and tore it into pieces, they could sell it for 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. As long as a person laid on it, the 1,000-year-old spiritual energy contained in it would automatically seep through the skin and into the flesh, bones, and marrow, circulating and nourishing the various organs of the cultivator. Furthermore, the incense and powder in the incense burner were made from spirit herbs picked from Jade Maiden Peak. According to Xiao Chen's request, it was used to replenish the source of his spiritual sense. Such a relaxed treatment method caused Xiao Chen to feel an unprecedented peace. Since he arrived at Qingyun Peak, he had not been able to relax for even a moment. Now, he was completely at peace. For the past 3 days, Xiaochen did not think or do anything. He just lay there quietly. He discovered that his mental state had improved by another step. Ha ha. Little brother Yi-Chin, are you resting? Just as Xiaochen was deep in thought with his eyes closed, a drawn-out laughter came from outside the courtyard. Xiaochen quickly opened his eyes and stood up to greet Elder Tang. Elder Tang was a member of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Elders Assembly. His cultivation had already reached peak Martial King. Furthermore, his potential had not been exhausted yet. Once he reached the right opportunity, he could advance to Martial Monarch at any time. He could be said to be a true peak expert. Even 100 Xiaochen would not be a match for him. There were only 9 elders in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Without the Pavilion Master, the authority of these elders was astonishing. All the important decisions of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had to go through the approval of the Elders' Assembly before they could be made. On the first day Xiaochen was injured, Elder Tang came to look for Xiaochen. However, his purpose in looking for Xiaochen made things difficult for him. The other party was interested in Xiaochen's talent and promised him all sorts of benefits. He wanted to take Xiaochen in as a disciple. Xiaochen had already tactfully rejected him once. This time, his purpose should be the same. When Elder Tang saw Xiaochen stand up, he waved his hand and used a gentle force to get Xiaochen to lie back down. He chuckled and said, "Little brother Yi-Chin, you are injured, there is no need to be so polite. How is it? Have you considered the matter that I mentioned to you back then?" When Xiaochen heard this, he smiled bitterly in his heart. It looked like his tactful rejection back then was taken as consideration by the other party. Otherwise, the other party might be feigning ignorance. Without waiting for Xiaochen to reply, Elder Tang continued, "Actually, you should really consider this seriously. For so many years, I have not taken in a personal disciple. Once you become my disciple and I become a supreme elder in the future, I will not accept you. My position as an elder will be yours. The cultivation resources that an elder can enjoy are much more than you can imagine. There are medial-grade spirit stones, medicinal pills, and all sorts of secret techniques. There are also some martial techniques that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion does not teach to outsiders. You can learn them all." Xiaochen replied, "Elder Tang, Elder Tang interrupted him and continued, "I already know about the assassination attempt on your way back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, I warned Song Quebec. He will not dare to make a move against you again. The most important thing is that if you become an elder in the future, you can challenge Song K to a duel. Even if you accidentally kill him in the duel, there will not be any problems. This is the privilege of an elder. What do you think? This should be able to move you, right? I know what you are worried about. As long as you say the word, I can help you settle things with Lu Riyue." Elder Tang spoke tirelessly, promising a lot of benefits. If Xiaochen said he was not tempted, it would be a lie. However, these conditions were unable to move him. Xiaochen said calmly, "I'm sorry, Elder Tang. I am unable to agree. Haha, 9th Elder is here to poach my disciple again." Just as Elder Tang was about to continue speaking, melodious laughter resounded in the courtyard. It was Lu Riyue walking over leisurely. When Elder Tang saw Lu Riyue, he could not help but feel embarrassed. No matter what, he was a senior. He had gone to poach a disciple of the younger generation and was even caught red-handed. He would feel embarrassed. Haha, little Riyue must be joking. Why would I poach your disciple? I am only here to visit little friend Yi-Chin. I will take my leave first. If little brother Yi has any difficulties in the future, you can come and look for me." Seeing that Lu Riyue had arrived, Elder Tang laughed it off and immediately left. Xiaochen immediately felt very relaxed. He looked at Lu Riyue and smiled, "Fortunately, you came. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to advance or retreat." Lu Riyue sighed in her heart. When she thought of her first meeting with Xiao Qin, she still found it funny. However, she had not misjudged him. He was someone who could restore Qingyun Peak's might. Lu Riyue did not have any other purpose for coming here. She only wanted to visit Xiao Qin and see how his injuries were. At the same time, she wanted to chat with him to relieve his boredom. The two of them chatted for a long time in the courtyard. Most of their topics were about their understanding of the martial way. Now that their strengths were about the same, the master-disciple relationship was already very thin. It was more of a master-disciple relationship. The sky gradually turned dark. When dusk arrived, they stopped talking and Lu Riyue took her leave. The next few days were rather peaceful. The people that Xiao Qin knew, Mu Qin, Zhang Lai, Lu Suifeng, and Chu Xinyun, all came to visit him. This made him feel a trace of warmth in his heart. On a night after 3 days, Xiao Qian's injuries had completely recovered. He had returned to his peak state. Furthermore, after the big battle with Murongchong and a week of rest, Xiao Qian felt that although his cultivation did not improve by much, his combat prowess had increased significantly. This was the benefit of a true big battle. A genius would not have a good opponent. Without intense battles, they would never improve by leaps and bounds. Only in a big battle could one find their own weaknesses and inadequacies. Then, they could cultivate and make up for these weaknesses. Finally, they could use a big battle to test if their thoughts were correct or not. Such a virtuous cycle would allow one's strength to increase rapidly and steadily, truly reaching the peak. Thus, cultivators had to continuously set goals for themselves. Shaw! Shaw! Suddenly, the sound of footsteps entered Xiao Qian's ears in the dark night. Xiao Qian's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed and he immediately arrived in the courtyard. When Xiao Qian saw who it was, he revealed an astonished expression. Murongchong. Murongchong was dressed in black with a saber hanging at his waist. He slowly walked over to Xiao Qian in the dark night. Xiao Qian's expression returned to normal. He asked suspiciously, "What are you doing here? Do you want to fight with me again?" Murongchong's grave and stern face did not reveal any expression. He said indifferently, "There is no need for now." "You are right. There are some things that you cannot have unless you possess them. In the past, I was too stubborn. Now that I have thought things through, I have decided to leave this place." Xiao Qian was not surprised by Murongchong's words. With his cultivation realm and cultivation, he had already reached a bottleneck in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With his potential, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would not be able to keep him. Leaving was just a matter of time. Xiao Qian let down his guard and his expression eased up. He asked, "Where are you preparing to go?" Chapter 299. Honestly speaking, Xiao Qian did not have any enmity towards Murongchong. Although this person was not on good terms with him, he was decisive and straightforward. Xiao Qian admired such a character. "I don't know, let's leave the Great Qin nation first." In the Tianwu continent, aside from the Great Qin nation, the Great Qin nation is the weakest among the other 4 nations. If we limit our vision to the Great Qin nation, we will not be able to improve in the future. We have to go out. Leave the Great Qin nation. Xiao Qian thought so as well. After Emperor Wu's nation was destroyed, the spirit veins in the continent were in chaos. Aside from the Great Qin nation, the density of spiritual energy in the other 4 nations could not be compared to Emperor Wu's nation. It was even more incomparable to the ancient era. The sparseness of spiritual energy would cause a cultivator's cultivation speed to decrease. Even with the same talent, cultivating in a different environment would result in a world of difference in strength. Furthermore, among the 4 nations, the Great Qin nation had the sparsest spiritual energy. This was also the reason why the Great Qin nation only had 3 great sections. It was because there were too few good spirit veins. Sooner or later, Xiaochen would have to leave as well. This world was so exciting and vast. If he did not go out and explore it, he would have many regrets in his life. It was said that outside the Tianwu continent, on the other side of the boundless sea, there were countless islands. Each island was the size of a nation. Furthermore, the spirit veins there were deep in the sea. They had not been broken since the ancient era. One could imagine how horrifying the geniuses there were. However, Xiaochen still had many things to do in the great Qin nation. He could not leave for now. At the very least, he had to comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it before he could leave. Murong Chong said indifferently, "Don't think that just because you defeated me in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, you are the strongest in the younger generation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." Could it be that Murong Chong is not the true #1 expert? Xiaochen asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" Murong Chong said, "Since ancient times, the true experts of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion have always been in the Divine Saber Camp. Only by joining the Divine Saber Camp will the Heavenly Saber Pavilion pass down the true secret techniques to you." Xiaochen had seen the strength of the Divine Saber Camp with his own eyes. Just one look from the other party was enough to make him tremble. The martial technique of killing was indeed horrifying. However, this was also because Xiaochen had not comprehended a state at that time. If the current Xiaochen were to face the experts of the Divine Saber Camp, even if he could not defeat them, he would not lose in terms of aura. Then why did you not join the Divine Saber Camp? With your talent, they should have already sent you an invitation, Xiaochen said. Murong Chang's expression did not change. He said leisurely, 2 years ago, I received an invitation. However, I rejected it. You will understand the reason for my rejection when you receive the invitation. Aside from the people of the Divine Saber Camp, there is only one person worth paying attention to in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiaochen's interest was piqued and he asked, "Who?" "Leng Liusu." Murong Chong replied indifferently, "The daughter of the previous pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Leng Liusu. There is a secret realm in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. There is the spirit veins origin of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Only the descendants of the Saber Emperor can cultivate there after they advance to Martial Saint. Half a year ago, Leng Liusu already advanced to Martial Saint. Her talent is no weaker than ours. Furthermore, she has the bloodline of the Saber Emperor. Furthermore, with the help of the spirit veins origin, when she comes out, she will shock the entire Great Qin nation. Spirit veins origin of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's secret realm." When Xiaochen heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He thought of the strange space he encountered in the underground world. There was also the prayer mat in the tree hole. The secret realm that Murong Chong mentioned might be that place. Back then, he could not sit on it. So, aside from his insufficient cultivation, he also needed the bloodline of the Saber Emperor. At this moment, Xiaochen finally understood. The spirit veins origin was something that even the fiend race martial emperors wanted. It was easy to imagine how much faster one's cultivation speed would be if they could cultivate there. Goodbye. Although I know you will have to leave sooner or later, before that, please spread the name of Qingyun Peak. Murong Chong performed a cup-fist salute and said, "I hope we will meet again in the future." Right after he spoke, Murong Chong's figure flashed in the dark night. He quickly merged into the darkness and disappeared from Xiaochen's vision. The corner of Xiaochen's mouth curled up in an arc. He smiled faintly and said, "What an interesting person." After saying so much, the last sentence is probably the main point. You clearly can't let it go, so why are you pretending to be carefree? In the past 7 days, Xiaochen had heard that Murong Chong's 3-wind cloud style was created by him. Xiaochen gained a deeper understanding of Murong Chong's strength. Murong Chong was not even 20 years old, yet he was able to combine his state and create his own martial technique. There were probably not many people with such talent since ancient times. Furthermore, Murong Chong gave Xiaochen the feeling that this three-wind cloud style was not truly perfected yet. There should be at least 5 more moves after rebuking the wind and clouds. By the time Murong Chong perfected the remaining moves, it would be very difficult for Xiaochen to defeat him again. In the future, even if Murong Chong did not truly reach the peak of the martial Dao, his name would be passed down to the future generations with this wind-cloud saber technique. No matter what, Murong Chong was one of the true bladesmen that Yun Kursin spoke of in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When the sky brightened, Xiaochen greeted the people of Jade Maiden Peak. Then, he immediately left Jade Maiden Peak and rushed to Qinyun Peak. When Xiaochen returned to the familiar Qinyun Peak, there were still very few people. Along the way, Xiaochen thought of Murong Chong's words. He sighed, there are indeed too few people in Qinyun Peak. Before he left, he had to do his best to help Qinyun Peak regain its former illustrious reputation. Before Xiaochen walked far, he saw a familiar white figure. It was by running towards him quickly. Behind it, Lu Riyue, Lu Suifeng, and the Xiao siblings also slowly came down. Xiaochen smiled faintly and carried Bai in his embrace. Then, he walked over to Lu Riyue and the others. Xiao Meng laughed and said, Bai is still the best. We knew you were coming from afar. We did not know you would recover today. Lu Riyue's complexion was getting better by the day. When Xiaochen saw her again, she had already recovered her former graceful bearing. After suffering such a setback, when her injuries recovered, it would be her opportunity to become a martial king. Are your injuries completely healed? Lu Riyue asked softly. Xiaochen nodded gently. When Lu Suifeng saw the situation, he laughed loudly. Come, Yi Qin, let's go drink. Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng, let's go as well. Let's formally celebrate your defeat of Murong Chong. When Xiaochen heard the word drink, Bai immediately became restless in Xiaochen's embrace. She cried out continuously, indicating that she wanted to go as well. This caused everyone to laugh loudly. When Xiaochen saw the smiles on everyone's faces, he felt a warmth in his heart. Although there were not many people in Qinyun Peak, it was impossible for the other peaks to have such a harmonious relationship. Even if he left Qinyun Peak in the future, he would remember the time he spent with everyone here. He would never forget it for the rest of his life. Very well, I will drink to my heart's content today. Xiaochen collected his thoughts and smiled faintly. On a desolate peak in the Lingyun mountain range, Xiaochen sat cross-legged on a rock. Boundless thunderclouds churned in the sky above him. After everyone got drunk that day, Xiaochen started to cultivate bitterly the next day. During his fight with Murong Chong, he realized that his state was insufficient. If the might of his state was insufficient, he would fall from grace and become an ordinary martial saint. The might of all his moves would decrease. Thus, for the past half a month, he had been thinking of ways to strengthen his state, trying to make up for his shortcomings. Because he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, Xiaochen's state of thunder was much purer than a regular cultivator's state. Needless to say, its might was much stronger. Similarly, a small perfection state was nothing in front of Xiaochen's state of thunder. He could easily suppress it. This was also why he could use his small perfection state to contend against Murong Chong's great perfection state. All of this was because of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, which was comparable to a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Similarly, it also made it harder for Xiaochen to advance his state to great perfection. At first, he had to raise the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 5th layer before he could break through. As long as he succeeded in breaking through, his great perfection state of thunder would be comparable to the peak great perfection state of others. This was the benefit of having a large base. Since he could not break through to great perfection state for now, Xiaochen had to think of other methods. Back when he fought with Murong Chong, the holy might of the Blue Dragon martial spirit immediately suppressed his opponent's state of wind and cloud. This gave Xiaochen a lot of inspiration. If he infused the holy might into his state, then even if he did not break through to great perfection, its might would increase significantly. This was a good idea, but it was very difficult to execute. After working hard for half a month, the holy might of the blue dragon martial spirit could not be infused. Holy might could be considered an aura of an ancient holy beast. Just like how humans had auras, an ancient holy beast definitely had its own unique aura. Although Xiao Chen's control over his own aura had not reached the level of some powerhouses, who could turn their aura into a sharp saber with just a sharp look, it was not difficult to infuse it into saber techniques. However, it was not difficult to infuse it into saber techniques as he pleased. However, it was somewhat difficult to control the aura of the blue dragon martial spirit. In the past, before the martial spirit shattered, it was easier to do. He could just move it from the dantian. Now that the martial spirit was shattered, it resided in more than 300 acupoints in his body. He had only opened 13 of the 18 acupoints on his right arm. If he could truly use the aura of these 13 strands of dragon chi together, it would be simple to attack someone. He could just blast it out and there would be no need to worry about it. The problem was how to refine the dragon chi into the aura of the blue dragon and then infuse it into the state. Raising his head to look at the thunderclouds above, Xiao Chen slowly stretched out his right hand. With a thought, the Fengyan acupoint on his palm immediately exploded open. A strand of azure-colored dragon chi floated out. The Laogong acupoint opened, the Daling acupoint opened, the Neiguan acupoint opened. Strands of azure-colored dragon chi flowed out. All 13 acupoints on Xiao Chen's right arm opened. Finally, all the dragon chi merged and formed a 10-meter-long blue dragon coiled around Xiao Chen's right arm. The dragon's body was covered in dragon scales. It looked very realistic. Aside from its lifeless eyes, this blue dragon could be said to be very realistic. Chapter 300. Hu Qi. Xiao Chen shouted and roared ferociously. Then, he soared towards the thunderclouds in the sky. The holy might contained in the dragon roar spread out continuously for 1,000 meters. Everywhere it passed, the grass bent and a strong wind howled. Even the air seemed to stop. Under the control of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, the blue dragon's figure was faintly discernible in the thunderclouds. Bolts of lightning flashed in the clouds. As the dragon and the clouds intersected, Xiao Chen could clearly feel the might of the state of thunder growing stronger. Rumble. Following a few piercing sounds of thunder, the aura of the state of thunder soared higher and higher. Finally, it reached the might of Murongchang's state of wind and cloud. However, the dragon chi would eventually scatter. As the dragon chi was exhausted, the blue dragon's figure quickly became fainter. The aura of the state of thunder also became weaker. The blue dragon completely vanished. The state of thunder immediately returned to its original form, returning to its previous might. Xiao Chen revealed a helpless smile. He waved his hand and dispersed the state of thunder. The thunderclouds above him vanished, and only the howling of the strong wind remained at the top of the mountain. There is a saying, the wind follows the tiger, and the clouds follow the dragon. When the dragon and the clouds are together, they can indeed increase my state of thunder. However, this temporary effect is not what I want. Xiao Chen looked into the distance and revealed a pondering expression. He said indifferently, what I want is not a temporary effect but a method to thoroughly strengthen the state of thunder. However, the direction was right. Holy might could indeed increase the might of the state of thunder. However, Xiao Chen could not find a way to extract holy might for now. There is no rush, I still have time. I can take it slow, Xiao Chen thought to himself. He sat back down on the rock and slowly closed his eyes, entering a state of deep thought. Xiao Chen sat there for 7 days. During these 7 days, Xiao Chen did not do anything. He did not even open his eyes. He entered a wondrous state of comprehension, trying to solve the problem of extracting holy might. To a martial saint, not eating or drinking for a month was not a problem. The spiritual energy they absorbed could already be converted into some of the energy their bodies needed. On this particular day, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Thunder roared. After a while, there was a torrential downpour. Rain poured down, drenching Xiaoqin inside and out. When Xiaoqin felt the roar of thunder, he suddenly opened his eyes. The purest energy of nature appeared in front of him. Bolts of lightning flashed in the ape's body. After that, there was a startling explosion of thunder. This scene happened right before Xiaoqian's eyes. The lightning that pierced through the sky seemed to be forever imprinted in his mind. He immediately felt enlightened. Xiaoqian's body trembled slightly, and the rainwater on his body immediately bounced off. The pouring rain was blocked by a formless barrier, unable to land on his body. After thinking about this problem for half a month, Xiaoqian finally had a clue. He reared his head back and laughed loudly. The thrill of sudden enlightenment was so exhilarating that it was hard to contain one's excitement. Actually, I have been misled by myself. The blue dragon martial spirit has already merged with my body. However, I have separated it. It is just like the lightning flashing in the sky and the torrential downpour. They are a part of the heavenly Tao. There is no distinction between them, they are all a part of the will of the heavenly Tao. My aura should contain the aura of the blue dragon martial spirit. However, I have only opened 13 acupoints, which is still a small number. Hence, it cannot be manifested, and there is no way to refine it. If I were to rely on my own strength to refine the pure aura of the blue dragon, I would have to open all 361 acupoints in my body. At that time, I would need to be a martial monarch at the very least. I do not know how long that would take. However, why would I refine it? All I have to do is infuse my aura into the state. Then, the blue dragon martial spirit would naturally be infused into it. Xiaoqian had always been like this. With a thought, the dark clouds above his head became denser. Thunder rumbled, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding dark clouds. Xiaoqian unleashed his aura, causing it to soar continuously. Then, he gathered it in his surroundings and did not release it, spiraling around him continuously. As his aura continued to rise, a formless shock wave surged out from the ground under Xiaoqian's feet. It blew away the pouring rain. Boom! When Xiaoqian's aura reached its peak, he shouted, not releasing it. His aura, which had been circulating around him, soared into the sky. A vague azure dragon could be seen soaring into the sky together with this aura. That blue dragon was very blurry. Even when Xiaoqian circulated his spiritual sense, he could only make out a hazy silhouette. Xiaoqian's aura soared into the sky as he tried to infuse it into the state with Xiaoqian's thoughts. This was the first time Xiaoqian had done this. In the past, he had only had experience with infusing his aura with saber techniques. He had not had any experience with infusing it with a state. Hence, he was somewhat unfamiliar with it. However, although saber techniques and states were very different, the general direction was the same. After Xiaoqian tried for more than an hour, he finally found a way to do it. The formless aura turned into drops of rain and slowly infused into the state. As the aura continuously infused into the state, the thunderclouds above him roared louder. Lightning descended continuously. In an instant, it even surpassed the lightning of nature, making it seem dim. Boom! 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 Just at this moment, the surrounding lightning suddenly turned ferocious. Every bolt was very frightening, as if they wanted to tear the sky apart. The thunder that followed was even more horrifying. The sound was ear-splitting. Even the mountain below Xiaoqian could not help but tremble. A strong wind and heavy rain poured down. The sky turned so dark that it seemed like it would press down on him. Xiaoqian's originally excited face suddenly turned startled. He said, "This is the heavenly Tao demonstrating its might to me. Earlier, when I infused my aura into the state, I suppressed the might of the heavenly Tao. Unexpectedly, it rebounded so strongly. There was an ancient legend that every time a martial emperor broke through, it was no longer a fight with themselves. The energy in their bodies had already been pushed to the limits, there was no more potential to be unearthed. Instead, they were fighting with the heavens, fighting for the heavenly Tao, stealing it for their own use to strengthen themselves." Although Xiao Chen's current situation was far from that of an ancient martial emperor, not even 1/10,000th of it, he had unintentionally done something that only an ancient martial emperor could do. He had accidentally angered the heavenly Tao. With his current cultivation, he had to stop quickly in such a situation. Otherwise, the rage of the heavenly Tao could turn him into ashes, leaving not even a corpse behind. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen's merging of his aura and state had reached a crucial moment. There was still one last step left. If he gave up now, all his previous efforts would be wasted. "I can't give up. Otherwise, there will not be such a good opportunity next time. The state that fights with the heavenly Tao is definitely stronger than an ordinary state." Xiao Chen revealed a determined expression as he said calmly. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions rang out endlessly, and the lightning that tore through the sky did not stop for even a moment. Suddenly, a few bolts of lightning streaked across the sky beside Xiao Chen. In that instant, the light completely evaporated the rainwater, leaving behind only a faint mist. The remnant electricity surged around Xiao Chen's body. The crackling sounds continued. Xiao Chen felt incredibly astonished. The might of this lightning was extraordinary. If it struck him, he would definitely not be able to endure it. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen focused on merging his aura into his state. The thunderclouds above his head churned continuously. As his aura poured in, the might of his state started to rise steadily. The instant Xiao Chen's aura completely poured in, a huge whirlpool formed above the thunderclouds. A bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket streaked out. In that instant, the dark sky turned as bright as day. Once again, the lightning from the heavenly Tao paled in comparison. "Success!" Xiao Chen said excitedly, his face filled with joy. Just at this moment, the lightning and rumbling in the sky suddenly stopped. Xiao Chen's expression changed as he jumped off the peak. Boom! After a while, a strong bolt of lightning that had never appeared before shot over from the distant sky. The peak that Xiao Chen stood on was instantly struck. The 2,000-meter-tall mountain peak exploded. A horrifying purple shock wave surged over and struck Xiao Chen with a so sound. Wuxia. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. When he turned his head back, he saw that the mountain peak, which had been perfectly fine earlier, now looked like someone had used a fist to smash it in half. How horrifying! Just the remnant might is unbearable. I wonder how those ancient emperors fought against the heavenly Tao, Xiao Chen said with lingering fear as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. However, although I suffered some internal injuries, the state of thunder is finally complete. In the future, when I open more acupoints, the holy might in my aura will become even stronger. At that time, I can continue to merge them. The might of my state still has a lot of room to improve. Xiao Chen had an excited smile on his face as he executed the gravity spell. His body slowly descended to the ground. The rain came and went very quickly. After that horrifying bolt of lightning descended, the rain slowly subsided. After that, the sky cleared up and a rainbow bridge appeared in the distance. It was beautiful beyond compare. Unexpectedly, a rainbow appeared. A rainbow was one of the most beautiful natural phenomena in the world. In his original world, Xiao Chen had only heard of it but never seen it. This was the first time he saw it. He could not help but take a few more glances. It is indeed beautiful. However, this is not the time to be greedy. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiaochen looked around and found a smooth rock to sit on. Then, he started to clean up the remnant lightning in his body. The Lingyun mountain range was vast and boundless. Aside from the 7 main peaks, there were countless isolated peaks and desolate mountain paths. This was where Xiaochen was, so he did not have to worry about being discovered. After a while, Xiaochen completely cleared out the shockwave caused by the heavenly lightning. He slowly opened his eyes and said, "Let's test the might of the state of thunder first." With a thought, rolling thunderclouds immediately gathered from all directions, forming a layer of clouds that roared with thunder. As the clouds churned, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Chapter 301. I have only used half of the state of small success, and it is already almost the same as when I used my full power in the past. It looks like the holy might has truly fused into it. Xiaochen looked at the thunderclouds above him and said indifferently, "Let's try it again." After merging the state and the move, the might produced will see if there is any improvement. Wuxia breaks the heavens. Without hesitation, Xiaochen raised his state to peak small perfection. Then, he executed the killing move of the Wuxia saber technique. Wuxia breaks the heavens. The ancient divine Wuxia tree above Xiaochen's head grew rapidly. When the tree's branches and leaves flourished, flowers blossomed and bore fruit, a bolt of lightning immediately descended from the sky. For some reason, it raised Xiaochen's aura even higher. Wuxia. The blade lit up with a resplendent pillar of light. Then, it quickly elongated. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying saber light had extended to a distance of 2,000 meters. At the end of the saber light, a mountain peak had been sliced in half. In the next moment, the triangular mountain peak crashed down with a loud bang. Xiaochen sheathed his saber. Then, he pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. In an instant, he arrived at the peak that had just been flattened. Looking at the smooth, mirror-like gap, a faint smile appeared on Xiaochen's face. Although the might has only increased by 20%, the density of the saber light has increased by 50%. If I were to run into Murong Chang's parting clouds revealing the sky again, I would be able to break his saber light easily. The concept fusion was officially successful. Xiaochen was overjoyed in his heart, but he wasn't too proud. In the following days, other than stabilizing and familiarizing himself with the concept of holy might. Furthermore, Xiaochen had to continue practicing the Wuxia saber technique. In order to truly master a martial technique, he had to first familiarize himself with the circulation method of the martial technique's meridians. Next, he had to merge his state with the saber technique. Finally, he had to comprehend the state of the saber technique. Only by combining the three would one be able to truly cultivate a martial technique to the peak of consummation, mastering it thoroughly and bringing out its full power. Xiaochen had already completed the first 2 steps. Now, he only lacked the final step. Once he merged the 3 into one, the Wuxia saber technique would reach consummation. The days went by. Xiaochen tirelessly started his own bitter cultivation. He practiced his saber techniques during the day and the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation at night, making preparations to break through to the 5th layer. Xiaochen used the remaining time to cultivate the Dragon and Tiger Body Sculpting Art. The Dragon and Tiger Body Sculpting Art had already reached the peak of the 4th layer. He was just 1 layer away from being reborn, reaching the realm of Dragon Tendon Tiger Bone. In addition to the hardships of cultivation, there was also the lingering loneliness. Apart from cultivation, there was still cultivation. In the blink of an eye, Xiaochen had been cultivating in this desolate mountain for 2 months. Ha! With a loud shout, the bones in Xiaochen's body crackled from top to bottom like beans being fried. A drawn-out aura soared into the sky, piercing through the heavens and scattering the clouds. Xiaochen stopped and said indifferently, "The Dragon and Tiger Body Sculpting Art has already entered the threshold of the 4th layer. I estimate that it will not be long before I reach small perfection." At that time, I should be able to open all the remaining acupoints on my right arm. The time of 2 months was somewhat different from what Xiao Qin had imagined. His saber technique did not improve, he only managed to solidify his foundation. On the other hand, the dragon and tiger body sculpting art improved very quickly. Xiao Qin thought for a while and felt that the comprehension of the Wuxia saber technique state was not something that could be achieved through bitter cultivation. It would require a large number of battles. In that case, I should go out and walk around. Coincidentally, the Hall of Contributions is issuing high-level missions today. Let's see if there are any missions worth doing. Looking in the direction of the heaven viewing platform, Xiao Qin pushed his feet off the ground. His body moved like an arrow, tearing through the air. In the blink of an eye, he moved 500 meters, leaving behind a shockwave. After 2 hours, Xiao Qin arrived at the foot of the towering heaven viewing platform. Like before, there were many cultivators with flying spirit beasts at the foot of the mountain. They were recruiting disciples who wanted to climb the mountain. Xiao Qin smiled gently. This time, he did not need to hide his cultivation. He could just use the gravity spell to fly up. In the fight with Murong Chong, he had already revealed many of his trump cards. There was no need to continue hiding them. The gravity spell was an entry-level immortal spell in the compendium of cultivation. However, its potential was shocking. Now that Xiao Qin was a martial saint, it was still very easy for him to use it. It was fast and exhausted little essence. Such advantages guaranteed that it would always be worth it. As for the disadvantage of slow activation, as Xiao Qin became more familiar with it, it was no longer a problem. 5 minutes later, Xiao Qin arrived at the bustling heaven viewing platform. He walked towards the Hall of Contributions with familiarity. Yi Qin. It really is Yi Qin. What is he doing at the heaven viewing platform? Today is the day the high-ranked missions are issued. He should be going to the Hall of Contributions. I believe this time, no one will dare to object to him taking a high-ranked mission. Of course, after defeating Murong Chong, he is the strongest person of the previous generation in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. I heard that a few of the elders think highly of him. As Xiao Qin walked, many people recognized him. Their gazes were no longer filled with suspicion and suspicion. Instead, they were filled with envy and respect. Xiao Qin ignored these words. He had always been indifferent. When he was weak, he would not be affected by the mockery of others. Now that he was strong, he would not become complacent. He maintained his original state of mind. How it was in the past, how it is now. Who cares about the gossip? I will remain calm. Xiao Qin paused for a while in front of the Hall of Contributions. Then, he walked in with large strides. Xiao. When he entered the Hall of Contributions, the gazes of everyone in the hall were focused on him. As usual, the corridors were very quiet. Everyone was waiting for the core disciples to finish distributing the high-ranked missions before going to take another one. However, as Xiao Qin walked in, no one dared to say anything. This was a stark contrast to the first time he came, when he was threatened with a saber. This was the deterrence brought about by strength. When Xiao Qin went up to the second floor, the voices in the hall started again. Someone smiled and said, this time, that group of core disciples probably did not expect Yi Qin to come. They are still discussing how to distribute the high-ranked missions. I wonder what expression they will have when they finish discussing and discover that Yi Qin has already taken the good missions. This group of people has been hogging our high-ranked missions. This time, it feels good to see them suffer. Yi Qin has helped us vent our anger. I wonder if they will dare to look for Yi Qin later. Previously, Yi Qin was stopped by someone. The people in the hall were all non-core disciples of the sect. They had never been able to receive high-ranked missions. In the past, when Xiao Qin was not strong enough, they were all silent, waiting to see Xiao Qin make a fool of himself. When Xiaoqin became strong, their attitudes immediately changed. Instead, they started cheering for Xiaoqin. It could only be said that human psychology was very strange. On the second floor, Xiaoqin went to the window for accepting missions. He handed over his waist tag to show his identity. The golden waist tag had the words Yi Qin carved on it. Coincidentally, the cultivator who handed in the mission was the same person who had come the first time. When this person thought about what he did the first time, he felt very embarrassed. He took out a mission list and smiled. Young hero Yi, I was not the one who made the decision in the past. I hope you can forgive me. Xiaoqin smiled faintly to himself. He knew what he was talking about. Back then, he had given Xiaoqin the most dangerous high-ranked missions that others did not want. He had hidden the better high-ranked missions. However, Xiaoqin could not be bothered with this small matter of the past. Furthermore, Xiaoqin had obtained a lot of benefits in the end. Xiaoqin received the mission list and said, "Just don't do it again." That person heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps some disciples did not know. They could only guess that Yi Qin was favored by the upper echelons. However, he was able to come into contact with some people. He was certain that the ninth elder of the elders' assembly favored Yi Qin, even intending to accept him as a disciple. Who was the ninth elder? He was a member of the elders' assembly. He held a high position and was very strong. With just a word, he could kick him out of the heavenly saber pavilion. Hence, he had no choice but to be respectful to Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin picked up the mission list and looked at it carefully. He discovered that there were none of the extremely dangerous missions that he had seen previously. It seemed like these were normal high-ranked missions. After looking at it carefully for a long time, Xiaoqin discovered that the high-ranked missions were also divided into 4 ranks: black, yellow, cyan, and white. Black was the highest, followed by yellow, and so on. The rewards of the black-ranked missions were usually around 1,000 contribution points. This was a very large sum. Even Xiaoqin was somewhat tempted. 1,000 contribution points could be exchanged for 50 medial-grade spirit stones, not even for other items. No wonder those core disciples held on to the high-ranked missions so tightly, not willing to share them with others. There was too much profit in this. If one completed a high-ranked mission every month, they would be able to obtain enough medial-grade spirit stones for cultivation. Furthermore, they would have extra to buy other items. However, the difficulty of the black-ranked missions was very high. Xiaoqin looked through them briefly. The simplest requirement was to kill a medial-grade rank 6 spirit beast. Without a team of 3, a regular martial saint would not be able to accept this mission. However, it was not a difficult task for Xiaoqin. First, he accepted all the black-ranked missions that did not have a time limit. Then, Xiaoqin chose 5 black-ranked missions that had a time limit of 3 months. This way, Xiaoqin accepted a total of 20 black-ranked missions, about 2/3 of the total. If Xiaoqin completed all the missions, the reward he would obtain would be an astonishing figure, a total of 30,000 contribution points. After Xiaoqin selected the missions, he handed the list to the person who handed it to him. When that person saw the missions Xiaoqin had chosen, his expression could not help but change. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin accepted 20 high-ranked missions in one go. If this continued, how was he going to account to the remaining core disciples? What's wrong? Is there a limit to the number of missions I can take? Xiaoqin asked. The person who handed it to him recovered his wits and smiled. There is no such limit. However, if you fail a black-ranked mission, you will receive a very severe punishment. Not only will there be no mission reward, but your contribution points will also be deducted. The black-ranked missions that have a time limit will be even more deducted after you fail. Let me remind you out of goodwill. Young hero Yi, you have chosen so many, can you really complete them all? Xiaoqin said indifferently, many thanks for the reminder. I guarantee that I will be able to complete them all. Xiao Qin did not casually choose the black-ranked missions. Instead, he had carefully calculated and compared it to his own strength. He would only choose them when he was at least 80% confident. Chapter 302. The person handing over the missions could only say helplessly, "Then there is no problem. I will give you the mission contracts later. There are 2 copies. After you sign them, you can leave." After doing all this, Xiao Qin glanced through the 20 mission contracts and placed them in his universe ring. Then, he returned to the hall. In the hall, a group of core disciples walked towards Xiao Qin. Their faces were filled with rage, but none of them dared to take a step forward. In the past, when Xiao Qin was only an inferior grade martial saint, he dared to fight against the people from Gangyu Peak. Now that his strength had improved so much, he would not be afraid of them. Xiao Qin looked at the 20 to 30 people blocking his way. He said indifferently, "Can you move aside? I want to go out." The person leading them was a core disciple of Qinduan Peak. His name was Zhangsheng. He was a superior grade martial saint, but he had not reached the peak. It seemed like he was the leader of this group. "Yi Chen, with your strength, we have nothing to say if you want to take a high-ranked mission. We just want to ask if you can take out your mission contracts for us to take a look so that we can redistribute them," Zhangxing said. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. He felt it was funny. Why did he have to show his mission contracts to others? "Sorry, I can't. There is no need for me to tell you the missions I took. I am in a rush, will you move aside or not?" "You." Zhangsheng was flustered. He had already lowered his stance, yet the other party did not give him any face. Seeing that the other party was not willing to move aside, Xiao Qin felt some anger in his heart. He stared at Zhangsheng and interrupted him. He said coldly, "Will you move aside or not?" Zhangxing looked at Xiao Chen's cold gaze and thought of the battle between him and Murongchong. He immediately lost his confidence. He clenched his fist and retreated to the side with an unwilling expression. Seeing Zhangxing retreat, the other core disciples behind him with weaker cultivation sighed and took the initiative to make way for Xiao Qin. Ignoring the expressions of the crowd, Xiao Qin quickly left the hall of contributions and disappeared from everyone's sight. "Bastard, he actually took 20 black-ranked missions and only left 10 for us," Zhangxing said angrily after he and the others went up to the second floor. Xiao Qin could not hear the angry voices of these people. Even if he could, he would ignore them. A bunch of trash. Did they really think that the Hall of Contributions was their home and that they had to accept all the missions in it? After Xiao Qin left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he took out the mission contract and flipped through it. He said indifferently, "Let's start from the closest one. I found this one. Recently, Clear Breeze City has been harassed by a peak rank 6 spirit beast. There are countless deaths and injuries. Clear Wind City was a small city in the Shihe province. It was about the same size as Mo City, where the Shao clan used to be. The strongest cultivator in the city was only a superior grade martial saint. Even with the strength of the entire city, they would not be able to eliminate this peak rank 6 spirit beast. Every time a rank 6 spirit beast appeared, it would disrupt the order of the city. After taking out the map and ascertaining the direction to Qingfeng City, Xiao Qin executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He turned into a purple beam of light and rushed at full speed. 3 days later, with Xiao Qin rushing at full speed, the silhouette of a small city appeared in his vision. When Xiao Qin saw this city, he smiled faintly. "They are finally here. Let's end this quickly, it is just a peak rank 6 spirit beast." When Xiao Qin entered the city, he saw 5 wanted posters on the city walls. Xiao Qin could not help but stop and take a look. The wanted posters all showed his previous appearance. They were posted by the Duanmu clan and Hua clan, the Nanling province's Ji clan, the Shihe province's Yan clan, and the royal court's Gi Marquis. The bounty for each clan was at least 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. Added together, it was 6,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Such a horrifying amount would make any cultivator feel tempted. Young hero, after looking at it for so long, do you have any news of this person? The city lord's residence guard in front of the wanted posters asked. Xiaochen smiled faintly. No, I am just curious. The guard smiled and said, everyone is the same as you. When they first saw him, they were all astonished. This brat actually offended the 4 noble clans. He even offended the royal court's Guy Marquis. If an ordinary cultivator offended any of the clans, they would be in trouble. However, this brat seems to have offended half of the powers in the great Qin nation. However, it is strange. This brat has not appeared for close to a year. It is like he disappeared from the world. This caused the noble clans to increase their bounties. As long as we know where this person is, we will be able to obtain 10,000 gold taels and 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. If I see this person, I will be rich. I will no longer have to work in the city lord's residence. Xiaochen smiled gently and said, you will have the opportunity to see him. After Xiaochen spoke, he did not linger. He entered the city gates and quickly headed for the city lord's residence. After Xiaochen reported his intentions to the guards, they immediately let him in and left him in the side hall. Xiaochen sat on a wooden chair. Just as he finished drinking a mouthful of tea, he heard urgent footsteps. The door opened with a pshi sound. 2 middle-aged men entered. They were superior-grade martial saints. However, the person on the left had a more profound cultivation. His aura was also much stronger than the person beside him. When Xiaochen looked at the attire he was wearing, he should be the city lord of Clear Wind City. The person beside him should be his assistant. The city lord of Clear Wind City originally had an excited smile on his face. However, when he saw Xiaochen, his expression immediately sank. He asked doubtfully, are you really a cultivator sent by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Why is your cultivation so low? Furthermore, you are alone. Are you a fake? Xiaochen smiled faintly. He did not get angry or anxious. He showed his identity token to the city lord and took out the mission contract. He said, Heavenly Saber Pavilion Core Disciple, Qingyun Peaks Xiaochen. The contract and identity token prove that I am the real deal. The city lord's assistant said angrily, what is the point of sending a medial-grade martial saint? There are many people in Clear Wind City waiting for you to save them. There is no need for your Heavenly Saber Pavilion to brush us off like this. Boom! Boom! As the few of them spoke, the ground suddenly trembled. The Clear Wind City lord's expression could not help but change. He said, oh no, that black flame snake is coming again. Let's leave quickly. Hoo-chee! A strong wind blew by the 2 of them. Xiaochen took the initiative to open the door and leave. By the time the 2 of them chased after him, they could not even see Xiaochen's shadow. The city lord said in astonishment, what a fast speed. Could we have made a mistake? The assistant at the side curled his lips and said, so what if he is fast? The skin of that black flame snake is even harder than frost iron. You and I are superior-grade martial saints, yet we are unable to break its defense. How could he, a medial-grade martial saint, do it? Xiaochen executed the gravity spell and quickly flew towards the source of the sound. After a while, he discovered the spirit beast that was causing the commotion. He saw a 3-meter-wide black flame snake quickly burrowing out of the ground on the wide streets of the city. It spat out black flames from its mouth, burning the surrounding houses to ashes. The people on the streets were all terrified, running for their lives in all directions. Peak Rank 6 Black Flame Snake. Xiaochen recognized the spirit beast's name with one glance. He said indifferently, however, it is only 200 years old. It is far from fully maturing. It is far from the 1,000-year-old scarlet-crowned snake in the underground world. Peak rank 6 spirit beasts had differences in strength. Aside from the difference in bloodline, the age of the spirit beast determined its strength. The longer it lived, the more horrifying its cultivation would be. If this was a 1,000-year-old black flame snake, even a martial king would have trouble dealing with it. A 200-year-old black flame snake was not even comparable to the black tuna whale that Xiaoqin encountered in the past. It could be dealt with easily. Xiao. When Xiaoqin saw a clump of flames shooting at a little girl, he no longer hesitated. His figure flashed and he immediately landed on the ground. He carried the little girl in his embrace and quickly turned around. Bang! The black flame struck Xiaoqin and exploded. A shockwave surged and instantly engulfed Xiaoqin. This caused everyone to take in a deep breath of cold air. After the flames scattered, everyone was astonished to discover that the blue-robed Xiaoqin was completely fine. "Thank you, young hero, for saving my daughter." A middle-aged woman quickly ran over and took the little girl from Xiaoqin's embrace. Then, she thanked him profusely. Xiaoqin said, "There is no need to thank me. Leave quickly, this place is very dangerous." After Xiaoqin spoke, he sent out a gentle energy and enveloped the two of them, pushing them to a safe distance. Wuxia. Just as Xiaoqin withdrew his hand, the 200-meter-long black flame snake finally emerged from the ground. Its body soared into the air. It opened its bloody mouth and charged at Xiaoqin. Its sharp teeth gleamed with a cold light and strands of black qi lingered around it, making one tremble in fear. Xiaoqin's expression did not change. He circulated his qi and took a small step forward just as the huge snake's mouth was about to land. With a loud roar, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the snake's neck. Boom! There was a dull sound and the black flame snake's huge body immediately tumbled backward. It smashed into the rocks on the street and shattered them. Xiaoqin did not hold back in this punch. After the dragon and tiger body sculpting art reached the threshold of the 5th layer, he had already achieved 10,000 kilograms of force. How could his opponent endure this? As the black flame snake rolled over, it swung its huge tail ferociously. Drawing the saber. A resplendent saber light lit up and the black flame snake's body, which was as hard as frost iron, was neatly cut in half. Scarlet blood spurted out in the air, and the 3-meter-long snake tail fell to the ground. Glittering Wuxia. Xiaoqin leaped into the air and thunderclouds instantly gathered. He flicked his wrist 9 times and 9 strands of purple saber qi struck the black flame snake, leaving horrifying wounds on its body. The black flame snake writhed on the ground in pain, wailing in pain, leaving behind horrifying wounds. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the black flame snake rolled on the ground in pain. When the Clear Wind City Lord and his deputy rushed over, they happened to see this scene. They were astonished. The deputy, who had just said that Xiaoqin would not be able to break the black flame snake's defense, immediately felt his face heat up. He muttered, "How can this be? He is clearly only a medial grade martial saint. How can he break the black flame snake's defense?" Chapter 303. The Clear Wind City Lord looked at the thunderclouds in the sky and entered deep thought. He said sullenly, "He is different from us. No wonder he is so confident. This person is a cultivator who comprehended a state. Furthermore, his attainments in states are not low. That ordinary drawing the saber earlier is even stronger than a superior grade earth-ranked martial technique when infused with his state. The density of his saber qi is also stronger than ours. It is comparable to an inferior grade martial king. It looks like Clear Wind City is saved this time," the Clear Wind City Lord said with an excited smile. The black flame snake on the ground curled up into a ball, looking like a small mountain. Its cold eyes flickered with a red light as it stared at Xiaoqin. The black flame snake flicked its red tongue continuously, trying to capture Xiaoqin. It opened its mouth wide and the surrounding fire-attributed spiritual energy quickly surged towards it. A huge black fireball appeared and spun continuously. When the horrifying heat reached its peak, the black fireball surged towards Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "Playing with fire before me. You are far from good enough. Go back." A fierce purple flame burned continuously in Xiaoqian's right eye. He did not condense it, he just let it pour out. The purple flame immediately surged like a roaring river. Boom! The surging purple flame immediately swallowed up the black flame that the black flame snake spat out. The surging flame seemed boundless. In an instant, the black flame snake cried out miserably as it rolled on the ground. When the black flame snake felt Xiaoqian's horror, it quickly fled into the distance. Its body stuck close to the ground as it moved, crushing many buildings. Trying to leave. It is already too late. Wuxia shakes the heavens. Xiaoqian shouted and the ancient divine Wuxia tree appeared from nowhere. It was like a mountain, carrying a surging thunder aura as it pressed down on the black flame snake. Rumble. The state of thunder infused with holy might surged continuously above Xiaoqian's head. Along with the rumbling thunder, the divine Wuxia tree grew larger at a visible rate. It pressed down on the black flame snake's body. The huge force caused the ground to tremble. After a while, the divine tree turned into a horrifying electric light and merged into the black flame snake's body. With a thought from Xiaoqin, the black flame snake exploded. The black flame snake, which was already riddled with wounds from the purple thunder true fire, was blasted into smithereens by this electric light. It left behind a rain of blood that fell from the sky. Xiaoqin pulled the black flame snake's spirit core over and tossed it into his universe ring. Then, he quickly walked over to the Clear Wind City's city lord. Xiaoqin took out the mission contract and said indifferently, "Mission completed. Will you please leave your handprint and the city lord's official seal? It would be best if you left your handwriting on it." When the Clear Wind City's city lord saw the black flame snake, which had plagued Clear Wind City for several months, being easily killed by Xiaoqin, he still could not believe it. He only recovered his wits when Xiaoqin repeated himself. "Xiaoqin, Xiao Dragon, Dragon City Lord. Lord Chen, Dragon Lord. Xiao Moon. Forgive me for being direct, but isn't Qingyun Peak in decline?" Xiaoqin smiled and said, "Qingyun Peak Si Chen is the real deal. There is no need for me to lie to you. Qingyun Peak has not declined either. At least, his martial technique inheritance is still here. Furthermore, there is a peak master with limitless potential." After the black flame snake died, the city lord was in a good mood. He smiled and said, "Truly a young hero. This is unbelievable. I will leave my handprint now." After the Clear Wind City Lord left his handprint, he took out the city lord's official seal and stamped it in red. Finally, he added his personal signature. Xiaoqian's mission was complete. Satisfied, Xiaoqin received the mission contract. He revealed a faint smile. He had obtained 1,000 contribution points. This mission was too simple, it could not temper his saber techniques at all. However, it was good to expand Qingyun Peak's reputation. As the city lord watched Xiaoqin leave, the assistant beside the city lord suddenly said, "My lord, I remember something. Recently, there was a rumor in the Shihe province that a youth from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion killed an expert of the older generation, Yu Mingshan. It seems like it might be him." The city lord muttered, "There is an 80% chance that it is him." Although the black flame snake was a weak peak rank 6 spirit beast, it was still a peak superior grade martial saint. It would take a lot of effort to kill it. Furthermore, it would be hard to escape unscathed. This youth easily killed the black flame snake in just a few moves. Clearly, the two are not on the same level. There would not be more than 10 such geniuses in the great Qin nation. Qingyuan Peak's reputation is going to soar. The Flowing Cloud mountain range was the second largest mountain range in the Shihe province, second only to the Lingyun mountain range. The spiritual energy there was much less dense than the Lingyun mountain range. However, the spirit herbs and all sorts of rare plants in the mountain range were no less than the Lingyun mountain range. It was a famous herb mountain. The most important thing was that although there were many sects of various sizes around this mountain range, there was not a single strong sect. Hence, it was ownerless. There were many more cultivators coming and going here than in the Lingyun mountain range. Most of them were hired by the big powers to protect the herb gatherers, preventing them from being injured by the ferocious spirit beasts in the mountains. On a lone peak in the core of the Flowing Cloud mountain range, a white-clothed girl carrying a medicinal basket was nimbly climbing up a dangerous cliff. Beside the white-clothed girl was a young bladesman in blue robes. He slowly floated beside her, protecting her. If that bladesman was not Shao Qin, who else could it be? Shao Qin looked at the white-clothed girl climbing up bitterly. He shook his head and said indifferently, "Miss Sun, why go through so much trouble? Just tell me what the herb you are looking for looks like, and I'll help you pick it." This girl was the daughter of the manor lord of a manor famous for alchemy near the Flowing Cloud mountain range. Her name was Sun Qian. She was also the one who issued the mission for Shao Qin. If he helped the other party pick a spirit herb, he would receive 1,000 contribution points. Shao Qin did not want to waste any time. Hence, he wanted to quickly complete the mission. Sweat covered Sun Qian's exquisite face. When she heard Shao Qian's words, she wiped away her sweat and smiled. "Young Master Yi, it is not that I insist on doing this. It is just that this spirit herb is very troublesome to pick. You have to pull out all the roots. Furthermore, it cannot be damaged at all. Otherwise, if the spiritual energy leaks out, the spirit herb will wither very quickly. The medicinal effects will be completely gone. An inexperienced herb gatherer would not know the exact method." Shao Qin smiled faintly. Since Sun Qian said that, he could only let her be. He extended out his spiritual sense and started to investigate the surroundings. Shao Qin knew how to refine alchemy as well. He knew that Sun Qian was exaggerating. As long as there was some damage, the medicinal effects of any spirit herb would not diminish so quickly. However, Shao Qin could not be bothered. Sun Qian's request was not exaggerated. When the time came, he would just have to adapt to the situation. The cliff that the two of them were on was very famous in the entire Flowing Cloud mountain range. It had an interesting name, Go Crazy First, also known as Immortal Herb Peak. The Immortal Herb Peak was the core of the Flowing Cloud mountain range. It was where the spiritual energy of the entire mountain range gathered. The peak was filled with peak-grade spirit herbs that could be picked at any time. At the foot of the mountain were spirit herbs that were about 50 years old. At the waist of the mountain, they were all spirit herbs that were more than 100 years old. If one could climb to the peak, they might even be able to find spirit herbs that were more than 1,000 years old. It could be said to be a true immortal herb peak. The reason why it had another name, Go Crazy First, was passed down by herb gatherers. Only a crazy person would risk their life to climb this peak. This was because it was simply too dangerous. There were all sorts of ferocious flying spirit beasts in the surroundings. These spirit beasts consumed peak-grade spirit herbs all year round. Their cultivations were much stronger than regular spirit beasts. Furthermore, this was because it was high up in the sky. Even a peak superior grade martial saint who had not learned a flying martial technique would not dare to climb to the waist of the mountain. At most, they would pick some spirit herbs at the foot of the mountain and leave immediately. As for the peak above 4,000 meters, there was once a superior grade martial king who relied on his strength to fly up. In the end, he did not even last half a minute before he was brutally killed by the guardian spirit beast of the holy herb. Shao Qin was very clear on his own strength. This mission only required him to climb to the waist of the mountain. The height of 100 meters was still within his acceptable range. If he went any higher, he would have to give up on this mission. Without the cultivation of a martial king, he would simply be seeking death. At this moment, he had only climbed less than 500 meters, and he had already run into several ferocious rank 6 spirit beasts. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense detected a few black dots flying over from the northwest. He took out the Soul Slayer bow from the universe ring and said indifferently, "Miss Sun, be careful. There are more spirit beasts flying over." When Sun Qian heard this, her expression changed slightly. She quickly stopped climbing and slowly moved towards a protruding rock that she could use as leverage. The black dots in the distance got closer. They were 4 medial grade rank 6 spirit beasts, flaming cloud vultures. They were 3 meters long and had a wingspan of 20 meters. The feathers on their bodies were as bright as fire. They looked like a burning flame in the air. There were 9 vertical feathers on their tails. They were like sharp swords, straight and tough. There was a strand of flame at the tip of each feather. Although these flying spirit beasts were only medial grade rank 6, they were more difficult to deal with than a regular peak rank 6 spirit beast. If one was not careful, they would suffer greatly. Xiao! Xiao Chen drew back the bowstring and knocked an essence light arrow. His spiritual sense locked onto a flaming cloud vulture and he immediately released. The arrow moved like a meteor, tearing through the air and creating a piercing sound. With a "so" sound, the arrow pierced through a flaming cloud vulture, creating a huge bloody hole. The flaming cloud vulture cried out miserably and fell to the ground. Chi! Chi! Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving as he fired another arrow. The stronger the Soul Slayer bow, the stronger it would be. Every few months when Xiao Chen used it, its might would increase significantly. The other flaming cloud vulture that Xiao Chen aimed at turned in the air. However, it still could not escape its fate of death. With a bang, a bloody hole appeared in its body. "Miss Sun, be careful. I'll be back soon." The remaining 2 flaming cloud vultures were already less than 500 meters away from Xiao Chen. If they were too close, the Soul Slayer bow would not be as effective. Xiao Chen swapped out his lunar shadow saber and rushed out to lure the flaming cloud vultures away. Sun Qian said worriedly, "Young hero Yi, be careful." So. A flaming cloud vulture quickly flew over Xiao Chen's head. Its 2 sharp claws, which could easily tear through rocks, clawed at Xiao Chen's head. Chapter 304. If Xiao Chen was caught, no matter how strong his physical body was, his head would immediately explode. When Sun Qian saw the huge body of the fiery cloud vulture covering Xiao Chen's figure, she was so frightened that she turned pale and cried out. Bang! Bang! There were 2 explosions in the air. The first explosion was when the fiery cloud vulture's hard, frost iron claws were chopped off, and it fell from the sky. The second explosion was when a saber pierced through the fiery cloud vulture's body. After that, Xiao Chen's entire body pierced through the fiery cloud vulture. When Sun Qian saw that Xiao Chen was safe and sound, she heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That scared me to death." If Xiao Chen had died under the claws of the fiery cloud vulture, with her martial Grand Master cultivation, it was easy to imagine the consequences. She would have followed in Xiao Chen's footsteps. The final fiery cloud vulture circled around Xiao Chen continuously. Its tail feathers left rings of flames in the air. Finally, these flames formed a huge flaming tornado, encasing Xiao Chen within. Break! Xiao Chen swung his saber and a sharp saber chi tore a hole in the flaming tornado. Then, he quickly flew out of the blazing flames. So. The instant Xiao Chen emerged, the 8 flaming feathers on the fiery cloud vulture's tail feathers shot out like sharp arrows. As the flaming wings flew, they continuously absorbed the fire-attributed spiritual energy in the air. When they got close to Xiao Qin, they turned into a 20-meter-long flaming spear. Xiao Qin used the gravity spell in the air, so he could only bring out about 70% of his strength. He did not dare to clash head-on with these flaming spears. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Xiao Qin shouted and his body trembled in the air. He split into 9 and dodged the flaming spears flying at him. The momentum of the spears did not decrease. When they struck the ground, they blasted open 8 deep pits. Clear wind chop, only seeing the cool wind and not the saber. 9 gusts of cool wind blew from all directions, and in each breeze, there was a gust of wind. Xiao Chen's figure was hidden in each of them. In an instant, Xiao Chen's killing intent was completely gone. Only a gentle breeze brushed past the fiery cloud vulture's body. The fiery cloud vulture had never encountered such a situation before. It could not sense Xiao Chen's killing chi, so it could not help feeling suspicious. Boom! Just as it was feeling puzzled, Xiao Chen's 9 figures merged together. 9 pieces of saber chi shot out from the fiery cloud vulture's body, cutting it into 9 pieces in an instant. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and returned to Sun Qian's side. He said indifferently, "If we go any higher, it will be even more dangerous. Just tell me what spirit herbs you need, and I will bring you there." Sun Qian revealed a difficult expression and hesitated. However, when she saw the determination in Xiao Chen's eyes, she lowered her head and said softly, "I want a 500-year-old 9-colored flowing cloud fruit. I want to trample on the entire plant." A 500-year-old 9-colored flowing cloud fruit was very valuable. If she sold it, she could easily fetch more than 500 medial-grade spirit stones. "It looks like I am going to make a loss on this mission." Xiao Qin shook his head helplessly. He extended out his spiritual sense and found the 9-colored flowing cloud fruit after a while. Indeed, the 9-colored flowing cloud fruit was not just 100 meters up the mountain. It was more than a kilometer up. No wonder this girl refused to let him bring her up. She was probably worried that after Xiao Qin found out about the situation, she would immediately turn around and leave. So she could only brace herself and climb on her own. It would not be good to leave her behind when they reached the place. Xiao Qin withdrew his spiritual sense and smiled bitterly. Then, he picked up Sun Qian, who had her head lowered, and hugged her by the waist. As Sun Qian cried out in surprise, Xiao Qin executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and activated the windwalk shoes. His speed instantly reached the speed of sound as he quickly climbed up the cliff. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Qin arrived at the location of the 9-colored flowing cloud fruit. He placed the dazed Sun Qian on a protruding rock and said, "We have arrived. Hurry up, there will be spirit beasts arriving soon." When Sun Qian saw the 9-colored flowing cloud fruit before her, she recovered her wits. She quickly took out a hoe from the herb basket and started to dig carefully. Xiao! Suddenly, a formless fluctuation appeared in the air. Xiao Qin frowned slightly as he looked into the distance. At the limits of his vision, he saw a fiery cloud vulture that was 20 meters long and had a wingspan of 100 meters. There were 20-odd feathers on its tail. Damn it, it is actually an adult fiery cloud vulture. It has lived for at least 500 years. I am definitely not a match for it in the air. Xiao Qin quickly analyzed the situation. Very few spirit beasts could live to adulthood. However, once they did, their strength would undergo a qualitative change. "Miss Sun, how much longer do you need?" Xiao Qin asked. Sun Qian was focused on digging the small tree where the flowing cloud fruit grew. When she heard Xiao Qian's question, she replied, 2 minutes. "I only need 2 minutes." Xiao Qian's expression was calm as he said, "Don't lie to me. I'll pick you up in 2 minutes." After Xiao Qin spoke, he leaped into the air and quickly flew towards the adult fiery cloud vulture, luring it in another direction. Xiao Qin did not seek to kill it, he just wanted to delay it for 2 minutes. Hearing the voice behind her and sensing that Xiaoqin had left, Sun Qian's head immediately swelled. Her two charming eyebrows were tightly knitted together. With a bitter face, he said, "Really, I need at least 3 minutes. I should hurry up." His hands began to move faster. After digging out the rhizome, he immediately cleaned the rhizome carefully. There were close to a few hundred long and thin tentacles on the rhizome. If Sun Qian could not break a single one of these tentacles, she would not be able to achieve her goal. The sounds of explosions came from behind her, making her even more nervous. She increased her speed even more. 2 minutes later, Xiaoqin rushed back, travel-worn. His robes were burned to the point that not a single part of them was undamaged. His hair was disheveled. Blood leaked out from the corner of his lips, and a fiery red feather was stuck in his chest. Xiaoqin pulled out the feather. When Sun Qian heard the voice again, her forehead was covered in sweat. Her hands moved extremely quickly before she managed to place the last few tentacles back into the herb basket and cover it properly. Xiaoqin did not give her a chance to speak. He carried her and quickly descended to the ground 2 kilometers above the ground. Bang! The moment the two of them left, the adult fiery cloud vulture's huge claws clawed at the mountain peak. 2 large holes with a diameter of 10 meters appeared in the mountain peak, causing dust to fly everywhere. When the mature fiery cloud vulture saw that the entire 9-colored flowing cloud fruit had been dug out, it became completely enraged. It let out a sharp cry and charged at Xiaoqin and Sun Qian. Its speed instantly surpassed the speed of sound. Sun Qian fell from a high altitude. She was in Xiaoqian's embrace, her complexion pale. She was so frightened that she did not dare to make a sound. She grabbed onto Xiaoqian's waist tightly. Circulating the dragon and tiger body sculpting art, Xiaoqian withdrew his strength and increased his weight to 5,000 kilograms. His speed of descent immediately increased by several tens of times. When Xiaoqin was about to land, he quickly dispersed his energy and sent out a shock wave towards the ground. His body immediately slid forward. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot! Xiaoqin turned his head, and a fierce purple flame quickly gathered in his right eye. It formed a purple arrow and struck the fiery cloud vulture at lightning speed. Boom! The explosion created a huge shockwave, blowing the huge body of the mature fiery cloud vulture far away. In an instant, it was a great distance away from Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin completed this series of actions in the time it took for a spark to fly. There were no pauses at all. He had exhausted less than 30% of his essence. In addition to the injuries he had suffered earlier, this journey could be said to be extremely dangerous. If he hesitated for even a moment, he would have died under the vulture's claws. Outside the mountain range, the people of the Clearwater Manor's Flowing Clouds sect were waiting anxiously. When they saw Xiaoqin carrying Sun Qian flying out, they all revealed joyful smiles. Xiao! Xiaoqin landed firmly on the ground while carrying Sun Qian. He gently placed the blushing Sun Qian on the ground before slowly moving to the side. First miss, did you succeed? Did you manage to pick the 9-colored flowing cloud fruit? The people of the Clearwater Manor immediately surrounded Sun Qian and asked all at once. After they received an affirmative answer, they all revealed excited smiles. With this, we can transplant the flowing cloud fruit back to our Clearwater Manor's herb garden in perfect condition. The Manor Lord will be very happy. We will be able to earn at least 100 medial-grade spirit stones every year. Xiaoqin tidied up his messy clothes and his scattered black hair. When he heard this, he finally understood why they could not destroy the roots of the flowing cloud fruit. It turned out that they needed to transplant the herb. However, the flowing cloud fruit was already a rank 8 spirit herb. For the Clearwater Manor to know how to transplant it, they really hid their strength. Sun Qian parted the crowd and rushed over to Xiaoqin excitedly. Her face was filled with smiles as she said, "Young hero Yi, thank you very much. Are your injuries all right? Xiao Chen smiled casually, indicating that he was fine. In reality, he was indeed fine. Although the mature fiery cloud vulture was very ferocious, it would be difficult for Xiao Chen to escape unscathed if he kept dodging. However, he could still avoid getting injured. This is the mission contract. Miss Sun, please sign it and leave your fingerprint, Xiao Chen said as he took out the contract and ink and handed it to Sun Qian. After Sun Qian received the contract and signed it, she took out 2 bottles of medicinal pills and handed them to Xiao Chen. She said, "Young hero Yi, these are our clear water manners secret healing pills. When consumed orally and applied externally, they can heal your injuries quickly." Xiao Chen received the contract and medicinal pills. Then, he performed a cup-fist salute and said, "Many thanks, Miss Sunday. I will take my leave first." After speaking, Xiao Chen did not linger. His figure flashed as he left. Sun Qian looked in the direction Xiao Chen left. Her gaze never left him. It was like something in her heart had been hollowed out. "Miss, stop looking. This kind of person is destined to be on a different level from us," the old housekeeper of the Clear Water Manor said unhurriedly when he saw Sun Qian's expression. Sun Qian revealed a bitter smile and disappointment flashed in her eyes. She said indifferently, "I know. That's why I did not try to hold him back. Let's go." After leaving the Flowing Cloud Manor, Xiao Chen went to the nearest city and found an inn. He took a comfortable bath and changed his clothes. Then, he took out the mission contracts and checked them carefully. After Xiao Chen checked them one by one, he said, "In the past 2 months, I have already completed the 15 missions in the Shihe province. The remaining 5 are for the other prefectures. Let's start with the Dongming province first." Chapter 305. Suddenly, Xiao Chen focused his gaze on a mission contract. This black rank mission was different from the others. There were 5 black stars behind the black title. The 5 stars represented the difficulty of the mission. It was the highest among the black rank missions. The most difficult mission that Xiao Chen had done in the past 2 months was only 3 stars. It required Xiao Chen to use 70% of his strength before he managed to complete it. However, the reward of a 5-star mission was very generous. It was a total of 3,000 contribution points. However, what made Xiao Chen unable to shift his gaze away was the name of the person entrusted to the mission, Dongming Province's Duanmu clan's Duanmuking. There was no detailed description of the mission. It only roughly stated that it was an escort mission. The requirement was that the cultivator must not be higher than Martial King. When Xiao Chen first saw this mission, he did not hesitate and chose it. Be it the high reward or the person entrusted to the mission, Xiao Chen was very interested in it. With the Duanmu clan's strength, they actually wanted to entrust the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This escort mission was definitely not simple. Furthermore, the requirement of this mission was very interesting. The cultivator must not be higher than Martial King. Xiao Chen quickly figured out the crux of the matter. The destination of the escort mission would definitely have a barrier. Those above Martial King would not be able to enter. Interesting, there will definitely be a pleasant surprise in this mission. Xiao Chen put away the contract and smiled faintly. "I will rest for the night first. We will depart tomorrow." Dongming Province, Sisui Prefecture's capital, Duanmu clan's courtyard. As one of the 2 great noble clans of Dongming Province, the Duanmu clan occupied an area of several thousand mu. There were countless pavilions, corridors, and courtyards. At this moment, there was a cold and elegant girl sitting on a wooden chair in the main hall. Her gaze was very cold. One look from her could make one feel a bone-chilling cold. This was the Duanmu clan's princess, Duanmuking. Occasionally, there would be servants rushing in. These people did not dare to look her in the eye. When they arrived, they immediately knelt on the ground. Reporting to First Miss, Nanling Province's Ji clan's Ji Chongkong has arrived and is waiting in the front yard. Hua Yunfei of Dongming's Hua clan has arrived and is waiting in the front yard. The Misty Sword sect's first disciple, Chu Chaoyun, has arrived. He is also waiting in the front yard. Night Spirit Palace's second disciple, Mu Yanshue, has arrived and is waiting in the front yard. The Duke's Gi Marquis, Ing Shao, has arrived and is waiting in the front courtyard. The servant's voice only stopped after reporting more than 10 people. Any one of these people could be said to be famous in the great Qin nation. They were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. Unexpectedly, they were all gathered in the Duanmu clan today. If outsiders knew of such a situation, they would definitely be astonished. They would not know what had happened for the Duanmu clan to gather all the geniuses of the great Qin nation's younger generation. Duanmuking slowly stood up and asked, aside from Mu Qingxue who is in seclusion, who else is not here? A middle-aged woman beside Shaochen replied, aside from him, there is only the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Murong Chong. Furthermore, I heard that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion treated our invitation as a mission and sent it out. They did not take it seriously at all. Duanmuking's expression did not change. He said indifferently, there is no need to bother with them. Murong Chong has already left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. I believe they will not be able to send anyone decent. They are preparing to send someone over. After Duanmu Qing spoke, she led a few women with high cultivations to the front yard. Before they reached the front yard, a loud sound rang out. Before they reached the front yard, they felt a strong aura rushing into the sky. They did not give way to each other. They were fighting in the sky, causing the sky to change color. The people who came this time were all dragons and phoenixes among men. Naturally, they were not willing to be inferior to others. It was clear that these auras were done on purpose. In the front yard, there were more than 100 people seated in 4 directions, one direction for the Dongming province, one direction for the Nanling province, one direction for the Shihe province, and one direction for the prince's residence. The weakest of these people was a superior grade martial saint. Many of them had comprehended their own states and could easily kill an inferior grade martial king. The vast front yard was exceptionally quiet. However, under this silence, there was an undercurrent. The scions of the various noble clans were sizing up their competitors. Dong! 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 Footsteps could be heard. It was Duanmuking walking in. The woman beside her revealed a smile and said softly, "Thank you, everyone, for giving face to the Duanmu clan and coming as arranged." In the front yard, a purple-robed youth sat in the south. He laughed strangely and said in a cynical manner, "Ha ha. I am not giving face to the Duanmu clan. I am here for my own fortuitous encounter." Cut the crap. Duanmuking, what exactly is the Firely Sect Branch Hall remnant that you mentioned? Tell us more clearly. I believe everyone here is here for a fortuitous encounter. The person who spoke was said to be the last sect in the Tianwu continent that had a complete method to forge secret treasures. After the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the person who spoke was called Sun Wei. He was the scion of the Sun clan, one of the 2 noble clans of the Nanling province. He was very strong. However, his fame was suppressed by Mu Qingxue and Ji Chongkong. Hence, not many people knew about him. Based on what Sun Wei said, no wonder Duanmuking was able to gather all the outstanding talents of the great Qin nation. It turned out that there was the temptation of a fortuitous encounter. The geniuses all had the same starting line. The amount of fortuitous encounters they had would determine how far they could go in the future and how outstanding they were. Many of the people here had experienced their own fortuitous encounters. They were very familiar with the benefits. It was impossible for them not to come. The Firely sect was lost in the long river of history, mysteriously disappearing. Not to mention finding the method to forge secret treasures, just finding a few high-ranked secret treasures would allow everyone's strength to increase significantly. Or perhaps they could find a few special martial techniques of the Firely sect. they could also increase their strength significantly. It had to be known that 10,000 years ago, the Fireless sect was in existence that could rival a holy land. The martial techniques in the sect would definitely not be simple. Duanmuking looked at Sun Wei coldly, causing the latter to feel a deep chill. He said indifferently, "When everyone is here, I will naturally tell you." Sun Wei was a little flustered by this look. He quickly circulated his essence and forced out the chill from the bottom of his heart. Ji Chongkong, who was not far behind Sun Wei, said indifferently, "Who else is not here yet?" "The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Murong Chong." Reporting to First Miss, "The people from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion are here," a servant said quickly as he ran in. Duanmuking said softly, "Invite him in." After they arrived at the Duanmu clan's residence, Xiaoqin handed over the mission contract and was quickly led in. From a distance, Xiaoqin could feel all sorts of auras clashing intensely in the air above the front yard. While waiting for the notification, Xiaoqin extended out his spiritual sense. The appearances of everyone in the front yard immediately appeared in his vision. Xiaoqin withdrew his spiritual sense and smiled faintly. The Guy Marquis, Ji Chongkong, Hua Yunfei, Duanmuking, Chu Chaoyun, and Mu Yanxue. There are many familiar faces here. Aside from these people, Xiaoqin was surprised to see in person. As for the others that he did not recognize, he could guess their identities. If they were not from the three great sects, then they were the disciples of the inherited noble clans. All of them were at least superior grade martial saints. Every noble clan disciple brought 2 or 3 subordinates with them. This mission is probably different from what I expected. It is definitely not a simple escort mission. Xiaoqin collected his thoughts and thought to himself, "I'll take it one step at a time. When the time comes, I'll act according to the situation. I can use this opportunity to understand their strength." Without waiting for long, the person who led Xiaoqin and immediately passed on Duanmuking's words to him, "Young Master Yi, the young miss invites you in." Xiaoqin nodded and sorted out his emotions. Then, he slowly walked in. Xiao. The moment he entered, Xiaoqin felt countless gazes directed at him. Some of these gazes were filled with disdain, some with doubt, and some with undisguised mockery. Xiaoqin maintained a calm expression as he took in everyone's expressions. When he discovered that Ji Chongkong and the others did not have any strange expressions, he relaxed slightly. On the other hand, Chu Chaoyun's reaction surprised Xiaoqin. He only glanced at Chu Chaoyun briefly before ignoring him. Then, Chu Chaoyun closed his eyes and rested. When Xiaoqin felt Yunkursen's gaze, he nodded at her. He discovered that her cultivation had actually broken through to superior grade martial saint in a short period of time. It looks like she has already completely comprehended the heaven-ranked cultivation technique, the roaming dragon incantation. Suddenly, Sun Wu laughed loudly within the crowd. He pointed at Xiaoqin and said, "How funny. Duanmuking, you made us wait for so long just for this trash. He is just a medial grade martial saint. Is he even fit to compete with us for a fortuitous encounter?" Duanmuking was mildly surprised as well. He did not expect the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to be so perfunctory. Even if Murong Chong did not come, sending a peak superior grade martial saint should not be difficult. Aside from Murong Chong, who else in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is worth looking at? "Go back to where you came from," a royal clan disciple in the royal court said casually. The Dongming province's Hua Yunfei also smiled coldly and said, "A medial grade martial disciple is just sending himself to death." Duanmuking, don't tell me you are going to invite such a person as well. The matter of Xiaoqin defeating Murong Chong was only known by a small number of people in the Shihe province. It had not spread out on a large scale. Aside from the Shi clan Shi Feng, Mu Yanxue, Yun Kursen, and the others who knew Xiaoqin's true strength, no one else knew. However, when they saw Xiaoqin ridiculing them, they did not say anything. They only watched quietly as the situation developed. Sun Wu revealed a cold expression and said sullenly, "Are you still not going to scram? Don't blame me for making a move." So. A strong wind blew in the courtyard, picking up the fallen leaves and causing them to dance in the air. Sun Wu leaped into the air, passing through countless fallen leaves as he punched at Xiao Qin. Xiao Chen's expression was incomparably calm. He did not feel any joy or sorrow in his heart. When he saw Sun Wu flying over, he casually waved his hand. The lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the air immediately gathered and formed a clump of intense purple flames. It appeared in front of Sun Wu and flew at him. Chapter 306. You dare to make a move against me with such a small amount of lightning-attributed fire. You overestimate yourself. Break for me. Xiao Qin roared ferociously. The fist wind was like a pillar as it struck the purple thunder true fire that Xiao Qin formed. Bang! The purple flames exploded, creating a shockwave in the air. The huge force shocked Sun Wei, who was in the air. Sun Wei's punch did not scatter the purple flames. Unexpectedly, after the purple flames exploded, they could still produce such a huge force. Boom! 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 Before Sun Wei could react, Xiao Qin waved his right hand 3 more times. 3 clumps of purple flames shot out from 3 different directions at Sun Wei. Sun Wei spun around in the air and kicked. There was an explosive sound in the air. One of the clumps of purple flames shattered and turned into a purple shockwave. Using the force of this kick, Sun Wei quickly changed his angle and dodged the 2 clumps of purple flames. Boom! 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 Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He casually sent out another 4 clumps of purple flames at Sun Wei. Sun Wei's expression turned slightly angry. His body, which had been preparing to charge forward, could not help but move back and scatter the purple flames. Following Xiao Chen's casual movements, Sun Wei's body flipped continuously in the air as he shouted. However, he could not get close to Xiao Qin. Instead, the purple lightning-attributed fire pushed him further back. Purple thunder true fire. Xiao Qin shouted, and all the remnant purple lightning in the air instantly formed a huge clump of purple flames. This lightning-attributed fire was incredibly ferocious. The moment it appeared, the temperature in the courtyard rose by more than 1,000 degrees Celsius. The flowers and plants in the courtyard were scorched and turned into ashes. Bang! Sun Wei, who was in the air, was caught off guard. He only had time to form a barrier of essence. The ferocious flames immediately struck him, giving off a loud sound. His body fell to the ground like a sandbag and rolled far away. When the others saw Sun Wei tumbling to the ground, their expressions changed. They no longer looked at Xiao Qin with the contempt they had earlier. Almost everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Sun Wei's strength could be ranked in the top 30 among the 100 people present. However, Xiao Qin did not move at all. With just a few casual waves of his hand, he had sent Sun Wei flying. This level of strength was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Many of them swapped the scene just now and came to the same conclusion. If they were Xiao Qin, they would also be able to repel Sun Wei, but they would not be able to do it as easily as Xiao Qin. Withdraw! Xiao Qin shouted and clenched 2 fingers on his right hand. The scattered purple qi in the air quickly gathered at his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge flame whirlpool. The purple flames continued to condense and finally formed a small wisp of flame, swaying and dancing above his 2 fingers. After Sun Wei rolled on the ground, he pushed off the ground and quickly stood up. His expression was incredibly sullen and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Sun Wei's right hand quickly grasped the sword at his waist. Punching and kicking were his weaknesses. Earlier, he saw that Xiao Qin did not draw a weapon, so he did not bother drawing one. However, he did not expect to embarrass himself in front of everyone. Sun Wei did not think that his strength was weaker than Xiao Qin, a medial-grade martial saint. Furthermore, he was a cultivator with an inherited martial spirit. If he used his full strength, Xiao Qin would not be a match for him. Today, no one can save you. Die. Setting sun break. Sun Wei roared ferociously and drew the sword at his waist. A setting sun appeared from nowhere and turned into a dazzling sword light, shooting at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said softly, "Release." The swaying flame on Xiao Qin's fingertips suddenly turned into a roaring fire dragon. It carried countless arcs of electricity and surging heat waves as it soared into the air. Duanmuking's expression turned grave. He knew that if they continued fighting like this, one of them would be severely injured. This would not be beneficial to this operation. Her lily-white hand stretched out in the air and an ice wall rose from the ground, blocking the fire dragon and sword chi. The temperature in the air plummeted. The blazing sun hung overhead, but it made everyone feel like they had fallen into an ice cave. Frost covered everything in the front yard. It was like everything had stopped moving. The sun-like sword chi and the purple fire dragon were attacked by a strange cold current on the ice wall. They were quickly frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! When the sword chi and the fire dragon were 5 meters away from the ice wall, they were completely frozen. When they crashed into the ice wall, they immediately shattered into countless tiny ice shards. Unexpectedly, the martial techniques of the two were broken by Duanmuqing at the same time. This move shocked everyone present. Xiao Qin was mildly astonished. After not seeing Duanmuqing for a year, Duanmuking's strength had actually become so horrifying. Duanmuqing withdrew his hand and scattered the ice wall. The temperature in the front yard returned to normal. The feeling of falling into an ice cave instantly disappeared. Sun Wei, if you still want to participate in this mission, you better shut your mouth and sheath your sword, Duanmuqing said expressionlessly. Sun Wei snorted coldly and sheathed his sword. The strength that Duanmuqing had displayed made him not dare to be as impudent as he was earlier. Sun Wei glanced coldly at Xiao Qin and said, "Heavenly Saber Pavilion's trash, after this mission ends, you better pray that you do not meet me." Boom! Just as Sun Wei finished speaking, there was suddenly a deafening clap of thunder in the sky. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's calm eyes. Killing Qi immediately surged out and he placed his right hand on his saber hilt. Windwalk shoes activated. Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Arts High Rank Technique, Roaming Dragon's 9 Transformations. Qingyun Peak Secret Technique, Clear Wind Chop. Suddenly, 9 cool breezes blew in the front yard. As the cool breezes caressed one's face, it made one's heart relax. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's figure split into 9. Xiao Chen drew his saber and 9 resplendent saber lights lit up. However, no one could feel any killing intent. With the aid of the Windwalk shoes, Xiao Chen's speed instantly reached the speed of sound. The saber lights danced around as fast as lightning. The 9 figures moved like the wind. It was dazzling. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. Boom! When the cool breezes stopped, the 9 figures merged together. Sun Wei had 9 more wounds on his body. He had just drawn his sword, he did not even have the chance to draw it. The bright tip of the lunar shadow saber pressed against Sun Wei's throat. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. Blood gushed out of his wound like a fountain. Sun Wei's complexion instantly paled. The tip of the saber pressed against his neck made him feel like death was so close to him for the first time. He even felt numb to the pain of his wound, he could no longer feel it. Xiao Chen flicked his wrist and scratched Sun Wei's neck, leaving behind a faint trace of blood. He said indifferently, "Now that I have touched you, what do you think you want?" Sun Wei's complexion paled, he was enraged. However, when he saw Xiao Chen's cold gaze, he did not dare to say anything. He felt that if he resisted, this person would not hesitate to kill him. Mu Qingxue was not around. Ji Chongkong was the leader of the Nanling province's outstanding talents. At this moment, when Ji Chongkong saw Xiaoqun pressing his saber against Sun Wei's neck, as the leader of the Nanling province, it would be inexcusable if he did not make a move. Ji Chongkong slowly got up and walked over. The stars in his eyes flickered continuously, a boundless river of stars flowed in all directions. This made his eyes look boundlessly deep. If one was not careful, they would sink deep into the abyss. Ji Chongkong walked until he was about 10 meters away from Xiaoqun. He said sullenly, "Friend, this is a little too much." Xiaoqun turned around and looked straight into Ji Chongkong's eyes. He said indifferently, "How is it too much? He is only allowed to threaten and insult me. I am not allowed to retaliate." The moment Sun Wei entered the front yard, he immediately took the lead in mocking Xiaoqun. Although Xiaoqun could not be bothered with him, he was not a saint. He could remain indifferent when others scolded him. The second time Sun Wei made a move, he directly threatened Xiaoqun. This crossed Xiaoqun's bottom line. Although Xiaoqun had already sentenced Sun Wei to death in his heart, he did not intend to kill Sun Wei right now. This mission was definitely not simple. If he did not display a certain level of strength, he might not even be qualified to participate. Xiaoqun's main purpose in making such a forceful move was to intimidate the crowd. At the same time, he wanted to display his strength so that Sun Wei would not dare to be too presumptuous. This was how the world was. If Xiaoqun had displayed his strength from the start, there would not have been so many doubts. Ji Chongkong looked at the wound on Sun Wei's chest and said, "Let him go first." "I, Ji Chongkong, guarantee that Sun Wei will not seek trouble for you during this mission. You will also have a share in this fortuitous encounter." Whether he sought trouble during the mission or not after the mission was over, Ji Chongkong did not care. Xiaoqun smiled faintly to himself. This Ji Chongkong really knew how to play word games. However, Xiaoqun had already achieved his goal. All he needed to do was to stop. Even if Sun Wei wanted to settle the score later, he was not afraid, he would just kill him. "Ka xie." Xiaoqun sheathed his saber and said indifferently, "I hope your guarantee is effective." Sun Wei immediately felt a wave of relief. He quickly pressed the acupuncture point on his chest to stop the blood from gushing out. The two Sun family disciples who came with him were immediately supported by him and left the room. "Hu Qi." Just as Xiaoqun turned around, Ji Chongkong suddenly made a move. The stars in his eyes started to flicker rapidly. When Ji Chongkong sent out a palm strike, starlight filled the sky. The area within 100 meters of Ji Chongkong turned into a resplendent galaxy. "I guarantee that he will not seek trouble for you, but I did not guarantee that I will not seek trouble for you. Don't think that there is no one in Nanling province that you can do whatever you want," Ji Chongkong said with a sinister expression. Xiaoqun turned around and a tiger and dragon revolved around him. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated rapidly. Xiaoqun punched, carrying the might of a tiger and a soaring dragon as he welcomed the attack. Bang! When the fist and palm met, there was a loud sound. An intense shockwave spread out, forming a strong wind that blew in the courtyard. Everyone's clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. The stars behind Ji Chongkong flickered. The starlight filled the sky and poured into his palm strike. The energy of the entire galaxy gathered together. However, this was the first time Xiaoqun used the final move of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist, Tiger and Dragon Soaring, after he cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the threshold of the 5th layer. Xiaoqun's strength reached 15,000 kilograms. Regardless of aura or strength, he was not weaker than his opponent. Chapter 307. The two of them were evenly matched. The instant their fists and palms collided, they both took 5 steps back. Both of them felt their right arms go numb. The qi and blood in their bodies churned violently and their internal organs trembled. Enough, whoever takes the initiative to attack can leave immediately. I, Duanmuking, will only say it once. If you don't believe me, feel free to give it a try. Duanmuking had an incomparably gloomy expression on her cold face. Her icy tone made it impossible for anyone to doubt her determination. Ji Chongkong looked at the calm Shao Qin and knew that he could not take him down in a short period of time. He could only give up. The stars in the sky immediately disappeared and everything returned to normal. However, I have not tested out his true strength. It looks like there is another competitor in this fortuitous encounter, Ji Chongkong thought to himself with some regret. In the ancient remnant in the savage forest, Ji Chongkong had obtained the benefits of a fortuitous encounter. Hence, his desire for and competition for fortuitous encounters was much stronger than others. Seeing Ji Chongkong withdraw, Shaoqian did not have any intentions of continuing. He knew that Ji Chongkong only wanted to test his strength. It was far from a life and death situation. Duanmuking turned around and said to Shaoqian, I have not asked for your name. Also, please show me the mission contract and your Heavenly Saber Pavilion identity token. Shaoqian handed over the mission contract and identity token, Qingyun Peak, Yi Qin. Qingyun Peak. When Duanmuking heard these 3 words, her heart skipped a beat. She had some understanding of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion situation. The reason Murong Chong left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was because he lost to a Qingyun Peak disciple. From the looks of it, it was very likely to be this person. After checking the identity token and mission contract, Duanmuking said softly, please take a seat. I will count you in for this mission. After Shaoqian sat down, Duanmuking said softly, I don't need to say anything about the Firely sect. Everyone should be clear on this. During the Tianwu dynasty, all the secret treasures of the continent came from this sect. They are also the only sect that grasped the ability to refine secret treasures after the ancient era. This time, our Duanmu clan's main objective is not the Firely sect, but the profound ice flower in front of the Firely sect. As long as everyone can let me obtain the profound ice flower, I can help everyone open the entrance to the Firely sect branch hall ruins. Hua Yunfei said indifferently, the profound ice flower is not an ordinary spirit herb. Why should we give it to you? Also, how can you prove that there are remnants of a Firely sect branch beside the profound ice flower? If you leave immediately after obtaining the profound ice flower, wouldn't we all be fooled by you? You have to give us a reason that can convince us all. The profound ice flower was a very mysterious flower. Originally, the martial sky continent did not have such a flower. It was rumored that during the ancient era, after the Ice Empress, an emperor-level expert, died, her blood was scattered all over the place, then it grew into this flower. The entire flower was made up of the purest ice-attributed spiritual energy. It was crystal clear, pure and flawless. This flower could not immediately increase a cultivator's cultivation. However, if an ice-attributed cultivator consumed this flower, their physique would become the legendary spiritual body. They would be able to comprehend the state of ice to the limit. Furthermore, they would be able to cultivate ice-attributed martial techniques several times faster than regular cultivators. It was rumored that the Duanmu clan was the descendant of the Ice Empress. The profound ice incantation that they passed down was derived from the Ice Empress cultivation technique. Hence, this profound ice flower was even more important to the Duanmu clan than regular cultivators. If she obtained it, she would be able to increase the strength of the Duanmu clan rapidly. This was undoubtedly bad news for the other noble clans. Hua Yunfei's words also represented the intentions of the others. Duanmuking had to give them a reason to give up on the profound ice flower. Furthermore, he had to take out concrete evidence to prove the existence of the Firely sect branch hall. Duanmuking clearly expected the crowd to have such doubts. He said calmly, the location of the profound ice flower is in a demonic beast forest. There is a seal on the land of the three holy masters there. Demonic beasts and cultivators above Martial King are not allowed to enter. This time, I will only bring 4 people with me. If there were no fiery sect remnants, you would be able to kill me easily with your strength. After I obtain the profound ice flower, I will not want any of the treasures in the fiery sect. As for the evidence you want, I cannot take it out. However, I can only use my life as a guarantee. If you believe me, you can go. If you don't, you can leave now. After the crowd heard Duanmuking's words, they all started to make their own plans. Although Duanmuking did not take out any evidence, no one expressed any intention of leaving even after a long time. There was nothing they could do about it. The temptation of a fortuitous encounter was too great. If they left, other geniuses like them would obtain the treasures in the fortuitous encounter. Who knows, they might be left behind forever, and it would be too late to regret it. Furthermore, everyone believed that Duanmuking did not have the guts to lie to them. Every single person in the front yard had a power comparable to the Duanmu clan. If they incurred the wrath of the crowd, it would only be a matter of 1 or 2 days before the Duanmu clan was destroyed. Chu Chaoyun, who had been silent all this while, suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "Demonic Beast Forest? Which demonic beast forest?" Duanmuking replied softly, "The one below Ink Mountain, the Ink Forest." "What's going on?" "Ink Forest." When everyone present heard the words, Ink Forest, they immediately took a deep breath of cold air. Their expressions changed greatly, and many of them started to hesitate. The Ink Forest was a demonic beast forest 5,000 meters below the ground. It was located at the bottom of the Ink Mountain Range. The entire Ink Mountain Range was a demonic beast mountain range. It was a famous dangerous place within the Great Qin nation. The spirit veins of the entire mountain range were all contaminated by demonic qi. Within a radius of 500 kilometers, the trees, flowers, and plants could be fatal if they were not careful. Without a martial king cultivation, entering the core of the mountain range was no different from committing suicide. In comparison, the Ink Forest could be considered a forbidden land. The spirit veins origin of the entire Ink Mountain range that had been demonized was beneath the Ink Forest. The entire spirit veins origin had been contaminated. This was extremely rare in the Tianwu continent. Back then, even the 3 holy masters were unable to completely seal it. They could only leave a barrier to control the demonic beasts within. Those above Martial King would not be able to come out. Otherwise, if the horrifying demonic beasts inside came out, it would be an unbearable disaster for the surrounding cities. Duanmuking said softly, "Everyone, there is no need to worry after entering the Ink Mountain Range. The Duanmu clan's profound ice palace will escort everyone safely to the entrance of the Ink Forest. Furthermore, the profound ice flower and the fiery sects remnant are not in the core of the forest." Even so, the doubts on everyone's faces did not disappear. They quickly calculated the risks and benefits in their hearts. Fortuitous encounters were often accompanied by danger. Walking the line between life and death, there had never been a free fortuitous encounter. Even if there was a free fortuitous encounter, the gains would not be great. Before the crowd came, they had already made their mental preparations. However, when they heard that they were going to the Ink Forest, they were caught off guard and hesitated. A fortuitous encounter was good. However, if they did not have their lives to obtain it, it would be all for naught. Chu Chaoyun thought for a while and said, "If it is only the periphery, we can give it a try. I, Hua Yunfei, can give it a try as well. However, it is just the Ink Forest. I want to see what kind of dragon's pool or tiger's den it is. Why would I, Ji Chongkong, not dare?" Mu Yanxue is willing to give it a try as well. After Chu Chaoyun spoke, the others all agreed. In the end, no one backed out, they all sat down and made their decision. Thinking about it, it was understandable. Everyone here was a dragon among men. No one would admit that they were weaker than the others. Even if they could see the risks and felt that someone was going to die, they would feel that the one dying would not be them. Xiao Chen looked at the high-spirited crowd and shook his head. This group of people probably had very little experience adventuring in the demonic beast forest. Most of them probably would not make it back alive. Seeing that everyone agreed, Duanmuking said, "Everyone, please rest for the night. We will depart tomorrow. Do not cause trouble in the residence. If you anger the elders, even I will not be able to protect you." Late at night, the moon hung high in the sky. Its golden light illuminated the ground. Xiao Chen was meditating in the guest room when he suddenly heard slow footsteps. He opened his eyes and sent out his spiritual sense. He discovered Yun Kursin standing outside the door. He quickly got up and welcomed her in. There was a graceful smile on Yun Kursin's delicate face. She said, "Congratulations, senior brother Yi. You defeated Murong Chong. Now, everyone in the entire Shihe province knows about you." Within the sect, strength was everything. Now that Xiao Chen defeated Murong Chong, it could be said that anyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who met Xiao Chen would have to address him as senior brother Yi. It did not matter how long one had been in the sect. However, Yun Kursin's words were clearly teasing him. It was half a joke. Xiao Chen smiled and said softly, "There is no need to be so formal. Senior sister Yun, just call me Xiao Chen. Have a seat, why are you looking for me?" Yun Kursin slowly sat down and took out a secret manual. She smiled and said, "You can also call me Kursin. I am here to give you a secret manual. I have already comprehended the inferior grade heaven-ranked cultivation technique, the roaming dragon incantation. Take a look." Xiao Chen felt excited. He received the secret manual and looked at it. The handwriting on the secret manual was very delicate. It should be Yun Kursin's handwriting. After taking 2 glances, Xiao Chen was completely engrossed in it. After a long time, he closed the secret manual and said, "Thank you very much. You are the only one who can share a heaven-ranked cultivation technique with me." Yun Kursin smiled casually and said, "Let me give you a reminder. Don't cultivate this cultivation technique for now. I can cultivate it immediately because of my martial spirit. Your martial spirit should be lightning attributed. The roaming dragon incantation is wind attributed. With the tyrannical nature of a heaven-ranked cultivation technique, it will immediately destroy the lightning attributed essence in your body. Your cultivation will fall to a very low level for a short period of time. Furthermore, in the future, it will be very difficult for your essence to merge with other attributes." That was indeed the case. The tyrannical nature of a heaven-ranked cultivation technique was something Xiao Chen had experienced before. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation reached the 4th layer, it could not contain any other attributed essence. Currently, his body was filled with lightning attributed essence. Furthermore, it was incredibly pure. Chapter 308. Xiao Chen had a clear understanding of his own strength. He was not blindly confident just because he obtained a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Before they left, Duanmuking warned softly, "Everyone is free to look around the 1st and 2nd floors. However, do not enter the 3rd floor. I hope everyone will not break the rules." Xiao Chen looked around and discovered that there was not a single person in the huge hall. "That's not right, there is only one person." Xiao Chen focused his gaze. Duanmuking led the crowd to the 2nd floor. There were many cubicles on the 2nd floor. Basically, there were more than 100 people in each cubicle. It was said that there were only 10 flying secret treasures with complete battle patterns within the Great Qin nation. The remaining 9 were in the hands of the royal court. "Wuxia," Xiao Chen said sullenly, "If I want to preserve my lightning-attributed essence, is there any way to do so?" A deep light appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He had a grave expression as he said, I should not be in too much danger at the periphery of the ink forest. However, I should not let my guard down. The true danger might not be the demonic beasts in the forest, but the people around you. There is also the father who chased me out of Mo City. How is he doing now? Feng Feishua promised to take care of him. The noble clans should not make things difficult for him. Everyone entered in a single file. They were all curious about this profound ice palace that had been famous for a long time. They looked around the ice palace. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and entered deep thought. After a long time, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. There was a resolute look in his eyes as he said, "It is better to bury the past in my heart. I cannot live in my memories. Since I have already embarked on the path of cultivation, I should not look back." Why? This was a problem that had troubled Xiao Chen for a long time. Even now, he had not completely resolved it. Because of this, he had almost given up on cultivating the Lingyun saber technique to great perfection. The moment Xiao Chen said this, some people felt disappointed. However, in this profound ice palace, no one had the guts to break the rules of the other party. Xiao Chen looked at the clouds from the cubicle window. He felt like he was on a plane in his previous life. Suddenly, some forgotten memories came back to him. Xiao Chen was incomparably shocked. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the flame with a grave expression. Yun Kursen explained, "It is too dangerous. Before I came, I did not expect to be in the ink forest. Moreover, the competition is too great. I have just obtained a heaven-tier cultivation technique, so my accumulation is still lacking compared to these people." Just as Xiao Chen was feeling puzzled, a leisurely voice drifted over. It was Chu Chaoyun inviting him to sit with him with a smile. The mystic ice palace landed steadily on the vast training field. Duanmuking opened the doors of the ice palace and invited everyone in. Suddenly, a huge shadow fell on top of everyone's heads. When they looked up, they discovered that it was a huge ice bird that was 300 meters long and could reach a wingspan of 400 meters when it spread its wings. "Look, the Duanmu family's profound ice palace is flying over." However, in the hands of the Ice Empress, they were unable to resist at all. The peerless experts of the ancient era really make one yearn for them and fantasize about them. Is this the heavenly flame? As for the strongest, Xiao Chen, he could not see through his cultivation. This showed how much importance the Duanmu family placed on this profound ice palace. It looks like the Duanmu family put in a lot of effort for this mission. They really used the profound ice palace. I heard that flying and fighting in the profound ice palace cost 200 medial grade spirit stones a day. The two of them chatted for a while. Finally, Yun Kursen stood up and said, "I will take my leave first. I intend to give up on tomorrow's mission. Take care of yourself." The profound ice palace looked incomparably cold. However, when one entered, it did not make one feel too cold. Instead, it felt cool and comfortable. Recollecting his thoughts, a murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. It looked like this person had seen through his disguise. Chu Chaoyun put down his wine cup and clasped two fingers together. Suddenly, a strand of dazzling golden flame condensed on his fingertip. The light of the flame illuminated the entire hall of the profound ice palace. However, regarding dual cultivation, Xiao Chen still had some doubts. He asked, "In that case, why do I see cultivators with two attributes? Not only do they dual cultivate, but their cultivations are also not low." Xiao Chen did not even send out his spiritual sense, but he could feel 10 strong auras. The weakest was a medial grade martial king. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was somewhat surprised. He believed in Yun Kursen's strength. It would not be a problem for her to rank within the top 10. Why did she think of giving up? The profound ice palace left the ground and quickly flew towards the horizon. In the blink of an eye, it entered the clouds and soared in all directions. Brother Yi Qin, it's been a long time. Do you want to come over and have a seat? Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was like a sharp arrow, silently cutting off this melancholy. It turned the memories into a fallen leaf and buried them in a corner of his mind. Yun Kursin smiled gently and said, "You are talking about Murongchong, right? As far as I know, he cultivates the wind cloud incantation. This is a peak earth-ranked cultivation technique that fuses two attributes naturally. Such a cultivation technique is extremely rare. It is even more valuable than a heaven-ranked cultivation technique." Chu Chaoyun drained the wine cup in his hand in one gulp. He smiled and said, "In my opinion, you are the one who is unfathomable. However, I am really curious about your cultivation. How did it increase so quickly in just 1 year?" Xiao Qin said as he sat on the ice bed. Yun Kursin was able to calmly make a choice. He believed that many cultivators would be able to do this. Xiao Qin suddenly understood. So that is how it is. No wonder Murongchang's state of wind and cloud could be merged so perfectly. I heard that this profound ice palace was left behind by an ancient expert, the Ice Empress. She used a secret technique to carve the 10,000-year-old ice soul from the extremely cold lands of the north. As the sun rose, its rays illuminated the land. Xiao Qin came out of his cultivation and washed up. Then, someone immediately led him to a dueling ground in the residence. The outstanding talents of various places gathered at the dueling ground. Xiao Qin took a look. Aside from Yun Kursin, almost no one left. Chu Chaoyun looked at Xiao Qin, who was sitting down. He said, "Brother Yi Qin, relax. I am not here to ask you for that golden grade spirit core. Why are you so nervous?" Xiao Qin would not be able to reach the Ink Mountain range before nightfall. Due to the earlier melancholy, Xiao Qin had been interrupted. For now, Xiao Qin was no longer in the mood to continue cultivating. He prepared to get up and take a look around the first floor. Placing the lunar shadow saber on the ice table, Xiao Qin picked up a grape from the table and ate one. He said indifferently, "You are still the same as before. You are always unfathomable." Unexpectedly, the golden flame contained a trace of a sovereign overlooking the world, a will of supremacy. It inspired reverence in one's heart. Before this tiny flame, Xiao Qin actually felt insignificant. A look of reminiscence appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He hugged the lunar shadow saber and leaned against the wall. He muttered, "In the blink of an eye, it has already been 2 years since I came to this world. I wonder how my relatives are doing." Chu Chaoyun's words hid a trace of desolation. With his incredibly sharp spiritual sense, Xiao Qin immediately caught it. However, he could not figure out what it meant. There were some exquisite murals carved on the surrounding walls. There were also several windows that allowed one to see the situation outside. The Purple Thunder Divine incantation should not be any weaker than the Roaming Dragon incantation. It looks like I can still try cultivating the Roaming Dragon incantation. When Xiao Qin arrived at the cubicle that belonged to him, he sized it up. If he excluded the ice sculptures, this cubicle was no different from the cubicle on the ground floor. As Xiao Qin watched Chu Chaoyun leave, he entered deep thought. Chu Chaoyun's humility was something that all cultivators should learn. Since ancient times, how many geniuses had died due to blind confidence? As for geniuses who died young, they were no longer geniuses, they were just stepping stones for others. The ice bird under the profound ice palace gave off a sharp cry. The surrounding air became like a whirlwind, kicking up sand and rocks in the dueling grounds. Xiao Qin retorted, "Compared to you, who possesses the heavenly flame, it is not even worth mentioning." Yun Kursin thought for a while and said, "It is not like there is none. If you can find a heaven-ranked lightning-attributed cultivation technique that is not inferior to the Roaming Dragon incantation, or a peak earth-ranked lightning-attributed cultivation technique, it should be possible. However, after that, you will have to rest twice." The growth of your cultivation will be slower than that of regular cultivators. The taste of the grapes was very refreshing. It looked like this ice palace had the effect of keeping them fresh and chilling. Chu Chaoyun's attire was the same as before, wearing alternating blue and white robes. He carried a sword on his back that looked like it would never be drawn. He always had a carefree expression on his face. His state had collapsed, and his saber technique had disappeared. Before he attacked, he would be full of openings. In a life-and-death battle, how could he dare to use it? If he cultivated a dual-attributed cultivation technique, everything would fall into place. However, he did not know how Yun Kursin knew this secret. After entering the first floor of the ice palace, Xiaoqin saw a very wide hole. There were tables, chairs, benches, and all sorts of other furniture in the hole. Of course, these furniture were all made of ice. Xiaoqin withdrew his aura and could not help but tighten his grip on the scabbard in his left hand. Then, he slowly walked over to the round table where Chu Chaoyun was. This was because Xiaoqian's comprehension of the saber technique state of mountains had stopped growing. Furthermore, it showed signs of regressing. The state of mountains and clouds had completely collapsed. Wang. Xiaoqin saw Chu Chaoyun sitting on an exquisite round table made of ice. He was currently holding a cup of wine and drinking by himself. Xiaoqin was surprised. What's going on? My vision clearly swept across the entire hole. Why did I only notice this person after taking a second glance? The 10,000-year-old ice soul already possessed a very high level of spiritual intelligence and cultivation. It was no longer an ordinary piece of ice. Its combat prowess rivaled that of a martial sage. Chu Chaoyun filled his wine cup again and smiled faintly. Heavenly flame. The heavenly flame that can burn the entire continent. Who knows, it might just be a joke. If it were that powerful, how could the Tianwu dynasty be destroyed? Xiaoqin was not too surprised. This was not the first time his spiritual sense was blocked. He withdrew his spiritual sense and went to the hall on the first floor with a calm expression. Xiaoqin pushed open the ice door of the cubicle and walked down the corridor, heading for the staircase. Xiaoqin habitually extended his spiritual sense out. However, he discovered that it was blocked by a formless barrier. It could only remain within 10 meters of him. There was a 9-story ice palace on the back of the ice bird. This was the famous profound ice palace of the Duanmu clan. Chapter 309. Fortunately, there was only a trace of this supreme will. If there were several times more, Xiaoqin would not even have the courage to fight, he would just end up prostrating on the ground. Looking at the swaying heavenly flame, Xiaoqin could not help but think of the dragon flame that he saw on Inyu's body. Although the might of this strand of heavenly flame could not compare to that dragon flame, its aura was much stronger. Suddenly, Xiaoqin thought, if wills can be infused into the heavenly flame, then can I infuse my state into the purple thunder true fire as well? A fierce purple flame started burning in Xiaoqian's right eye. When he looked around, it looked like a boundless sea of fire. The flames quickly gathered and formed a strand of purple flame. The purple thunder true fire's origin flame flew out of Xiaoqian's right eye and swayed on his fingertip. With a thought, the peak small perfection state of thunder instantly poured into the origin flame. See! Countless purple electric currents appeared behind Xiaoqin. The purple light immediately chased away the golden light from Chu Chaoyun's heavenly flame. Success! Xiaoqin rejoiced in his heart as he thought excitedly, indeed, I can infuse my state into the purple thunder true fire. Now, I can finally fight against my heavenly flame. Before this, when facing the resplendent golden heavenly flame, Xiaoqin did not even have the courage to unleash the purple thunder true fire. Instantly, one side of the hall was filled with a resplendent golden light and the other side was filled with a strange purple light. The two lights clashed in an invisible manner. All the items on the ice table floated up when the two auras clashed. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "You learn very fast. Let me try and see how strong it is." Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, he thrust his fingers forward. All the golden light in the hall returned to the heavenly flame with a ashwa sound. In an instant, that tiny strand of heavenly flame became extremely dazzling, like a miniature golden sun. That sovereign overlooking the world, the aura of supremacy, rose to its peak at the same time. A strong wind blew on Chu Chaoyun's body. His clothes fluttered, and his hair fluttered. It was like the Tianwu Emperor had possessed him, looking dignified and dignified. Xiao Chen's expression changed. He quickly gathered the scattered purple qi behind him into his origin flame. He brought out the state of thunder to its limits. A bolt of boundlessly resplendent electric light appeared in the strange purple flame. He pushed his right hand forward as well and met the attack without any hesitation. Bang! The two flames quickly collided and a loud bang rang out in the hall. A violent shockwave spread out and the items floating in the hall were immediately crushed into a pile of powder. The terrifying power reverberated in the hall, causing the entire profound ice palace to tremble uncontrollably. This startled everyone in the profound ice palace. Xiao Chen's complexion was somewhat pale. A huge force swept over and his body flew back 10 meters before landing heavily on the ground. On the other hand, Chu Chaoyun only took 3 steps back. Against an incomplete strand of heavenly flame, Xiao Chen's full-powered purple thunder true fire lost in a contest of strength. A golden light flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. The scattered heavenly flame immediately vanished. Seeing the grave expression on Xiao Chen's face, Chu Chaoyun said indifferently, "Don't treat me as your enemy. Sooner or later, you will understand that our mission is actually the same." Qi! Qi! The profound ice palace stopped shaking. Suddenly, 4 streams of ice water appeared on the ice surface of the hole. The ice water slowly turned into 4 human-shaped blocks of ice. Then, they turned into 4 delicate and pretty girls. "The two of you, if you test your moves in the profound ice palace for no reason again, no matter what your identity is, you will be thrown out of the profound ice palace," one of the girls said in a cold voice with an expressionless face. Seeing the other cultivators rushing down the stairs, Chu Chaoyun bowed slightly and smiled, "My apologies, there will not be a next time." The test between Xiao Qin and Chu Chaoyun was just a small interlude in the profound ice palace's flight. The huge profound ice palace continued to fly at Mach 2, heading for the ink forest. In a booth on the 2nd floor, Xiao Qin continued to try merging his state with the purple thunder true fire. The might of the legendary heavenly flame was indeed horrifying. The first time he merged his state, he could barely match the heavenly flame. Xiao Qin was already very satisfied, even though that strand of heavenly flame was not even a tenth of the true heavenly flame. However, Xiao Chen's purple thunder true fire had not reached its full potential. The purple thunder divine incantation had a total of 12 layers. Currently, he had only cultivated it to the 4th layer. If he broke through another layer in the future, he might have a chance to compete with the heavenly flame. When the sky turned dark, Xiao Qin noticed that the clouds outside the window had suddenly turned pitch black. This caused his mood to worsen. Xiao Qin stopped what he was doing and looked down from the window. He saw a huge mountain range that rose and fell endlessly. The entire mountain range was covered in a black fog, lingering around the peaks. When the cool breeze blew, the black fog seemed solid, not moving at all. "Is this the Ink Mountain Range?" Xiao Qin said with a grave expression. Rumble. Just at this moment, the entire profound ice palace started shaking. Although the tremors were not large, they continued for a long time without any signs of stopping. "We have encountered a large number of rank 7 flying demonic beasts in front. The profound ice palace will activate the combat formation. Everyone, please remain in your booth and do not move around. We will deal with it." A clear voice rang out in the ears of everyone on the 2nd floor, explaining the reason for the tremors. They are actually rank 7 flying demonic beasts, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. A rank 7 demonic beast is as strong as a high-ranked martial king. I wonder how the Duanmu clan is going to deal with it. However, since the Profound Ice Palace has activated the combat formation, I can go and understand it. Who knows, it might be helpful for the Silver Warship to recover its combat formation. Xiao Chen had an idea. He looked at the window in the booth that was just big enough to fit his body. He did not hesitate and pushed his feet off the ground. His body quickly passed through it. Xiao Chen flew forward. There was a rather large empty space between the head of the ice bird and the ice palace. Xiao Chen decided to go there and observe the Profound Ice Palace's combat formation in detail. Xiao Chen's body turned into a purple arc in the air. When he landed, there was a so sound. Ji Chongkong, Hua Yunfei, and the others arrived one after another. The few of them exchanged glances with each other, their gazes were somewhat unnatural. They did not expect others to follow them. Ji Chongkong smiled faintly, it looks like everyone is thinking the same thing. We all want to see what exactly is going on with the combat formation. In that case, let's go together. The powers behind the few of them all had 1 or 2 flying secret treasures. However, the combat formation was already damaged and could not be used. This would be an excellent opportunity to observe. A circular white barrier enveloped the Profound Ice Palace in the air. Many flying demonic beasts rammed into the white barrier, bringing with them a sky full of black chi. Under the attacks of the demonic beasts, the Profound Ice Palace trembled continuously. The light of the white chi barrier also started to weaken. Hua Yunfei, who was in the crowd, said sullenly, rank 7 demonic beasts are indeed horrifying. If we do not replenish this defensive formation with superior grade spirit stones, it will not last for long. Superior grade spirit stones. How could it be that easy to obtain them? They will probably activate the combat formation soon, another heir of the royal court said excitedly. Boom! Right after he spoke, a resplendent ball of light suddenly condensed in the ice bird's beak. In the next instant, the ball of light expanded infinitely. It turned into a pillar of light and pierced through the chi barrier. It swept away all the rank 7 demonic beasts blocking the way, turning them into ice shards. Xiao Chen looked up and saw the mysterious expert on the top floor of the Profound Ice Palace continuously making hand seals. As his hand seals changed, the ice bird quickly changed its position and shot out pillars of light. Everywhere the pillars of light passed, none of the demonic beasts could block them. They all turned into pillars of ice before shattering into countless ice shards. Hu Chi! Hu Chi! Rings of light appeared around the 3rd floor of the Profound Ice Palace. These rings of light were made up of dense, mysterious characters that glowed. The countless characters moved rhythmically in the air, as though they were forming something. Finally, the mysterious person on the top floor shouted, "Break!" All the characters quickly gathered together. After a while, they formed small, lifelike ice birds. The ice birds cried out and immediately shot out. Countless ice birds crashed into the surrounding rank 7 demonic beasts. However, there was no reaction. These demonic beasts were immediately covered in frost. In the next instant, they turned into huge ice sculptures in the air. Bang! The person on the top floor of the Profound Ice Palace controlled the huge birds to crash into the demonic beasts. The ice sculptures in front of them immediately shattered. When all the demonic beasts were dead, Xiao Chen and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They had not expected the might of the Profound Ice Palace to be so great. They managed to kill hundreds of rank 7 demonic beasts in an instant. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, those mysterious characters should be the secret to carving combat formations. However, without systematic study, it is impossible to grasp such characters. After the demonic beasts were killed, everyone's field of vision immediately widened. Horrifying cries came from the front. When everyone looked over, they saw a large group of even more rank 7 demonic beasts. One of the people's expressions changed greatly. He said in horror, "The Ink Mountain Range has always feared flying through the sky. There was once an inferior grade martial monarch who tried to fly through the Ink Mountain Range. However, in the end, he had no choice but to retreat before the endless flying demonic beasts. Furthermore, he was severely injured. Although this profound ice palace is powerful, if the spirit stones cannot keep up with the expenditure, it will be dangerous." Right at this moment, everyone suddenly felt the temperature of the surrounding air drop by a lot. Furthermore, it continued to drop. Finally, that cold penetrated deep into their hearts. Everyone had no choice but to circulate their essence to resist it. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Boundless cold air appeared around the ice palace, and the golden runes became hazy in the cold air. Then, the mysterious person on the top floor let out a soft shout. Then, the mysterious person on the top floor shouted, all the cold chi gathered together and formed a huge ice image. When one looked carefully, this image was the figure of a woman. Chapter 310. The Ice Empress was more than 200 meters tall. The image encased the ice palace and a supreme aura pressed down. Everyone felt their shoulders sink, like a mountain was pressing down on them. This is the ancient expert Bing Ho. Just her aura alone is enough to make it hard for us to move. Everyone paled as they resisted the overwhelming aura with great difficulty. They had to clench their teeth to even speak. Hu Chi. Suddenly, an ice sword appeared in the Bing Ho's hand. A sword light swept out and a tear appeared in the space in front. The space shattered, and the destructive energy it brought tore apart the countless demonic beasts in the vicinity. With the Bing Ho's help, the profound ice palace was unstoppable in the sky above the Ink Mountain Range. None of the demonic beasts could stop them. After the huge image of the Bing Ho appeared, the profound ice palace immediately became unrivaled. The supreme aura of a sage suppressed the rank 7 demonic beasts. They did not dare to get close. The 10-odd people in front of the ice palace struggled bitterly under this horrifying pressure. Actually, one could see the strength of each individual here. A few of them were already prostrating on the ground. They did not even have the strength to stand up. There were also some who knelt on one knee, sweat dripping down their faces. Only Ji Changkong, Hua Yunfei, Xiao Qin, and one of the heirs from the royal courts remained standing. However, the expressions of the 4 of them were not relaxed, either. If this dragged on, they would not be able to hold on for long. They would end up like the others, unable to stand up again after falling down. Xiao Qin quickly circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. He condensed his aura into a single line, resisting the formless aura. However, the pressure on his shoulders did not decrease at all. The aura was as heavy as a mountain. His feet felt like they were filled with lead. He could not move them at all. Who? Just as the 4 of them could no longer hold on, a rectangular hole suddenly appeared in the ice palace. Duan Yuqing looked at everyone expressionlessly and said indifferently, "Quickly come in." When the doors of the ice palace opened, the pressure on everyone immediately lessened. Xiao Qin and the other 3 did not hesitate and quickly leaped in. A few of the heirs who were kneeling on one knee quickly pushed off the back of the ice bird and followed them in. The remaining 4 princes who were prostrating on the ground heaved a sigh of relief. Just as they struggled to get up, they realized that the doors of the ice palace had closed with a swoosh. The terrifying aura of the Ice Empress once again pressed down heavily like a towering mountain. Blood spurted out from their mouths as they fell to the ground, unable to get up no matter how hard they tried. The few people who entered the ice palace looked at each other with lingering fear. Even now, their hearts were still thumping non-stop. The experience just now was too unforgettable. There was a hint of anger on Duanmu King's icy face as he said in a deep voice, "I hope you will abide by the rules of our Duanmu clan and not walk around." This was not the first time Duanmu King had said this. However, because of their status and strength, they had not taken it seriously. They had thought that the Duanmu clan would not dare to do anything to them. However, now that they saw what happened to the 4 people outside, they no longer dared to underestimate these words. After Duanmu Kun left, Ji Chongkong said indifferently, "The ancient era's martial emperor is just an image. Just its aura alone makes one unable to resist it. I wonder how strong it is." Hua Yunfei had a sinister smile on his face as he said, "I have a feeling that in this fiery sect remnant, all of us will end up helping this woman." Ji Chongkong smiled in disdain, "What's wrong? Even the young master Hua who comprehended the ancient blood soul is afraid of a woman." Hua Yunfei smiled calmly, "Who is afraid of a woman? Everyone here is very clear on that. I heard that young Master Ji has not dared to go to the imperial capital for many years already." These 2 people had always been at odds with each other. Now that they relaxed, they immediately started teasing each other. The people from the royal courts all laughed softly. Naturally, they knew that Hua Yunfei was talking about Princess Yingyu defeating Ji Chongkong in one move back then. Countless stars flashed in Ji Chongkong's eyes. A murderous intent instantly surged out. However, it disappeared in a flash and his gaze quickly calmed down. Ji Chongkong sighed in his heart, "It looks like in the past year, Hua Yunfei's mental state is much better than before. On the contrary, my mental state is somewhat imperfect." Thinking of this, Ji Chongkong did not say anything else. He took the lead and went up to the 2nd floor. The others also left one after another. The rest of the journey was very peaceful, nothing else happened. The profound ice palace slowly descended to the core of the Ink Mountain range. Bang! The huge ice bird landed on the ground and created an intense whirlwind. It scattered in all directions, causing the surrounding trees to sway continuously. However, the image of the ice palace did not scatter. Under the pressure of the aura, the surrounding demonic beasts all fled in different directions. Even though they were demonic beasts, this kind of supreme aura caused them to feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. After a long time, when all the surrounding demonic beasts had left, the image of the Ice Empress slowly faded away. The doors of the Ice Palace opened with a "so" sound. Under Duanmu King's lead, everyone slowly descended from the profound Ice Palace. As for the 4 people lying on the back of the ice bird, they were completely dispirited. They could only give up on this mission. 500 meters in front of the group, there was a towering mountain wall. Below the mountain wall was a huge black hole. It was like the mouth of a demon. With one glance, it would cause one's heart to tremble. This hole was the entrance to the ink forest. It was pitch black and there was no sound or movement. It was very quiet. Xiao Chen slowly paced on the black ground. He was not in a rush to observe the hole. Instead, he circulated his essence and discovered that the surrounding spiritual energy was very thin. It was only 1/100th of the usual. Most of the spiritual energy in the air was demonic chi from the deep abyss demonic world. If one breathed in too much, it would cause one's body to demonize. "It looks like I can only use spirit stones to recover my essence," Xiao Chen thought to himself. "Fortunately, I still have a lot of medial grade spirit stones. There is no need to worry about this. I just have to be careful not to absorb the spiritual energy here." Duanmu King led the 4 peak martial saints of the Duanmu clan forward. As she said, she only brought 4 people. The other experts remained in the profound ice palace. The others were not willing to fall behind, so they quickly followed. Xiao Chen was slightly slower, he was at the back of the group. The moment Xiao Chen entered the hole, he immediately felt a cold current. The cold qi entered his body and attacked his internal organs. Xiao Chen was astonished. He quickly circulated his essence and protected his internal organs. At the same time, he split off some essence to quickly eliminate the cold chi that entered his body. They had to split their attention to protect their internal organs and eliminate the cold chi in their bodies. Like this, the speed of the group was much slower. The deep and serene cave seemed bottomless, it was pitch black. Everyone's vision was limited to less than 10 meters. What made them feel even more despair was that the many cultivators took out illumination stones, night pearls, and the things inside the flame stones. Normally, they would be able to light up a room. However, at this moment, they could not even give off a trace of light. Duanmuking's voice came from the front. He said indifferently, "There are no other dangers in this tunnel. All the light is absorbed by the demonic chi in the air. There is no need to panic." Xiao Chen looked carefully. Indeed, there were strands of black substance lingering in the air. When the light came in contact with it, it would be silently absorbed. It was very strange. Although Duanmuking said that there was no danger in this cave, Xiao Chen did not let down his guard. His right hand remained on his saber hilt. He withdrew his aura, ready to attack the moment there was any strange movement. No one spoke in this strange atmosphere in the quiet cave. Only the sound of footsteps could be heard. After walking for an unknown period of time, Xiao Chen felt that the tunnel under his feet was slanting more and more. They were already very deep underground. After a long time, the group's vision suddenly flashed. They finally walked out of the cave. A vast underground world appeared before their eyes. Before them was a boundless black forest. The forest was sinister and strange. Countless black fog lingered in the forest, and the roars of tyrannical beasts came from it. The roars reverberated in everyone's ears, causing them to feel frustrated and their chi and blood to surge. Unexpectedly, the roars of these beasts could disrupt their minds. "Is this the infamous ink forest?" a cultivator asked with a trembling voice. Duanmuking nodded and said, "That's right." The three holy masters laid a barrier around the periphery of the forest. "We are safe here. If we walk another 100 meters, we will enter the boundaries of the forest. Then what are we waiting for? Where is the profound ice flower? Let's go quickly." A scion of the royal court said anxiously. Duanmu Qing did not say anything else. She led the 4 experts of the Duanmu clan in first. The others followed behind in a line. When they broke through the formless barrier, Xiao Chen and the others felt a gaze on them. It was as though it could see through all their secrets. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, a red light appeared on the bodies of the 5 middle-aged men. After a while, they exploded, dying without a complete corpse. This sudden turn of events startled everyone. The 5 dead men were from the noble clans of the royal courts. At this moment, the scions of the royal courts all had sullen expressions. It was unknown what they were thinking. Duanmuking walked over to these people expressionlessly. He said coldly, "Didn't I say that we are not allowed to bring Martial King experts? The few of you can leave now. Go back to where you came from." Only now did everyone understand that these 5 scions from the royal courts had secretly brought Martial King experts with them. Furthermore, they had used some unknown method to fool the Duanmu clan's experts. However, in this ink forest, within the barrier of the 3 holy masters, there was nowhere for them to hide. They were blasted into smithereens. When the 5 of them heard Duanmuking's words, they did not pay too much attention. There were a few superior-grade martial saint servants behind each of them. In total, there were 20 of them. They had far more people than the Duanmu clan. Chapter 3:11. The leader smiled coldly and said, "Duanmuking, this is no longer the profound ice palace. Don't try to order me around. Since I am already here, there is no way for me to leave. You better obediently lead the way." Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Cassier. Right after he spoke, the 20 people behind him all drew their weapons. Killing chi radiated from their bodies as they stared at Duanmuking. Reckless. Duanmuking snorted coldly. White ice ripples appeared under the feet of the 4 girls behind him. Soon, the ice ripples connected and moved to Duanmuking's feet. Boom! Instantly, Duanmuking's aura soared infinitely. The feeling he gave off was that of a peak medial grade martial king. It was very horrifying. The leader's heart tightened. He felt the danger of death. He quickly said, "Attack." Chi! Chi! Just as he finished speaking, the subordinates behind the 5 princes turned into ice sculptures in an instant. Duanmuking pulled his palm back and clenched his fist. Cassier! Cassier! All the ice sculptures shattered, they were all dead. Bang! 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 The ice fell to the ground and shattered again. The corpses inside were torn apart continuously. The 5 Saiyans were so frightened that they turned pale. Their right hands, which were holding their sabers, started to tremble. Scram! Duanmuking said calmly. Killing 15 superior-grade martial saints in an instant, the strength that Duanmuking displayed was too horrifying. Although the 5 of them were great perfection superior-grade martial saints, they had not comprehended a state. They were only slightly stronger than ordinary martial saints. Compared to true geniuses, they were much weaker. When facing the current Duanmuking, they had no chance of victory. However, they were not willing to leave just like that. The leader of the Saiyans looked at the Guy Marquis with dissatisfaction in his heart. This was the true genius of the Guy Marquis' residence. He hoped that the Guy Marquis could put in a word for him. The Guy Marquis, Ing Shao, wore golden battle armor and carried a 2-meter-long sword on his back. It was the sacred weapon, the sky-splitting sword. Behind him were 4 cultivators dressed similarly. When he saw this person's gaze, he turned his head slightly and avoided it, ignoring this person. With his last hope shattered, he could only give up. He packed up his weapon and left the place helplessly. Using the special secret technique of her martial spirit, she perfectly transferred the energy of the 4 people to Duanmuking. This instantly raised her combat prowess to peak medial grade martial king. Many people present had discerned the secret behind Duanmuking's sudden increase in strength, but they had to admit that even if they knew the secret, they could only temporarily avoid facing Duanmuking. In the face of absolute power, sometimes techniques were useless. Shao Qin had a good experience with the Ice Empress aura. He is killing people to establish his might. When we find the profound ice flower, those people with ulterior motives will have to think twice, one of the Saiyans sighed softly. The value of the profound ice flower was no less than those secret treasures or high-ranked martial techniques. This was especially so for ice-attributed cultivators. It was very useful. At that time, it was hard to guarantee that there would be people who would take advantage of the chaos to target the profound ice flower. Furthermore, there was a high chance of that happening. Duanmuking did not hesitate to offend the Saiyans of the Guy Marquis just because of a small excuse. Killing people was clearly a warning to the others. Shao Qin even suspected that the Duanmu clan had purposely released these 3 martial kings to give Duanmuking a chance to establish his might. Duanmuking ignored the criticism of the crowd and said softly, "This profound ice flower is very important to my Duanmu clan. We have already waited for 100 years. Once we obtain the profound ice flower, I will immediately open the fiery sect remnant for everyone. Miss Duanmu, rest assured. We will not have any ulterior motives for the profound ice flower. Just lead the way. I am a fire-attributed cultivator. The profound ice flower will only bring me harm. Miss Duanmu, there is no need to worry. If anyone tries to snatch Miss Duanmu's profound ice flower, they will be making things difficult for me, Sun Wei. I will help you kill them." Right, right, right. If anyone tries to snatch Miss Duanmu's profound ice flower, they will be our enemy. When everyone saw Duanmuking's strength, they all echoed her words, expressing that they would not make a move to snatch the profound ice flower. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he smiled faintly and did not say anything. Naturally, they would snatch what they should snatch. There was no point in saying anything. Duanmuking said softly, "Many thanks for everyone's help. Come with me." After Duanmuking spoke, he started to lead the crowd into the dark and strange forest. There were all sorts of tall trees in the forest. Their branches were luxuriant, and even two people would not be able to wrap their arms around them. There were thick leaves and some black grass on the ground. When the crowd stepped on them, they gave off a rustling sound. In this infamous ink forest, no one dared to be careless. They focused all of their attention and carefully observed their surroundings. Wuxia. Suddenly, a black snake as thick as a bowl emerged from the ground among the crowd. Its body was covered in a black qi. The densely packed scales on its body flickered with a metallic luster. With a schwa sound, it bit off the head of a cultivator from behind. It was like a black bolt of lightning flashing by. Its speed was so fast that no one could react. Qi! 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 There was no time to kill that black snake. In an instant, hundreds of similar black snakes emerged from the ground. Many cultivators were caught off guard and were bitten to death. There were also those whose arms were bitten. The poison immediately spread throughout their bodies, causing them to foam at the mouth. They were poisoned to death. Xiaochen quickly dodged backward, dodging the attack of a black snake. He quickly drew the lunar shadow saber and chopped at it like a purple bolt of lightning. Dang! Dang! When the saber struck the black skin, it gave off a metallic sound. Unexpectedly, it only managed to cut off a few of the other party's scales. What a strong defense! Even with 20% of my strength, I am still unable to injure the other party. Xiaochen was astonished. The black snake felt pain and its upper body soared into the air, heading for Xiaochen. The black snake opened its mouth, revealing horrifying fangs that flickered with a cold light. Xiaochen's expression did not change. He swung the lunar shadow saber again. Like before, he only used 20% of his strength. However, he accurately chopped at the place where the scales fell. In an instant, he chopped the other party in half. Wuxia. The upper body of the black snake in the air had not died yet. It twisted its tongue and tried to bite Xiaochen's face at lightning speed. Die! Xiaochen shouted and the lunar shadow saber turned into a purple bolt of lightning. A saber light appeared on the saber and shattered the snake's tongue. The snake turned into clumps of black mist and scattered. Even until now, the threat of the black snake had not been resolved. Xiaochen sent out a palm strike to disperse the black mist, resolving the problem. The others were not as lucky as Xiaochen. Several cultivators had clearly chopped the black snake in half. However, they did not expect the black snake to have such a strong life force. Their upper body could still attack, and they died under the snake's jaws. There were also many people who appeared very relaxed. The Guy Marquis, who carried a sword on his back, did not even draw his weapon. He punched the black snake into pieces. Countless stars flickered around Ji Changkong's body, turning into sharp sword qi. The sword qi was incomparably sharp and easily chopped the black snake in half. Every time a star flickered, a black snake would die. In an instant, Ji Changkong had killed more than 10 black snakes. Hua Yunfei held a scarlet sword in his hand. He revealed a sinister smile as the sword pierced through the black snake, giving off a zzz sound. The black snake's body quickly shriveled up. It strangely absorbed all the black life force. After it absorbed the black life force, the red light on the sword became even more dazzling. The sword in Mu Yanchue's hand was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she had sent out an unknown number of killing strikes. The black snake had just leaped into the air when she chopped it into countless tiny pieces. The scion of the Shiha province's Yen clan, Yen Qinha's big brother, sent out a huge black hand. It clenched tightly and pinched several black snakes together, preventing them from moving. Duanmuking was even more relaxed. He did not even need to make a move. Those black snakes slithered around the four of them. Before they could get close, they were slowly frozen into ice sculptures. After a while, they turned into countless pieces of ice. Xiaochen looked around for a while, but he did not find Chu Chaoyun. When he looked up, he saw that Chu Chaoyun had already leaped to the top of a large tree. Chu Chaoyun had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the people below. It was as though this matter had nothing to do with him. When the group finished killing all the black snakes, they counted the number of people. They discovered that the first wave of demonic beasts had killed more than 20 people. Including the people who died at Duanmuking's hands earlier, there were only 70 or 80 people left out of the original 100. This was a heavy loss. However, most of the people who died were the servants and subordinates of the scions. The truly strong outstanding talents did not even suffer any light injuries. The strength of the black snakes should be between medial grade rank 6 demonic beasts and peak grade demonic beasts. Aside from their large numbers and strong life force, they did not have any other trump cards. They could not truly threaten the group. After resting for a while, under Duanmuking's lead, the group continued on their way. Along the way, the demonic beasts they met became stronger. Aside from cultivators who comprehended states like Ji Chongkong, the other scions also started to show signs of injury. The number of people also decreased by more than 60. Before they reached the Firely sect remnant, only half of the original number remained. Some people wanted to retreat. However, if they left the group and returned alone, that would be seeking death. The cruel nature of the path of cultivation was very real at this moment. If one was not strong enough or had a strong luck, they would become a stepping stone for others in the blink of an eye, coldly forgotten by others. Many living examples appeared before Xiaoqin. This made him even more determined to become stronger. He could not become a stepping stone for others. Suddenly, Duanmuking stopped and pointed to a large tree in front. He said, "We have arrived. The profound ice flower is behind that tree. However, there is a rank 7 demonic beast guarding it. We have to kill it before we can pick the profound ice flower." A rank 7 demonic beast, everyone's expression changed. A scion said unhappily, "Duanmuking, didn't you say that the profound ice flower is at the periphery of the ink forest? How can there be a rank 7 demonic beast? Are you messing with us?" Chapter 312. Duanmuking said calmly, "I did not lie to you. This is indeed the periphery of the ink forest. I also did not guarantee that there would not be any rank 7 demonic beasts in the periphery. Indeed, Duanmuking only said that the profound ice flower was at the periphery of the ink forest. He did not guarantee that there would not be any rank 7 demonic beasts at the periphery." There was no contradiction in Xiaoqin's words. No one could find a reason to refute him. The person who asked felt depressed, but there was nothing he could do. Ji Chongkong said indifferently, "Duanmuking, just tell us what kind of demonic beast it is and what its combat prowess is. If it is a regular rank 7 demonic beast, with so many of us, we should be able to defeat it." When Duanmuking heard this, he said, "In that case, I'll be direct. The demonic beast guarding the profound ice flower is a peak rank 7 demonic beast, the Scarlet Flame Chief. Its strength is comparable to a medial grade martial king. The Duanmu clan has sent people here a few times, but they have not succeeded." Hua Yunfei frowned and said, "Since that is the case, did you make any preparations?" Don't tell me that you are placing all your hopes on us. Duan Muking nodded and said, half of the people that the Duanmu clan sent out previously died on the way here. The remaining people had their combat prowess greatly reduced. Naturally, they are not a match for this Scarlet Flame chief. However, it is different this time. Among us, there are at least 10 people who are not injured. Hence, I only need the help of these 10 people. The remaining people just need to help chase away the demonic beasts that are rushing over. Hua Yunfei said indifferently, you speak so confidently. However, you have not said what is your trump card to defeat the Scarlet Flame chief. Duan Muking revealed an indifferent expression on her cold face. She said softly, trump card. I am the trump card of this operation. Do you still have any questions? What bold words. Everyone thought to themselves. However, when they thought about it carefully, it was indeed as Duan Muking said. The Duanmu clan's special secret technique of combining their strength with their body could only be used by the princess. This was indeed a trump card. A strange light flashed in Hua Yunfei's eyes as he said, all right, I have no more questions. Now, which 10 people do you need help from? Everyone was curious when they heard that. Who were the 10 people that Duan Muking had mentioned who had not suffered any injuries and could still maintain their full combat strength? Duan Muking said softly, I hope that the people I choose will not reject my invitation. Only by killing this Scarlet Flame chief will I open the doors to the Firely sect remnant. Otherwise, you will have made a wasted trip. After saying that, she began to stare at the crowd and slowly called out a name, Chu Chaoyun, you have no reason to reject my invitation. Chu Chaoyun's expression did not reveal the slightest hint of surprise. He smiled indifferently and said, of course not. Ji Chongkong, Mu Yanchue, Hua Yunfei, the Gi Marquis, Ying Xiao, Yan Qishue, Shi Feng, Sun Wei, you have no reason to reject my invitation, right? The 7 people that were called out did not say anything, tacitly agreeing to Duan Muking's invitation. These 7 people were either the proud disciples of the 3 great sects or the scions of noble clans that possessed inherited martial spirits. The crowd was not too surprised. There were already 8 people, and only 2 remained. The crowd started to wonder who else had not been called out. Suddenly, Duan Muking's gaze stopped at an extremely hidden corner of the crowd. The crowd followed her gaze and discovered that the person Duan Muking was looking at was Du Hao. The Du clan to the south could be considered a clan with some power. However, it was far from the 2 inherited noble clans, the Ji clan and the Sun clan. Furthermore, along the way, they did not see anything outstanding about Du Hao. The crowd was very surprised at Duan Muking's choice of this person. Du Hao felt Duan Muking's gaze and smiled gently, Miss Duanmu, don't tell me you think that I am one of the 10 people? Duan Muking's gaze was like a pillar, as though she could see through the other party's disguise. She countered with a question, what do you think? Du Hao shook his head slightly. He was not willing to stand out at this moment. However, if he rejected, he would easily become the target of everyone. The Scarlet Flame chief had to be killed. Otherwise, the crowd would not be able to enter the Firely sect remnant. If he was unwilling, Duan Muking would use it as an excuse to not take action. The people that were called out earlier would definitely be unwilling as well. However, after weighing the pros and cons, they could only agree. Since Miss Duanmu thinks highly of me, I will reluctantly do it. Thinking of this, Du Hao could only agree to the other party's decision. There was still 1 person missing from the 10. The crowd followed Duan Muking's gaze again. Their gazes stopped at Xiao Qin, who was standing in a corner. Xiao Qin was not surprised at this. Without waiting for Duan Muking to say anything, he walked out. The others were not surprised at Xiao Qin's selection. After all, even Sun Wei could be selected. There was no need to mention Xiao Qin, who could easily defeat Sun Wei. When Duan Muking saw that the 10 people agreed, he said to the remaining 50, split into groups of 5 and spread out for a kilometer. Just don't let any demonic beasts get close to us. Duanmuking made such arrangements to prevent these people from taking advantage of the chaos to snatch the profound ice flower. They had to obtain the profound ice flower no matter what. Although the 50 people were unwilling, dealing with other demonic beasts was better than dealing with a rank 7 demonic beast. Furthermore, the fiery sect remnant had not been opened yet. They could only listen to Duanmuking's arrangements for now. After a while, after the 50 people left, Duanmuking said, "There is a mound behind that tree. The profound ice flower grows there." The Scarlet Flame Chief never left the profound ice flower. Xiaochen looked in the direction Xiaochen pointed. That tree was about a kilometer away from the group. The trunk would require 5 people to encircle it. The tree was several hundred meters tall. Its branches were lush, and its roots were intertwined. It was tall and straight, blocking the group's vision. "Let me see what kind of demonic beast this Scarlet Flame Chief is." Hua Yunfei shouted ferociously. The scarlet sword in his hand suddenly gave off a blazing scarlet light. So, a sharp and surging scarlet sword chi flew at the tree quickly. The scarlet sword chi was like a sharp saber, easily chopping the tree in half. Rumble. The huge trunk of the tree landed heavily on the ground. The group's vision immediately widened. They finally saw the Scarlet Flame Chief. It looked very similar to the apes on Earth. It stood upright on the ground and was 8 meters tall. Its shoulders were broad and its body was strong. The muscles on its chest looked like small mountains of meat. Its entire body was covered in black fur. A deep scarlet flame burned in its eyes. The strangest thing was that it carried a 2-meter-long, palm-wide sword on its shoulder. On a mound behind the Scarlet Flame Chief, there was a crystalline, pure white flower blooming strangely. That should be the profound ice flower. The scarlet sword chi did not slow down as it flew forward quickly. When the Scarlet Flame Chief saw the sword chi flying at it, its lips curled up into a sinister and horrifying smile. The Scarlet Flame Chief used its left hand to slap the sword chi flying at it. With a bang, this incredibly sharp sword chi immediately vanished. It turned into strands of scarlet light in the wind and returned to nothingness. Hua Yunfei's expression changed slightly. He said in astonishment, "It is indeed powerful. It managed to smack away my blood fiend sword chi with one slap. I wonder what kind of might it has when it uses its full power." Attack! Duanmuking shouted and immediately led the 4 Duanmu clan cultivators forward. Everyone followed after. To Xiaochen and the others, a distance of 1,000 meters only took a few breaths of time. Soon, they arrived before the Scarlet Flame Chief. When they got close, the 10 of them could clearly feel the overwhelming aura of the Scarlet Flame Chief surging towards them. However, this aura was far inferior to the Ice Empress. Although everyone felt some pressure, it did not affect their combat prowess. Secret technique, ice condensation. Duanmuking snorted coldly. The black hair on her head suddenly turned ice-cold white. That cold and exquisite face completely lost all human emotions. It looked cold and emotionless. Everywhere her gaze passed, even the air was covered in frost. The 4 girls behind her quickly transferred their essence to Duanmuking. In an instant, Duanmuking's aura suppressed the Scarlet Flame Chief's aura. Frost Rage. From the start, Duanmuking did not hide his strength. Suddenly, a boundless cold wind blew under the Scarlet Flame Chief's feet. As the cold wind blew, the temperature dropped rapidly. After a while, a visible white cold chi appeared in the wind. The cold chi spun around violently, creating a huge whirlpool. The Scarlet Flame Chief's huge body struggled to move in the whirlpool, trying to break free. However, the surrounding temperature was too low. Furthermore, the intense cold wind blew. It could not break free from the center of the whirlpool. So. Duanmu Qing's expression turned grave. She clenched her fist and a boundless cold qi immediately gathered. It was like a block of ice was buried in the Scarlet Flame Chief's body with a ca sound. After a while, the surface of the Scarlet Flame Chief was covered in ice, turning it into a huge ice sculpture. The Scarlet Flame Chief was instantly frozen by Duanmu. This was somewhat surprising. However, no one thought that the Scarlet Flame Chief would die so easily. The Guy Marquis, Ing Shao, took out the sky-splitting sword from his back and leaped into the air. The sky-splitting sword hacked down at the Scarlet Flame Chief's head. Everywhere the sky-splitting sword passed, ripples appeared in the air. The Guy Marquis' figure suddenly became blurry in everyone's vision. It was like a reflection in the water, swaying back and forth leisurely. The sky-splitting sword is indeed a complete holy weapon. Shao Chen was astonished. He had seen the same scene in Mu Qingshua's Beauty Under the Moon. Naturally, he knew what was happening. Shao Chen used the Daos contained in the holy weapon to change the laws of heaven and earth in the instant he made his move. This confused one's sense of space, causing them to lose their 5 senses. One might think that he was far away, but he was actually right in front of them. One might think that he was right in front of them, but when they swung their sabers, they would never be able to hit him. Ka-xie. Ka-xie. Strands of scarlet earth fire slowly rose from the Scarlet Flame Chief's feet. The ice on the Scarlet Flame Chief's body quickly melted. In the blink of an eye, it recovered its mobility. Gua gua. The Scarlet Flame Chief laughed strangely. It swung the huge sword that it carried. Unexpectedly, there were blurry ripples in the sky. Chapter 313. The Scarlet Flame Chief was actually carrying a holy weapon on its shoulder. Everyone could not help but be astonished. A demonic beast carrying a huge weapon was already very strange. Furthermore, this huge weapon was actually a holy weapon. However, their eyes were immediately filled with desire. Sun Wei smiled coldly and said, "I want this holy weapon. No one is to snatch it from me." Sun Wei drew his sword and a setting sun appeared behind him. It shone on the sword, giving off a dazzling radiance. This was the Sun Clan's inherited martial spirit, Lonely Waning Moon. "Kill!" Sun Wei shouted. He did not wait for the results of the fight between the Scarlet Flame Chief and the Guy Marquis to come out. He leaped into the air and charged forward. When the laws of the world formed by the 2 holy weapons clashed, the entire space started to tremble at a visible rate. Everyone could feel a strange energy being transmitted over. When this feeling disappeared, Mu Ran suddenly realized that his body had unknowingly moved a few hundred meters to the side. His formation was completely disrupted. Sun Wei, who was in the air, had not reacted in time. The sword that he was sending at the Scarlet Flame Chief had actually chopped at Chu Chaoyun. Fortunately, Chu Chaoyun dodged in advance. Otherwise, if Chu Chaoyun was caught off guard and used his inherited martial spirit, it would not be good for him. The clash of the holy weapons actually caused the laws of space to become chaotic. Fortunately, the area affected was not large. If a real sage were to make a move, everyone present might have been transported to other places, and there was no telling if they would still be alive. King Chang. It was like the Guy Marquis' sky-splitting sword and the Scarlet Flame Chief's huge weapon finally clashed. There was a loud explosion and the Guy Marquis was knocked back like a cannonball. Bang! 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 The Guy Marquis crashed into many trees. He was knocked back more than 500 meters before he landed heavily on the ground. The Scarlet Flame Chief's tall and sturdy body moved back continuously. It did not take a single step back. A huge force was transmitted to the ground, causing it to tremble continuously. The Scarlet Flame Chief retreated all the way to the mound before it slowly came to a stop. Duanmuking said, "Don't clash head-on with him. The Scarlet Flame Chief is a demonic beast known for its strength. Even a superior-grade martial king would find it hard to endure its true strength." When everyone heard this, they were all deeply shocked at the Guy Marquis's strength. The other party was able to knock the Scarlet Flame Chief back by 100 meters. How strong was he? Wuxia. The Scarlet Flame Chief steadied itself and stomped on the ground, causing the entire forest to shake. Its body flew through the air and slashed at Mu Yanxue with lightning speed. It seemed that this Scarlet Flame Chief's eyesight and intelligence were extremely shocking. It could tell that Duanmuking was difficult to deal with, so it did not attack her first. Instead, it chose to attack the weaker Mu Yanxue, preparing to take them down one by one. Mu Yanxue's expression did not change at all. She leaped into the air and unsheathed her sword. Her speed was even faster than the Scarlet Flame Chief's. In the blink of an eye, she had already slashed out more than 100 times. Clang, clang, clang. When the sword struck the Scarlet Flame Chief's body, a metallic sound rang out. Mu Yanxue's attack was actually unable to break through its defenses. Dragon Seizing Hand. When the Shiha Province's Yan clan's scion, Yan Qixue, saw the situation, he shouted and executed the Yan clan's inherited martial technique. A huge black hand appeared out of nowhere. Yan Qixue clenched his fist and the huge black hand grabbed the Scarlet Flame Chief's huge body tightly, preventing it from moving. Mu Yanxue grasped this opportunity and her sword trembled. A light exploded out and quickly pierced towards the Scarlet Flame Chief's right eye. Gua gua. The Scarlet Flame Chief laughed strangely. Its ugly face revealed an incomparably sinister smile. Its scarlet eyes suddenly spat out 2 berserk flames. The ferocious flames instantly burned the surrounding air, making it difficult for people to breathe. Mu Yanxue was caught off guard. Clearly, she did not expect the Scarlet Flame Chief to have such a move. Her expression suddenly changed and she quickly retreated. However, the 2 flames quickly merged together. Their speed strangely increased, immediately surpassing Mu Yanxue's speed. Ice! At the critical moment, Duanmuking shouted and arrived before Mu Yanxue in a flash. His white hair fluttered in the air and his robes fluttered continuously. There was a trace of arrogance on Mu Yanxue's cold and frosty face. Unexpectedly, there was a trace of the elegance of the Ice Empress. Mu Yanxue pushed her right hand forward and a boundless cold wind blew. The cold wind rustled and the temperature plummeted. The flames that the Scarlet Flame Chief shot out were instantly frozen. Mu Yanxue closed his fingers and the ice immediately fell to the ground. Many thanks. Mu Yanxue thanked Shao Qin and took advantage of this opportunity to quickly move away and land on the ground. The Scarlet Flame Chief shouted ferociously. Its aura spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding leaves to fall. A strong wind blew and the leaves danced in the wind. Bang! The black veins on the Scarlet Flame Chief's body bulged as it tried to push away the black hand. Yan Qixue's expression turned grave as he held on bitterly. However, after Yan Qixue shouted, the Scarlet Flame Chief's bones crackled continuously. Its body actually grew at a horrifying rate. It shook its arms and pushed away the black hand. Yan Qixue immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion was frighteningly pale. He stuffed a medicinal pill into his mouth and quickly retreated. Gua gua. After the Scarlet Flame Chief struggled free, it was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. It laughed strangely and moved its legs quickly on the ground. With every step it took, the ground trembled slightly. Earlier, the Scarlet Flame Chief was able to send the Guy Marquis flying with one strike. Now that its strength was berserk, no one would be able to block an attack from it. With a thought, Duanmuking executed the State of Ice. Suddenly, snowflakes drifted down from the sky. With a thought, ice walls rose from the ground, blocking the Scarlet Flame Chief. This gave everyone time to attack. Bang! 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 The Scarlet Flame Chief's huge body was like a small mountain. Thick ice walls were able to block Xiao Chen's and Sun Wei's attacks at the same time. Now, when the Scarlet Flame Chief charged in, the ice walls were like breaking dead branches, breaking into pieces. The snowflakes drifted down even more intensely. The willow catkin snowflakes had already become the size of goose feathers. A thick layer of snow covered the ground of the mountain forest. It was like winter had arrived. Duanmuking finally brought out his state of ice to its limits. Boundless wind and snow gathered. An even sharper ice wall than before soared into the sky. The Scarlet Flame Chief's unstoppable charge was finally blocked. Its huge body crashed into the tall ice wall and bounced back with a bang. However, before everyone could rejoice, the instant the Scarlet Flame Chief retreated, it swung its sword and broke the ice wall in half. However, Duanmuking had achieved his goal. He had successfully delayed the Scarlet Flame Chief. Astral Swordplay, Eternal Light. Ji Changkong shouted and the entire mountain forest suddenly turned pitch black. Countless stars appeared above everyone's heads. In the distant starry sky, Ji Changkong's life star suddenly lit up. A resplendent light descended, falling into the 9 heavens. The instant the light landed, Ji Changkong held his sword in his right hand and swung it. Instantly, a sword light appeared. The moment the sword light appeared, the starlight in the sky immediately dimmed. Under the illumination of the eternal light, nothing that gave off light dared to overtake its sharpness or break its radiance. The moment the sword light appeared, the starlight in the sky immediately dimmed. Under the illumination of the eternal light, nothing that gave off light dared to break its radiance. When the sword was drawn, the light illuminated the 9 heavens. The starlight dimmed. Only the light of this sword could be seen. This was the Ji clan's inherited sword technique, astral swordplay. After a year, Xiao Qin saw Ji Changkong execute this move again. It was just as breathtaking as before. This time, Xiao Qin saw something even more profound. The senior of the Ji clan who created this sword technique could only be said to be an absolute genius. Its aura was so great that it encompassed the entire universe. From Xiao Chen's point of view, although the might of this sword technique was startling, it was definitely not complete. The power of the heavens should be far more than this. Boom! The sword light was like a pillar. While Xiao Chen was thinking, it struck the Scarlet Flame Chief's chest with a bang. A horrifying wound immediately appeared on the Scarlet Flame Chief's chest. Black blood flowed out like a fountain. Everyone rejoiced in their hearts. They finally managed to injure the Scarlet Flame Chief for the first time. They saw hope for victory. Ice break! Duanmuking took advantage of the opportunity and shouted. The snow and the air gathered continuously. After a while, it formed a huge ice bird. The ice bird spread its wings and let out a cry. It looked very lifelike as it rushed at the Scarlet Flame Chief, carrying a sharp cold wind. Under the baptism of the eternal light, the Scarlet Flame Chief was significantly injured. Its originally fast-moving body started to slow down. Xiao Chen's gaze was like a pillar. When he looked carefully, he discovered that this was not the case. It was not Ji Changkong's sword light that caused the Scarlet Flame Chief's movements to turn stiff. Instead, it was caused by Duanmuking's state of ice. At the start, the effect was not big. However, as time went by, especially after the Scarlet Flame Chief was injured, the effect became very obvious. Xiao Chen looked around and saw the 4 girls following behind Duanmuking. At this moment, they were all standing in a corner far away. Ice appeared under their feet. Combined with some kind of mysterious secret technique, energy was continuously transmitted to Duanmuking's body. This caused the strength of her state of ice to increase continuously, reaching a horrifying level. Furthermore, Duanmuking's control over this state had reached a level where she could control it as she pleased. She placed all the pressure on the Scarlet Flame Chief. The others did not feel the pressure from her state at all. If it were not for Xiao Chen's deep comprehension of states, he would not have been able to see the mysteries behind it. The Scarlet Flame Chief was very intelligent. It quickly felt the mysteries behind it. It roared ferociously and a fierce scarlet flame started burning in its eyes. Boom! The huge sword in its hand lit up with a blazing flame. The flame was like a pillar with strands of black flames lingering around it. The flames of the Scarlet Flame Chief actually showed signs of turning into a demonic flame. The Scarlet Flame Chief did its best to leap forward and held the sword with both hands. The intense flames flew out and smashed the huge ice bird into countless pieces of ice. The instant the Scarlet Flame Chief shattered the ice bird, it stabbed the sword into the ground. Instantly, a scarlet flame with black smoke lingering around it appeared 10 meters around it. Xiao Chen stood in the distance and looked at this scene. He had a pensive look in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "The flames blocked Duanmuking's state." No, not blocked, they burned it alive.